from the high desert and the great American Southwest. I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, as the case may be, around the world. Each and every time zone covered like a big blanket by this program, Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell. It is my pleasure to be here. And I've got a number of housekeeping things I want to cover with you. First of all, no bad language. We have two rules. No bad language and only one call per show. That's easy, right? Easy peasy, as somebody says. I want to thank Telos, Joe Talbot, Keith Rowland, my webmaster, Heather Wade, my producer, and listen to me, everybody. This girl was born with a phone to her ear. If you have somebody you want to suggest as a guest, somebody who would be really good, then you're going to want to get hold of Heather. Heather Wade, my producer. So how do you do that? She is producer at artbell.com. Not real hard. Stream guys, lv.net. Sales, Pete Eberhard, of course. Tune in radio, Leo Ashcraft, Dark Matter News. I think we're the only ones with a separate Dark Matter newscast right in the middle of our show. I don't think anybody else does that. So, listen, I'm going to ask you all a big favor. Coming tomorrow is the big announcement. I think actually tonight, beginning tonight, we are experimentally on XDS. Now, what does that mean? XDS is, it's 3 letters only. XDS means that we are now sitting inside the satellite receivers of about 4,000 stations nationwide. And by the way, it's open. So all you have to do is flip it on if you're out there in radio world and let us know you put us on. Actually, you have to let us know, but it is open. Now, the favor I'm going to ask of all of you is, this is still unofficial. Tomorrow night it'll be official. Please call your local radio station, ask if possible for the manager or the PD, program director, and request Art Bell's Midnight in the Desert. I say unabashedly that we have better content, more content, fewer commercials, 6 max an hour, no infomercials, a self-contained paranormal newscast, and we can provide ratings that will knock your socks off. And stations come on a first-come, first-served basis. So it's going to get a little hectic for a while. But if you would all pick up the phone sometime tomorrow and call the manager and request the show, that would be great, because, baby, here we come. All right. So, again, personal news. Asia is better and back in school. Yay. My wife had quite a week, all week long, tending for Asia. Now to the news that is sort of news. First of all, NASA, the big announcement. Mars has running water. I about yawned. Richard C. Hoagland said that 15 years ago on my show. And back then, people laughed. So there you go, running water on Mars. Liquid water runs down canyons, crater walls, over the summer months on Mars. They have concluded that trickles leave long, dark stains, which we have seen for a long, long time, on the Martian terrain that can reach hundreds of meters downhill in the warmer months, before they finally dry up in the autumn as the surface temps drop and it freezes. Images taken from the Mars orbit show cliffs and the steep walls of valleys and craters streaked with summertime flows that in the most active spots combine to form intricate fan-like patterns. Frankly, any idiot could have seen that it was where water flows. Scientists are unsure where the water comes from. They think it might rise up from the underground ice or salty aquifers, or condense out of the thin Martian atmosphere. Now, of course, they say it is salty, and that, life as we know it could not exist on that water. It does, however, make possible a colony on Mars, Any volunteers? One-way mission. At least we know you got water when you get there. Anyway, I'm unimpressed by the fact that it would not support life as we know it. Who the heck thinks life as we know it is what it's going to be up there? It'll be life as we don't know it. Sheesh. I mean, what if the little crawly things enjoy salty water? What if they thrive on briny water? So, you know, NASA does one announcement a decade late. Minimum of a decade. All right, this is going to start to get to be serious stuff here. About 24 years, well, let me begin here. The United States announced today, with a video on CNN, that we are doing a $1 trillion nuclear weapons upgrade. So what do? Hop into somebody's living room in presumably Russia or Beijing and say, hi there, you're screwed. Boom! $1 trillion. We're going to. Do you know what $1 trillion could do for us? Anyway, we're going to make them better, we say. About 24 years after the end of the Cold War, Russia and the U.S. seem to be engaged right now, suddenly, in a nuclear arms race once again that could have disastrous consequences, obviously. Russia's deputy prime minister claims that Russia's nuclear weapons can't be stopped by the U.S. They fire them, they hit. That's what he says. So if a war breaks out, they can stop whatever we throw, or we can't stop whatever they throw at us. In a talk show with the state-run Roisa, that's a television channel there, he claimed that Russia has developed a new technology that could easily overcome the U.S. missile defense system. He's overseeing the modernization of the country's nuclear weapons. Last year, he announced that he would overhaul the country's entire nuclear arsenal by 2020. It is part of Putin's rearmament program that is estimated to cost, say, about $700 billion. So they're roughly spending about 3/4 of what we are, but they're ahead of us now. Russia's deployed nuclear capacity has overtaken the U.S. for the first time since the year 2000, according to a report from the U.S. State Department. Now, this is really serious stuff, folks. What was the Cold War is becoming the Cold War again. I guess you've noticed Russian bombers making close passes by our planes, buzzing our ships, and they are now ahead of us in nuclear weapons, and we're both we're going to spend more than they will, so I guess we'll be even by then. Maybe. How many times could we blow ourselves into little bits? Well, I want to serve up a little bit of a warning. Tomorrow night, we are going to do a program on global thermonuclear warfare. And I serve up a warning because it is legitimately scary stuff. We are going to talk about how a war might start. We're going to talk about how it might escalate and what the use of those weapons by both sides would mean. For those of you that have been busily adding new dates to predict the end of the world, you really might want to listen to this one. That's tomorrow night. And I also reflect a little bit on Dr. Jacobs. I've got to have David Jacobs back, and I'm going to reschedule him. The invasion that he described of the human race, that he believes is underway right now, is insidious. Kind of like, it reminded me when I thought a little bit about it, of Father Malachi Martin's perfectly possessed people. Aliens. Kind of like perfectly possessed, I would say, right? Pretty good analogy when you think about it. One more thing. We are still hunting for a wicked witch. That's right, a wicked witch. And when I say wicked, I mean, I guess I can use all the words: cauldron stirring, broom riding, spell casting, mean-spirited. Well, you don't have to be mean-spirited, I guess. But you get the idea. I want a wicked wicked witch. Now, I guess you can be a good person and still be a wicked witch, right? So we're still on the hunt, and if you know of one, and you really need to do a test of wickedness, not Wiccanness, wickedness. A lot of Wiccans out there, but they're not wicked. So you know what I'm after, right? The tough, mean things. The ones that when they walk down the street toward you, you sort of move out of the way because you know if you do the wrong thing, that could be trouble. Okay, I think that gets most things out of the way. We'll go into the XDS thing a little tomorrow. I think we're up there right now, by the way, testing. So on all those XDS receivers, kind of exciting. Coming up in a moment is Nick Redfern. He is a full-time author and journalist specializing in a wide range of unsolved mysteries for over 30 years, to include UFO sightings, alien abductions, paranormal phenomena, cryptozoology, and men in black. That'll be the topic tonight. He writes regularly for the London Daily Express newspaper, Fortune Times, Fate, and UFO magazine. His previous books include Strange Secrets, Cosmic Clashes, and the FBI Files. Among his many exploits, Redfern has investigated reports of lake monsters in Scotland, vampires in Puerto Rico, and werewolves in England, aliens in Mexico, sea serpents in the U.S. Really? Redfern travels and lectures extensively around the world, originally from England. He currently lives in Dallas, Texas, and it's really going to be my first line of inquiry to find out why a Brit would decide to settle in Dallas. I wonder if he wears a 10-gallon hat, strapped to the side, and all that stuff. Hey, everybody. Raging in the night. This is Midnight in the Desert.
She's got something that moves my soul, and she knows I'd love to love her, but she lets me down every time. Can they come? There's magic in my eyes. I can see for miles and miles and miles and miles and miles.
The clock strikes 12, and Midnight in the Desert is pounding packets your way on the Dark Matter Digital Networks. To call the show, please direct your finger digits to dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call ART.
That'd be me. Hi, everybody. Let's do it, shall we? I have a lot to learn about men in black. Nick Redfern, welcome to Midnight in the Desert.
Hey, Art. Thanks for having me on.
Well, thanks for being here. I am curious, Nick. It just doesn't seem to me that most Brits would pick up and, go to Texas. How did that happen?
Well, you mentioned in my bio that, I work as a writer and also a journalist, and I do a lot of freelance work for other authors as well, like hired research and things like that. And I actually got offered a job which went on for about 3 years, and but it required me to be over here because the person who was employing me was writing a book and needed somebody to do the research for him, but a lot of it was based around the Dallas area, and so it sounded like a cool gig to do. And so I came over and I got the job, and then applied for residency and did all the legal paperwork stuff, just in case Donald Trump's listening.
Actually, you know what? I hear your British accent is fading a bit.
Is it really?
Frank, yes, it is.
It has been 15 years.
Are you yet saying y'all?
No, I've never actually got around to doing that yet, and I don't have the 10-gallon hat quite yet. But but I like the Dallas area. It's sort of a cool city, and it's got a good social scene, and not far away from Austin and San Antonio. So it's sort of central, and as I said, I've been here 15 years. Did all the the legal immigration stuff. And
isn't that fun?
It was just I didn't have any problems with it. I mean, it was just a case of filling out the paperwork and just waiting for the return of the paperwork, and then the next document has to be signed and so on. But there were no issues as such. It was just just a process I expected to go through, where they interview you, of course, and background checks and that kind of thing, which makes sense. And that was it. Everything was sort of very smooth, cordial, and weren't really any problems at all.
Really glad it went well for you. All right, so it's hard to get started with this kind of thing. I guess you don't get to Men in Black until you get to UFOs. Is that fair?
Well, for the most part it is, yes. I mean, everybody thinks of the Men in Black, and they obviously think of UFOs. And I think for the general public, because of the success of the Men in Black movies, their first thought is Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones in terms of how the Men in Black look and act. But if you look at the real reports of the Men in Black, they're actually very, very different. They're sort of quite creepy and strange, and they're not always tied with UFOs, although for the most part they are. But there are so many different strands and angles to the Men in Black mystery that's what makes it so fascinating, in terms of, well, who are they, what do they want, and where are they from? There are so many different issues and cases and odd quirks in relation to the Men in Black that, I've actually written 3 books on the subject because there's so much information and so many different theories for who or what they are.
Would you guess that their original mission began with trying to stop UFO stories in their tracks?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the so-called modern era of UFOs began in 1947 with Kenneth Arnold's famous sighting over Washington State, the Cascade Mountains. However, although there were 1 or 2 early Men in Black reports in 1947 and 1948, for the most part, the whole thing didn't really kick off until 1951. And this revolved around a guy named Albert Bender, who lived in Bridgeport, Connecticut. And Albert Bender was someone who set up an organization called the International Flying Saucer Bureau. And there were a lot of small UFO groups, regional groups at the time around the United States, the UK, and a few other countries, such as Australia. And they may have had a circulation of 40 or 50 here, something like that. But Bender's organization, the IFSB, really took off big time, to the point where he literally had circulations in the low thousands, which was really good, for 1951-52. And the subscriptions were coming in from all around the world, and the magazine that he put out under the International Flying Saucer Bureau banner was doing really well. He's having sighting reports sent to him. He's being asked to do radio shows and even TV shows, and everything was running smoothly until suddenly the Men in Black intruded on his life, and it all went downhill from there for Albert Bender, and it was a very sinister situation for him.
Can you describe what happened to him? Did he describe it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, what happened was, as I said, the image that most people have of the Men in Black is from the movies, the idea of a super secret group within government, or some sort of like a black budget program that operates outside of government.
So in other words, people need to understand that the movies followed the reality, not the reality following the movies.
Well, certainly the movies were based upon, the real reports in terms of how they dressed and the threats.
Right.
But if you read from Bender's experiences onwards, the Men in Black in reality actually don't sound physically and, in terms of what they look like their movie versions. For example, pretty much a good, I would say, 95-96% of all the cases, and this begins with Bender, the witnesses described them as sort of only about 5 feet tall to 5 feet 5, very strange looking, very pale skin, no blemishes or lines on their faces, almost as if they look like a mannequin in some respects.
I was going to say an alien.
Well, actually, that's one of the things. I mean, you mentioned, for example, David Jacobs. I mean, the interesting thing about the Men in Black mystery is there are some eerily close parallels in some of the things that David Jacobs has written about and researched that ties in with the Men in Black. In other words, very sort of human-looking entities moving amongst us, but when you have a good look at them, there are things about them that just don't seem right. And that's what Albert Bender said, that he would get not so much visitations, but he talked about how he would see these shadowy figures, and in some cases they would even sort of literally materialize in his bedroom. And he described them as having, as I said, very pale skin. I guess today, we would talk about them almost looking sort of overly Botoxed, very strange looking, emotionless, no lines. And Bender said that they essentially spoke to him in a telepathic fashion and warned him to leave the UFO subject. And Bender, like a good UFO researcher, he did as he was told. He left the subject.
Oh, he did. He caved in.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he absolutely caved in. And what happened was that he closed the IFSB down, the International Flying Saucer Bureau, cancelled his magazine, and a lot of people who subscribed to it, as I said, in the thousands, thought this was some kind of publicity stunt. When you see a band and they say they're going on their final tour, so you better come and see us now, and then they come back 5 years later. That didn't happen. That's what everybody thought, though. And Bender was so petrified by these repeated encounters, and he said he saw the Men in Black sometimes following him in the streets late at night if he'd be coming home from the cinema, and they'd have these sort of long black trench coats on and black fedoras and these piercing eyes, and it was sort of very menacing, and almost in some respects his story's not so much Men in Black, it's almost like X-Files meets H.P. Lovecraft. It's sort of like a gothic horror story mixed in with UFO conspiracies.
Well, you realize that his behavior, as you described it, could be described as a classic psychological symptom as well, paranoia.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that Bender was paranoid. I guess the thing is, was it a psychological paranoia, or was he driven to paranoia, or was it possibly both? And what's interesting, that in terms of Bender's story, it's a fascinating one because he was a very sort of fascinating character with a lot of, facets to his character in terms of he was deeply involved in the occult, for example. I mean, heavily in sort of seriously dark occult things. He actually created, for example, what he described as an altar in his attic to travel places to try and summon up supernatural entities. And he actually wondered if it kind of opened a portal or a doorway to allow something paranormal through. That was one of the theories he looked at. But yeah, I mean, you can look at some of the aspects of Bender's life and see that there were significant psychological issues. By his own admission, he developed OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, but he said that was due to the fact that he became so terrified by this situation. He'd be repeatedly checking the front doors were locked at night and the windows were locked, and then he'd go and check again, and that kind of overtook his life. So, it's a case of which came first, and did one provoke the other. So, it's a fascinating case history of a man steeped in paranoia, and at the heart of it all, these sort of almost gothic Men in Black.
Well, Nick, I think that it's more than just a theory. I think that if you put up an altar, as you mentioned, if you call upon these things to be part of your life, if you want to be involved with them, that is a very, very strong invitation in the paranormal world for whatever's out there to come and at the very least have a look. And yeah, I mean, you open something, you allow something in, and once it's in, it doesn't always, like a good visitor, leave on time.
No, you're right. And I mean, I've done a lot of investigations and interviews with people who sort of delved into, paranormal phenomena, think it's all cool and exciting. And the more they get into it, they find themselves, I guess, surrounded by entities that they've called forth, that they not really sure what they are, but, they cause havoc in people's lives.
Oh, they do. All right, Nick, hold tight. Nick Redfern is my guest. We're going to be deep into the Men in Black this night. So keep that in mind if you have a UFO sighting, because I guess these guys are still out there working. I'm Art Bell.
Some velvet morning when I'm straight, I'm gonna...
While midnight sweeps across America, you've found an oasis for the mind. To call Midnight in the Desert, please dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
That so sets the atmosphere, doesn't it? Hi, everybody. I'm Art Bell. My guest is Nick Redfern, and we are discussing Men in Black. Actually, a very, very serious subject. Certainly it was to Albert Bender. And, gee, Nick, I don't know what to say, except if he actually, publicized, told everybody that these guys came to see him, and then really threw it in and never came back, no publicity stunt, then I guess he really met them.
Well, what happened, Art, was that this was sort of 52, 53 when he finally threw in the towel, so to speak. And a guy named Gray Barker, who was fascinated by Bender's story, wrote a book about it in 1956 called They Knew Too Much About Flying Saucers, which told parts of Bender's story, but only the parts that Bender wanted to share. And it certainly didn't go into all the bizarre paranormal stuff that Bender talks about himself. But what happened was he just very briefly resurfaced in 1962 when Barker, who was also a publisher, convinced Bender to write his own book, which he did. It was called Flying Saucers and the Three Men. And it was a very small book, but told the story of how these men in black would sort of appear and materialize and dematerialize. And they had more of almost like a demonic quality to them, I guess. And but then when he put that book out, he said, "Look, I'm done with it." And that was now 53 years ago. And he stayed out of the UFO subject for the rest of his entire life and would not correspond with anyone. He wouldn't even promote the book barely after it came out. He just essentially wrote it because Barker asked him to, and that was it. And he walked away from the subject. And that's actually not something you see very often in the UFO subject, where if somebody says, I'm quitting, that's it, I'm done, they typically do come back.
Here I am, proof of that, yes.
Bender never did. He just stayed away and said, I'm done with it. He's in his own words, pretty much, he said he just felt that he couldn't get into that sort of turmoil of dealing with what he initially assumed were going to be government people, and then when he got the visit, so to speak, they were anything but that. They were, as I said, they were far more H.P. Lovecraft than they were the X-Files.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not easy to be visited by people like that, especially ones that communicate with you, my God. So, was that the first Men in Black that you're aware of visit?
Well, there are one or two earlier ones, but that's without doubt the Bender case is the one that really began the entire Men in Black mystery. And it was actually Gray Barker's book that told the story of the Men in Black that coined the term Men in Black. Barker in 1956 was the first person to use the term Men in Black as a specific term to describe these entities. So in that sense, it's a very important case, but it opened the doors for some people who said, well, this is really interesting because I had an experience very much like that, but before that date. But in other words, Bender did prompt some people to come forward who claimed earlier reports with the Men in Black, but had Bender's story not been the first one that got so popularized, those other ones probably wouldn't have come forward.
I wonder if the three wise men were counseled that no, you don't see that star.
Well, you know, that's interesting because, as I said, Bender's book was called Flying Saucers and the Three Men. And the reason why it was called that is because typically the men in black turn up in groups of three. Now, there have been reports of one and two, but for the most part, it's three. So, you know, that's an interesting angle.
Well, all right. So, obviously, since that time, not the time I mentioned, the one you mentioned, in the 50s, following 47, I guess, there have been many incidences of men in black. I think even Dan Aykroyd reported them, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the men in black, a lot of people don't realize the sheer number of reports that surface. I mean, I mentioned at the beginning, I've written 3 books on the men in black, and the most recent one, which is just called, or actually the brand new one, which came out last week, The Men in Black. What I found is, and I think most authors get this, when you write on a particular subject, people who've had their own experiences tend to contact you on, you know, on that subject. In other words,
same exact thing happens to talk show hosts, of course.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And, you know, somebody writes a book on crop circles, people contact them about crop circles. Right. Well, having written, you know, extensively on the Men in Black, I probably get, I would say, somewhere in the region of 40 or 50 reports a year, something like that, like 1 or 2 a week, something maybe close to. And the reports I get, you know, sometimes they are older cases, but many of them are literally right up to the present day. I mean, the new book's got cases from 2014 and 2015.
Okay, well, if you're still getting reports of MIB visits, then I am very, very curious because, you know, if I were an entity, let's say a government entity that were dispatching these men in black, and that's just sort of a little setup there, I wouldn't be so concerned about it anymore because there are so many reports of flying objects now that to send men in black, it seems to me, would just punctuate and enhance the report of the person who made it.
No, that's a good point, and you're right. But I think one of the important things to note is most of the people who report the MIB today, they actually sound far more like what we're saying with David Jacobs was talking about. You know, that they look semi-human, but they camouflage themselves with fedora hats and black wraparound sunglasses. Yes. Turned-up collars. And in many respects, you know, the sort of things David's been talking about, you can actually make a good case that the Men in Black could be an aspect of that sort of an infiltration.
Okay. All right. Now, you've done it. You brought up David Jacobs' name, Dr. Jacobs' name, several times, and I've held myself back, but I can't do it anymore. I did a show with him the other night. I don't know if you're aware of that or not.
Yes, I was, yeah.
One hell of a show, if I do say so myself. And what he described was an alien invasion, Nick, and maintains that we are in the middle of that invasion right now by creatures that are part human and part not human, and that these creatures have the ability to read minds, and that this invasion is going along quite swimmingly. And I wonder if you would care to comment. I found it particularly chilling and surely possible. And I wonder how you feel about it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's one of these situations where I actually take a lot of notice of what David Jacobs has written, particularly like in his earlier book, The Threat. The main reason being because, having written about the Men in Black for so long, I've noticed a lot of deep parallels between the two phenomena. And, I mean, for example, in the new book, I've got cases where people have said the Men in Black have visited them. As I've said earlier, they have this strange skin. Some witnesses said they lack pores, or, you know, there's not a single line on their face at all. And as bizarre as it sounds, some of the Men in Black are described as clearly wearing wigs, and in some cases where it looks like they've got sort of like makeup on to even try and make their skin look more healthy and human looking. So you get a lot of really bizarre things like this, you know, and if it was people making it up, I think they would make up something along the lines of, you know, the Will Smith, Tommy Lee Jones movie image, because that's a popular culture image. They wouldn't be making up bizarre stories like this, which you can find all across the planet. And so a lot of the stories I get do actually sort of eerily parallel these stories of human alien hybrids that kind of look like us, but if you're walking down the street late at night and the person or the thing has got the collar turned up and a hat on, you probably wouldn't notice too much. You see them in the daylight and you bump into them by mistake, and for a second or two you get a good look at them, then you might think, wow, has that person got a strange genetic condition or something like that?
So in other words, it's not out of reason that the creatures you're describing, I use that word instead of humans, the creatures you're describing could be very much like what Dr. Jacobs is describing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the whole issue of the camouflage, the sunglasses and moving about in the streets. I mean, that's what the Men in Black have done for a long time. So I wonder if, we're actually dealing with an almost identical, or if not identical, phenomenon. But there's had different ways over the years of targeting us. Now, the stuff that David talks about is more along, like a large-scale infiltration.
Yes.
Back in the 50s and 60s, the reports weren't on that scale, so that, in one respect, you could make a case, I guess, that the Men in Black were more of like the initial front line that first went out.
All right, well, imagine this for a moment, Nick, excuse me, but if their original mission, as we touched on at the beginning, was to squash UFO reports, that's reports of ships in our atmosphere. Now, imagine how important to the same group it would be to squash talk of an actual ongoing invasion of our planet. It seems to me that would be very high on their list.
Well, yeah, you're right. And I think, the issue of these entities visiting people's homes and, the witnesses clearly realizing that these aren't normal-looking people demonstrates a couple of things, to me at least. One may be they're trying to sort of test the waters as to how successfully or not they get recognized for what they are or for what they're not. I mean, the witness response is usually, oh my God, that person was 5 feet tall, they looked anemic and 120 pounds and had bulging eyes hidden behind these big sunglasses. They knew they weren't dealing with, sort of 1950s era G-men as they were known from the FBI. They clearly weren't anything along those lines. But, most of the reports, as I said, were extremely strange, and Bender kicked it all off. And then, obviously, through the 60s, it just continued. A lot of people like Brad Steiger, very famous figure in the whole paranormal field.
I know Brad and Sherry very well.
Oh, great. Well, Brad, in the new book I've got out, Men in Black, Brad actually very kindly wrote an entire paper about his own personal experiences with the Men in Black and how they even impacted on his friends and started to threaten his friends.
Wow. Essentially,
to try and get the word back to him, I guess, to leave it all alone. And so even Brad himself found himself infected, I guess, is not a bad term to use when you consider how these things work. So.
Well, people are funny. I mean, they say, oh, man, he gave in. But if somebody came to you, somebody of questionable origins, let's put it that way, and threatened you, and even more so, threatened your family, I think most people in this audience, especially at the threat of family, would leave it the heck alone.
Well, I think they would leave it alone, maybe. But I mean, I'm the sort of character when, if somebody says don't do this, it's like a red rag to a bull, as they say. You know what I mean?
I do. But when it's family. When it's family...
Well, no, that's true, yeah. I mean, it's one thing to investigate UFOs. It's another thing to have your family threatened. So, I do understand that. Equally, I also think, that I would like to think if they ever sort of knocked on my door, I would stand up to them. But one of the interesting things, and again with parallel what David Jacobs says, is that the men in black seem to have the ability to affect people's minds, not just mind reading, but mind control almost, to where the person essentially becomes like a slave during the interrogation. And
ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, so, I mean, you imagine most people wouldn't open the door at midnight or 11 o'clock to three creepy-looking little guys with white faces, but people do let them in. And this suggests to me a degree of
control?
Something along the lines of mind control, mind manipulation, that makes the person lose control of their sort of self-awareness and also their common sense factors, where it's like everything goes out the window and they just invite these people or these things in, and then they get threatened. And it's almost like the person's in a haze throughout the entire experience, and then when they've left, they start to come out of it as if someone's coming out almost like of anesthetic, and why did I let them in? Why did I listen to what they had to say?
This is why I'm so concerned about what Dr. Jacobs is saying, because what possible defense do we have against creatures who can control our minds, our thoughts? Not much, Nick.
No, you're right. I mean, again, most of the reports I have of when the men in black enter people's homes, if not all of them, the first thing that's weird is that, as I said, they turn up usually at night, 10, 11 o'clock onwards, when it's pitch black. The person hears a knock at the door, and even if they look through the spy hole, if they've got one, and they see these entities there, they still open the door and let them in. And what's weird is that the men in black rarely ever come in until they're ever invited in, and that kind of fits in with the old vampire parallels.
That's what I was going to say, yeah.
Yeah, and they kind of look like pale-faced vampires, so I do wonder if...
Well, you know what, Nick, maybe when you look through that little peephole at them, instead of seeing three little 5-foot guys dressed eerily, they see instead either a friendly neighbor or perhaps a relative, and of course then they open the door and just say, come on in.
Well, that's not impossible, and all this makes me wonder if a lot of ancient stories of vampires may have been very, very early reports of men in black type entities, but when they enter the home, as I said, they often ask the most bizarre questions and don't seem conversant with our mannerisms properly. They don't seem to know how to handle knives and forks or cups and, liquid and things like this. They kind of just stare at it as if they're not really sure what they should do with it even. And so it all gets very strange. And as I said, there's no doubt there's a degree of mind control involved with this entire phenomenon. That's why I think they're so elusive, because... Nick,
you just said something that, again, parallels exactly what Dr. Jacobs was saying. He was saying that many times these creatures that he described, these mixes, are unable to do the simplest things and have to be taught that they can sit back. I think he used the expression of sitting in a couch, and they had to actually be instructed that they could lean back because there was a backing to the couch, and that's very close to what you're describing now.
Oh, it is. I mean, there are a lot of reports. There was actually a famous case where a man in black was given some Jell-O and couldn't figure out how to eat the Jell-O and tried to do it with his fingers. And I mean, it sounds bizarre, but when you find, as I've got, I mean, literally, well, now, hundreds of reports from all across the world where, people clearly don't know each other, but there are certain little bits of data which fit in, like, them acting strange, not understanding something that would be so easy for us to understand, and even, the issue of the lack of any lines on their skin, and not really being sure if they're entirely human or not, and, just there's so many interesting parallels like that where you can clearly place these things here, there, and everywhere, and that is the scary thing. I mean, I've investigated cases from the US, from Puerto Rico, from Canada, from the UK, from Australia. I've got a couple of Russian reports and a few from Mexico and a few from South America. So, that's pretty much 2/3 of the globe.
Has anybody ever recorded a man in black?
Nobody's ever audio recorded one, but back in the 60s, a couple of researchers, Tim Beckley and Jim Moseley, actually photographed one. Now, I actually included the photograph in my second book on the Men in Black, which was called The Real Men in Black, and that one includes the photo. And there is this guy, he's got like a long black trench coat, black fedora, black sunglasses, and he's just staring oddly and outwardly. He looks just sort of zombified, you know, in almost like a blank state. Mm-hmm. And the reason why they took the photograph is because for several days, for like an hour every morning, he was stood outside the Jersey City home of a UFO researcher, or two researchers, Jack and Mary Robinson. And Mary got frightened when Jack went to work one day and this character turned up, and Jim and Tim Beckley raced over and managed to get a photograph of him. They literally drove past during rush hour where he was just standing in the recess of this old building in the shadows, staring right at Jack and Mary's apartment window. And if you see the picture, he does look really weird. He kind of looks just totally emotionless and flatlined almost. And but you know, this like a well-dressed zombie is the best way to describe him.
Nick, have you heard of any physical confrontations?
Oh, what do you mean, like altercations, that kind of thing?
Like that, yes.
Yeah, there's a few, but not many, and that's interesting because if people are able to sort of break out of this mind control state, occasionally some of them have stood up and found themselves actually, you know, their mindset returning to normal, as if they'd broken the spell almost, and they threatened the Men in Black to leave, or they threatened to call the police, etc. And instead of, you know, responding with violence, the Men in Black quickly made their excuses and left, as if they didn't want a confrontation.
All right, hold it right there. We're at a break point, and we'll be back. Nick Redfern and Men in Black, that's what we're talking about. It sounds eerily like the interview we did the other night. This really is eerie. I'm Art Bell, Midnight in the Desert, raging in the night.
It's night, my body's weak. I'm on the run, no time to sleep. I've got to ride. Riders on the storm, into this house we're born, into this world we're thrown.
Coming to you at the speed of light in the darkness, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Here I am. Riders on the storm. I hope we're not riders on the invasion. I really do. I'm beginning to wonder, frankly. Nick Redfern is my guest. We are discussing Men in Black. And they sound eerily like the things that were described the other day. Incredible. Nick, welcome back. We were talking about the possibility of there having been physical altercations.
Yeah, this is where it gets interesting, because the Men in Black come across very menacing and threatening and intimidating, but a lot of it is sort of very much psychological, and it works, as you know, the Albert Bender case shows, and as many cases show. However, there have been a few occasions where the person has felt almost under some sort of hypnotic spell, but they've been able to break out of it, and their sort of common sense factors have come back to them, and they tell the Men in Black, get out the house, I'm calling the police. Now, given, you know, their sort of menacing approach and the way they look, you might imagine the MIB would sort of just put on the, you know, the fear factor even worse. But that doesn't happen. Typically what does happen is that the MIB quickly find a way to leave the house, you know, as soon as possible. They actually don't go in for physical confrontation. They make their excuses and leave. And
so, in other words, once they do not have control or realize they don't have control of you, they're out of there.
Yeah, and that is an interesting thing, because it suggests that it suggests to me the reason they place people in a mind-controlled state is because physically they're quite vulnerable, because, as I said, you know, they're sort of 5 feet 5, 120 pounds, look sickly, you know, they don't look well. But while they have you rendered into an altered state, they're fully in control. You break out of it, they're the most vulnerable things in the room, you know, and I think that's an important factor to remember, that they always ensure to find a way to be in control of the situation, and if it breaks down, they quickly know enough that it's time to leave. So I think, you know, those patterns are important as well.
Is there a link, Nick, between Men in Black and these reports I've been hearing of black-eyed children?
Yes, well, there actually is. I mean, again, in the new book, Men in Black, David Weatherly, who wrote the book Black-Eyed Children, David wrote in a paper for me for the book discussing the parallels between the MIB and the black-eyed children. There's some really interesting ones. For example, I mean, for the first thing is, of course, the clothing. Now, the Men in Black, you know, wear black suits and black fedoras. Well, the kids, you know, they wear black hoodies, so the colour of the clothing's the same, and they also wear something on their head to partly mask their face, or on their head, you know. So the Men in Black fedoras, the black-eyed children, hoodies. Most of the reports of the black-eyed children, they try and find ways to force their way into people's home. You know, can we use the telephone? You know, can you give us some money or some food? Things like that. There's always some sort of way that the black-eyed children try to get in the house. Typically, they look pale, and also, which is the same with the Men in Black, and also they typically surface at night, which is also a classic aspect of Men in Black encounters. So, in other words, there are 5 or 6 extremely similar parallels between the MIB and the black-eyed children. And again, I kind of speculate that the whole situation is based around mind control. You know, find a way into the person's home, and then when you're on their territory and you're sitting or standing right opposite them, then they can, you know, make the mind control angle work. And David makes, in this paper he wrote for me, he makes a lot of very good sense in terms of demonstrating that the Men in Black mystery and the black-eyed children mystery are actually sort of 2 components of one bigger issue. And of course, this brings into other things that have surfaced in the last few years, sort of paranormal type things, like the shadow people, the Hat Man, the Grinning Man, and they all, the Hat Man, the Grinning Man, the shadow people, they all kind of seem to come from sort of the same body, if you like. You know, they all have their deep similarities, even though there are, you know, some differences as well.
Okay. Well, I've had a shadow person experience, which honestly scared the tar out of me, Nick. I'm sorry, but it terrorized me. In my ham shack at the main house, about 2-3 weeks before the show, doing research for the show, late at night, and there was one. I looked to my right. I guess something caught my eye. I looked to the right, and here was this. You know, now that you mention it, probably not very tall at all, about 5 feet tall, a human body, not arms extended. Arms would be down, but you could tell it was a human-like or humanoid type body. That's about as far as I can go. You could actually see through it partially. And I startled, and I started to turn around, and the damn thing was behind me, and again I could see through it. And then I'm, at this point, really freaked out, and I turned to my left, which is where the door would be to get the heck out of that room. And there it was to my left. It eventually just went like that, and it was gone. But it was real. I'm telling you, Nick, it was a real something. I don't know what. But are you saying there is a relationship between these sort of shadow people or whatever they are and Men in Black?
Oh, yeah. I mean, one of the interesting things that just stood out for me, what you just said, that, you know, you saw this shadow person when you were doing research for the show, etc. Well, this actually ties in with this paper that Brad Steiger did for the book, where Brad was looking into things, and it was if the Men in Black knew. In other words, in the same way that he was doing research and they seemed to know and began threatening him, and also via his friends, you know, you were looking into something and they seemed to know. You know, in the sense that they appeared, or one appeared. And I get that so much in Men in Black and Hat Man and Shadow People type reports, where it's like when you kind of think of them, they seem to have an awareness that people are thinking of them, and they can lock onto the people who might, if you like, be looking for the answers, and then, you know, they can target them with a potential threat. But, I mean, within the Shadow People controversy, which again I talk about in the book, there's this sort of subcategory known as the Hat Man, which looks like a shadow person in the sense that it's shadowy, but like the Men in Black, it's typically seen wearing an old-style fedora, but often it's described as like a black silhouette, rather than having sort of a substantial form. You know, it's sort of a cross between a physical entity and a spectre, if you like. But the outline looks like a man in black. And then there's another one which is often seen in like a black suit and often a fedora hat as well, known as a grinning man, where it has this sort of macabre grin on its face, almost sort of, you know, just static, unmoving, you know, as if that's its only, the only impression, you know, the only sort of face it has. And they're sort of amongst the sort of creepiest stories of the grinning man, that people have seen these things. You know, they'll wake up in the middle of the night unable to move, and there's this very often tall and thin, you know, actually the opposite, the Men in Black are quite small, but tall and thin, wearing a black suit, skinny black tie, black fedora, white face, but has this sort of really malevolent grin on its face, just staring at the person. You know, those reports I mean, I know from the people I've spoken to and written about it, probably, I mean, amongst some of the most chilling ones.
All right, well, would you put these, and I know it's tough to put a label on all these things, but number one, you seem to think they're related. Number two would be the question, do you think it's in the field of the paranormal or just some weird government agency? I mean, somewhere in that range you must have a point of view.
Yeah, I mean, I would put them in a paranormal angle, push them down the paranormal pathway, if you like. Now, of course, it all depends on what we mean by paranormal. You know, I mean, we could place certainly some aspects of the UFO phenomenon have sort of paranormal overtones to them, and certainly Albert Bender's cases with, you know, setting up supernatural altars to open portals and doorways and things like this. And I've got some cases where people, for example, been visited by Men in Black, but there was actually no UFO component, but they've been dabbling with Ouija boards. I've got a few other cases where the Men in Black appeared, and then after the Men in Black left, they experienced violent poltergeist activity in the home. So there's very weird stuff like that. So for the most part, I don't dispute that government agencies might, on occasion, have sort of mimicked the weird Men in Black as a means to get information out of witnesses. In other words, so it gets really complicated that there could be more than one category. But for the most part, I think these MIB are something that is totally 100% unconnected to government at all. And I go down the path of something that appears to display supernatural powers in terms of how it controls people, but which is clearly a physical thing, and which is trying its best to look as human as it can, but very often doesn't do a very good job of doing it.
Well, Nick, they're certainly emulating the feds in one sense. I mean, when feds come to see you, they are intimidating. That's all there is to it. I mean, generally they wear dark clothes. They've got the sunglasses. I've had a number of encounters with them. They're not exactly Men in Black, but they're not far off either. So there's a kind of an intimidation in having two guys who look like this show up at your door.
Yeah, and I think, you know, you can make a good argument that a great deal of research might have gone into it on their part to find the most intimidating way to approach people. And what better than turn up at midnight with a black fedora, black trench coat, you know, and super white skin and sunglasses even, in a group of 3, and just scare the living daylights out of people. And it works, you know. I think that motif, that imagery of sort of the fedora and the trench coat, it goes back to sort of, you know, sort of film noir type things and Humphrey Bogart gangster movies. People have that image of sort of the chilling, menacing man in black, you know.
Well, it works.
It does, and that's our, you know, for us, that's the downside of it all, is that, you know, people find themselves in really dangerous situations. I mean, I've spoken to people who felt their lives were sort of psychologically scarred by these encounters. I mean, one of the reports I included in the new book was from someone who was told this story back in the 1930s, you know, a very old guy now, and he kept quiet about it for years, you know, fearful of, if I say too much, are they going to come after me? And just sat on this story. And I get so many like that, where somebody will say, you know, I'm 62 now or whatever, and this happened to me when I was 17. And I know what's coming next, that they're going to say, well, I didn't want to talk about it because the first visit was enough and I never wanted to see him again, so I stayed quiet for 40 years. Well,
again, you've had so many reports now, Nick, that I really have to ask, do you notice anything in the demographics? Do you notice anything in the type of people that are contacted? Do you notice any similarities or many similarities in the stories that people tell you, or what?
Well, actually, that's a good point, because, yeah, there are certain things you can look for that you do see quite prevalent, you know, through a lot of these reports. One, as I said, is the fact that most of them turn up at night, and I don't think that's coincidence. You know, if you're trying to blend in and you're walking around the streets, the best way to do it is when it's more and more difficult to see it, which is obviously after the sun's gone down. Now, in terms of the people who actually get the visit, this, I think, is one of the reasons why it's been so difficult to predict where and when they might turn up. And that's specifically because it really is at random. You know, if it was just UFO researchers, well, you know, we could all keep a lookout for each other. But, I mean, I've got some reports where it's abductees that got visited, or contactees. But then again, I've got other cases where somebody just saw a light in the sky, you know, which could have been, it was no more spectacular than a satellite, but they happened to tell the local newspaper, you know, it appeared in the newspaper, and then they get the visit. But there was nothing substantial or sensational about the report at all. I've got other cases where, for example, as I mentioned, you know, there was the Ouija board connection, and that's totally separate to the people who claimed UFO encounters. So, in other words, it's even I have to grudgingly admit, it's been incredibly difficult to try and predict where and when they might turn up, because their activity is so bizarre and as random as the reports are, in terms of, you know, where they occur, when and why. But what I can say is that for the most part, the people who get the visit have had some sort of profound UFO encounter, and it's typically been where I guess the person had more of like a close encounter, possibly with entities, or, you know, they've seen something land, and, you know, it hasn't just been a light in the sky, or even just, you know, a disc in the sky. It's been something more intriguing. And but, you know, these reports surface everywhere. I mean, literally, you know, the length and breadth of the entire planet. And so we're clearly seeing a program ongoing. And, you know, the other big issue, of course, is the mode by which they ask the questions. You know, it's all very skillfully played out.
All right. If I might, how often in the reports, Nick, is it vocal versus some sort of telepathic method?
Well, that's a good question. I'll tell you why. Because the men in black often do ask questions, but they're often asked in sort of very stilted, cautious way. One witness actually described it, the speech, as something along the lines of a person who might have a bad stutter and who has to really concentrate to, you know, overcome the stutter. So they speak slowly and deliberately. And a lot of people have said something along those lines. Now, what's really weird is that I've probably got 9 or 10 cases where the witnesses, none of them knew each other, but they said something which was almost identical. And they felt that the men in black, when they're asking the questions, that they were saying the words in almost like parrot fashion, in the sense that they didn't understand what they were saying, but they were just programmed to say, you know, or ask certain questions. You imagine, for example, you know, if you heard a 20-second recording of somebody speaking in Russian, if you played that over and, you know, more and more times, you could actually repeat exactly what they were saying, but you wouldn't have any understanding of it. You would just be, you know, you would just be listening to it and then repeating it eventually when you'd got it. And that's what a lot of people have said. As I said, I've got, like, you know, more than a handful of reports where people have said they didn't actually think the men in black, for whatever reason, they didn't feel the men in black actually understood what they were saying. It was almost as if they were sort of biological robots programmed to perform a specific task and go out there and, you know, interview the people or silence them. One or two people have described it as almost like the Matrix movies, where in the Matrix films, you know, you have these men in black that actually aren't real. They're sort of like a simulation inserted into the program to ensure that the secrets of the Matrix, you know, we don't find out we're all living in this weird dream world. And some of the witnesses have said things along those lines, that they felt that the event was almost like holographic, as if it was staged for them, rather than like a physical thing. You know, it was almost as if they were in a trance, and the men in black were, you know, the program inserted onto the hard drive, so to speak.
Well, it is, to me, here comes that word again, but it is terrifying for me to imagine not having the ability to act on my own thoughts, or for that matter, to have my own thoughts, to have something intervene and create thoughts in my own mind that I would then act on. That's really terrifying. I mean, that's control, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, that is the worst part of these events, is that, you know, I'm sure most of the audience listening now would think, well, if they came knocking on my door right in the middle of this show, there's no way I'm going to let them in. And that's what everybody says, but everybody does let them in. And as I said, there have been cases where people have broken the spell, and I actually think the term spell is actually a quite apt one and relevant one. You know, they feel the spell's broken, then everything goes against the men in black. But as I said, they're astute enough to know that it's time to leave. So I think a lot of the mind control is done because physically the men in black are quite vulnerable. You know, and they clearly wouldn't win any boxing matches, put it that way. But they don't need to, because they have they have far more powerful skills, which essentially plunge us into a state of like an altered consciousness state. And
Nick, have you been contacted?
You know, I've never had that sort of knock on the door from the men in black, but what I will tell you, now this gets really weird, is that I've had a lot of strange telephone experiences, and particularly since the new book's come out, and I swear this is not, you know, some sort of odd alternative marketing ploy, it's really not, but both myself and my agent and publisher, Lisa Hagen, we've had a bunch of weird sort of synchronicity type things go on in relation to the men in black. I mean, I'll give you one classic example of actually quite a few. I was in my office about 2 months ago, and I heard a bang coming from one of the other rooms. I thought, well, what was that? It was actually, I could tell it was coming from the bedroom, so I went into the bedroom, and I actually got a framed painting of the covers of one of my earlier Men in Black books, and it had fallen off the wall and the glass had shattered. Now I've got like 8 paintings on that particular wall, and I swear that's true. This one picture of the Men in Black fell off the wall, glass was everywhere, and it actually happened right when I was opening the Word document of the book to put the final edit to it before it went off to Lisa to be published, and that was just like bizarre. But I found that when I'm writing and even talking about the Men in Black, it's as if they kind of know. I know that sounds strange and bizarre, but it's almost as if you look into them, that they have almost like a radar, and these things seem to know when you're looking for them. You know, you pop up on their radar, so to speak.
It sounds like somebody's on their way to see you right now. That's how good our audio is. I can hear
I do live in
sirens.
Dallas. The police are always racing around at this time of night.
Sure. Men in Black, I guess, have been known to affect telephone communication and, as you pointed out earlier, even poltergeist activity, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, it's interesting you bring that up because, again, in the new book, I've got a section from a woman named Claudia Cunningham who's had a lot of run-ins with MIB types. But one of the things that Claudia talks about in the paper that she submitted for the book was that the tremendous amount of weird telephone interference she's had whenever she gets involved with the Men in Black. And this has ranged from hearing weird electronic noises, bleeps on the phone, to actually outright threats from anonymous sources. And again, they often have weird tones in their voices, and they just don't sound normal. And so for that reason, telephone interference has become a staple part of the Men in Black mystery, and to the point where, I won't say we have as many people who've had telephone experiences as have had visitations, but, I would say for every 5 or 6 reports I get of just the Men in Black reports, there's probably 1 or 2 where the people have said they had other things going on, like telephone interference, or in a couple of cases, like I said, where furniture would suddenly slide across the room, that kind of thing. And, so it gets into what starts off like an X-Files thing, like I said, actually turns into something really, really weird and, almost supernatural based.
Wow. All right. So they also apparently always drive old 50s, 60s vintage cars, except perhaps back in the beginning with Albert Bender.
Yeah, that's right. The interesting thing about the Men in Black is that you would imagine for the most part that they would want to, go under the radar, stay out of people's minds and eyes. But everything about them does the opposite. It stands out, and is memorable. Everything from the fedora hat and the black suit and the skinny black tie, which obviously wouldn't have looked out of place in the 40s, 50s and 60s, probably even the early 70s. But today people would look twice, but that hasn't stopped the Men in Black dressing like that. And you're right, they drive, for the most part, sort of old gangster-era Cadillacs, cars like that, And but again, what's weird is I've got a few reports where people have said that they came out of this sort of weird stupor and rushed to the window and saw the Men in Black going down the drive, and both the Men in Black and the car just sort of faded away into nothing, as if it was never really there. And these are the people who felt that, or actually wondered with hindsight, if the event had been sort of almost holographic, as if some sort of alien entity had taken control of their mind and rendered them into a state where they were almost in like a waking dream. The Men in Black was a real phenomenon to them, and the threat was real, but it was almost like a holographic dream rather than a physical thing. And they
if they suddenly snap out of it, as it were, Nick, and they go to the window and they see the car leaving, an older car leaving, that would indicate to me that they were completely under the influence of these MIBs, and then suddenly that influence waned as the vehicle took off.
Yeah, that's quite plausible, yeah.
Okay, all right, hold it right there. I'm Art Bell. This is Midnight in the Desert.
Saturday night, I haven't seen my mate. Tell me when the boys day out.
Wearing as you're walking down the street of the soul. You take my self-control.
To initiate a dialogue sequence with Art Bell, please coordinate your phalanges and call 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Art.
Well, okay, we're about to open the phone lines, everybody, so why don't you join us? I'm sure you have questions about Men in Black. I know I do. I'm noticing similarities between what Nick is saying and what was said the other night by Dr. Jacobs, and I'm sure you are as well. Creepy stuff. I mean, this really is creepy stuff. Not human? Maybe not. Part human? Possibly. And, you know, anyway, let me get the numbers out. If you want to call us, if you have a question, the public number is 1, area code 952-225-5278. Once again, 1 and then 952-225-5278. We are available on Skype as well. It's easy. In North America, Canada, the U.S., MITD51, MITD51. If you're calling from outside the U.S., we do have a Skype connection just for you. Outside the U.S., it's MITD55, as in Midnight in the Desert, 55. And all you do is get Skype on your phone. When you get Skype, go to the little plus sign and add us. MITD51 North America, MITD55 worldwide. Nick, is there any suggestion that these could be time travelers? I mean, they are using old vehicles, 50s and 60s cars.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's actually one of the interesting theories that, within the UFO field, there is this sort of subculture that takes the view that what if it's time travelers, not extraterrestrials? And, there are some interesting things when it comes to that theory. One being, of course, excuse me, the obviously out-of-date clothing and the cars. They're trying to fit in, not realizing perhaps if they're from the distant future, hypothetically, of course, how quickly our fashions change. And so you imagine if that story was true, or that scenario was true, that they would have realized at least by now that they're not fitting in very well. But, there are some interesting cases. John Keel, for example, who wrote the Mothman Prophecies, as well as a lot of good books, he noted that in many 1960s era Men in Black cases, the Men in Black would ask the witnesses what the time was, and they thought, he's asking, well, is it 6:30? Is it 7:45? And Keel wondered if they were literally asking what time is it, as in what era, what year, that kind of thing. And so you do have a few strange stories like that where you could push it down, a time travel pathway. And of course, this is all dependent on whether or not time travel is actually feasible. But the whole scenario, you can actually make a case for it. That's one of the interesting things, is that why it fascinates me, because there are so many different facets and theories, in relation to the Men in Black.
Sure. All right, let's go to the phone, and overseas, you're on the air, Charles.
Hello, this is Charlie in Thailand.
Hi there.
Hey, Charlie.
This is Charlie in Thailand, the place where ordinary people believe a lot of extraordinary things as a matter of course. Very pleasant place to live for that reason. I've never seen Men in Black, but it occurs to me that if there is an alien force that wishes to try to shape human life, one of the ways to gain entry would be with simulated humans that would appear much less frightening in black suits. So maybe that would be a way to affect human behavior directly, but without causing a whole huge amount of little green men being seen.
Yeah, that's actually a good point, Charlie. If you look at, for example, sci-fi movies, typically, when an invasion occurs, it's sort of Independence Day style, with Craft in the Skies, or War of the Worlds, or The Day the Earth Stood Still. in many respects, to really have a successful invasion, perhaps the way to do it would be to really do it slowly, carefully, and subtly, to where we don't even know until it's a case of game over, and there's no need for huge 200-foot, 300-foot wide craft hovering over every city. It could actually be something that we don't realize is going on, under our very eyes, so to speak, because it is so unrecognizable to most people because they're not seeing it for what is actually happening.
I have a question for the guest. It occurs to me that the idea that everybody who sees a UFO is crazy and all of that kind of nonsense, it seems to me it's time for everyone just to say, okay, space aliens are real. Let's stop denigrating people and celebrate them for being honest. My question is, do you think the seeming increase in the number of UFO-type TV shows and movies, do you think that's an act, a conscious act of preparing human beings?
Well, I know for sure that there have been rumors over the years of sort of, government agencies subtly suggesting to filmmakers and production companies that, hey, why don't you do this? And, there are actually more than a few. We do know also, for example, in the 1950s when the CIA created the Robertson panel to look into the UFO issue, one of the things that they recommended was using the Disney Corporation to create cartoons to, inform the general public, regardless of which way they wanted to go with, informing them. But, having Disney on board to assist the government program. So that sort of thing isn't out of the question at all.
Okay. All right, let's go to Cynthia. I have no idea where you are, but welcome.
Hi, I'm in Wisconsin.
I'm sorry?
I'm in Wisconsin.
Okay. Go ahead.
Well, I find this rather interesting because a few days ago when you were talking about the aliens, I didn't make a connection, but several years ago, I had a series of dreams about aliens. And, there was one that particularly stood out in my mind where some aliens were going to take my kids, and I started, shape-shifting, all kinds of fearsome creatures, and it scared them, and they went away.
Well, that's a new one. I think that some of these experiences, Nick, occur to people when they are in or near the sleep state, and more suggestible, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, there actually are a number of sort of the weirder Men in Black cases where I actually do think there's a good chance that they can almost invade the dream state. They can literally manipulate people's dreams, and that might sound far out to a lot of people, but on the other hand, there are more than a few reports like that where somebody, goes to bed and they wake up in the middle of the night and they see this weird shadow-type person or the Hat Man in the bedroom. But it gets worse than that they actually feel that these entities can intrude upon and actually manipulate the nature of what they're actually dreaming. So in other words, you can get a strange visitation in a physical sense, but also these things could possibly visit us malevolently while we're sleeping and actually have the same effect on us, this sort of chilling threat, but it's not done physically. It's done by literally getting into your mind while you're sleeping.
Okay. Here comes a question from Heather who wants to know, is it crazy to ask if the black-eyed children just might grow up to be the Men in Black?
Well, I've heard that more than a few times, and as I said in the new book, David Weatherly, who wrote the book, The Black-Eyed Children, has done an entire paper on this very issue of the parallels. And, whether they are the child equivalents of, the Men in Black, I don't know. But, I mean, what I can say is that if they are, everything about them makes sense. As I said earlier with, the hat, the Men in Black have the black jackets and the black hats. The kids have the black hoodie with, obviously has a hat component to it as well. The skin color, the coming out late at night, needing to find a way into the home. It's almost like both of them, the Men in Black and the black-eyed children, are working to a set program. And I mean, there's also the thing, are they actually really children? This gets into sort of creepy areas. What if they're sort of biologically altered? We talk about the greys, which are sort of 3 to 4 feet tall. What if they're actually not children? We think of them as children because they're small, but what if they're actually skillfully altered extraterrestrials, that are designed to look like human children? That would be even sort of more disturbing.
Whole thing is disturbing. Matthew, you're on the air. Hello? That's a lot of noise you got there. Hello, Matthew. I guess that's all we get is noise. We'll try the phone. Hello there. You're on the air with Nick Redfern.
Hello, is this me?
That's you.
Hey, how's it going? I just wanted to ask Nick, are you aware of any cases of the Men in Black like physically assaulting anyone or anything like that?
Right. I asked that earlier, but sure.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, as far as I know, I personally don't have any cases where they've been physically assaulted, but, they sort of infer sometimes that a person might end up dead, or, they should be very, very careful about what they say to who, etc., etc. But often it's, that threat is enough to where they don't need to actually, resort to physical attacks. But I mean, look, as I said, looking at the size of them and the build of them, physically they're not really up to taking us on, and I think that's why they rely on the mind control, because that keeps them in control of the whole situation, which physically they could not do. So I think that's interesting that we don't actually really see what we might expect. We might expect Men in Black, so they're going to they're going to put turn the screws and really, they're bad for us. But physically, they don't do that. They just, they rely on sort of inference and threats and things like that.
Well, if they can control us with their minds, then the biggest linebacker is stopped cold. I mean, they don't need physical force.
No.
Okay, caller?
Yeah, thanks. Okay, have a nice day. Have a nice night.
Right, you have a nice night, too. That part of it really bothers me, that they can control our thoughts, and it sounds so eerily similar. Have you thought of sitting down with Dr. Jacobs and comparing notes, the two of you?
Well, it'd be a good idea. I mean, there's no doubt that, this is sort of an area that I won't say it's completely sort of, not unstudied. It isn't. But I mean, I think it's a matter of putting all the threads together. I mean, like with the black-eyed children angle and the Men in Black, that's sort of perfect analogy that we've got these two phenomena that in many respects are extremely similar, and yet most people treat them as different and unconnected. And I think that's the danger in a lot of the Men in Black cases, is not seeing the bigger picture. People often view these events as random one-off encounters rather than looking at the bigger picture of how many have occurred, where they've occurred, what's the nature of them, what was going on in the person's life. And I think these are all important factors that come into play. And we might see a lot more parallels between the MIB and the black-eyed children the more we look into it. And, I think this, from our perspective, the more we know, it's to our benefit. But
sure.
Whether we're going to like what we know or not, that's a completely
another
different
question.
thing.
James sends me a computer message through what we call the wormhole. He asks, believe these Men in Black are demons spreading fear for Satan. This kind of statement was inevitable, and I can't rule it out. The one that came to you was to show you, to scare you, meaning me, and to make you talk more about them so the fear spreads. Well, interesting thought. Nick?
Well, yeah, I mean, there are actually some people who do, adhere to the idea that the UFO phenomenon is demonic. I mean, one of them is a guy named Ray Boucher, who I interviewed about the Men in Black and the UFO phenomenon a few years ago. And Ray has an interesting background. He's he's an Anglican priest, and he's also a former state director of MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network. He lives in Nebraska. And Ray came around to the idea that, the phenomenon is sort of more demonic than it is extraterrestrial, or literally demonic rather than extraterrestrial. And, there are a lot of people who actually do believe that theory. I think, from my perspective, I think we're seeing a phenomenon that, it could be extraterrestrial, but it also has the ability to interact with what we might call the supernatural, even if we're not really sure what the world of the supernatural is, in terms of actually being able to control our minds. This whole issue of people invoking them, like Albert Bender did, and sort of opening portals, that has far more of a paranormal aspect to it, but maybe it's something that can be explained one day by science. And so in that sense, I think it's possible that the sort of the world of what people call demons and science may one day sort of cross paths. And, it's things like the jinn that people talk about, which is sort of like the Middle Eastern, version of our demon, not that much different. Some people like Rosemary Ellen Guiley, who's written several good books on the jinn, has pointed out that even though they're placed in a paranormal category, that you can actually also demonstrate that, they could well be distorted tales of entities that live in other realms of existence that could be explained by science. So I think, we could see sort of a merging one day of paranormal phenomena and science if we could understand how the two come together.
Well, I am not blind to the fact that, for example, when I saw what I saw, which I call a shadow person, I don't know what it was. Mm-hmm. I was doing research for this program. Somebody reminded me of that. That's what I was doing at that moment, research for this program, which means I was thinking about things of this sort. And I just wonder if I didn't invite whatever it was on in.
Well, you may have well done. I mean, people get quite disturbed when I've actually pointed this out to people a lot of times. It's, to paraphrase actually from the movie version of John Keel's The Mothman Prophecies, there's a character in there that's based on Keel. His name's Alexander Leake, and Leake is Keel backwards. And he actually, and I'm quoting him exactly here, somebody asks him, one of the characters asks him, what's going on? And he said, well, when you noticed these things, they noticed that you noticed them. And that sort of gets to the heart of it, the idea that when we think about these things, it's as if they know we're thinking about them, and then they start taking an interest in manipulating us. And I have so many cases like that where it's almost as if we create reality as we go along, in the sense that when we think about these things, it starts to happen to us. And,
yes, thinking about it, I was doing research on the paranormal. And maybe that's like an invitation to come through the door. I don't know. Outside the country, Magus, is it?
Yes.
Hi.
Hello.
Where are you?
In Romania.
Romania, okay.
I was just wondering, I know that a lot of people think about the Men in Black as the cigarette-smoking man from the X-Files. The guys behind all the conspiracies.
Yes.
That. But is it possible that they're the Mulder and Scully part of the show? The guys that just investigate things that the government doesn't want to make official.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, I mean, as I said, I think most of the Men in Black reports are have really weird origins, but there is a small percentage where I think not necessarily the government, but maybe some sort of shadow agency has used the mystery of these really weird Men in Black to cover their own tracks. And so, in other words, some of these agency personnel may well have mimicked the legends, that have been associated with the weirder ones. So in that sense, there could be real government MIB, but actually based on the weirder ones.
All right, we've got a break here, Magus. Thank you very much for the call. And Nick, stand by. We'll be right back. This is Midnight in the Desert.
And I will never be set free as long as I'm a ghost you can't see.
Want to take a ride? From the high desert and the great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
If You Could Read My Mind, such a romantic song, really, right? But really, if you could read my mind, I wouldn't like it at all. And, you know, that's what we're talking about here. Things or beings or part humans that can read our minds or control our minds. And the possibility of an actual invasion. There's no getting away from it. If you heard what Dr. Jacob said, and you're listening carefully to what Nick said, you can mix and match, and frankly, you can come up with something pretty serious. Peter, you're on the air with my guest. Welcome.
G'day, Art, and g'day, Nick. Can you hear me well?
I hear you just fine.
Yep. Okay, I just want to put my 2 cents in about what the Men in Black might be. And I'm thinking, I don't know whether this is true or not, but it's just a speculation. What I think it might be is that when we get tired, our brain runs low on something that's called neurotransmitters, which is something that enables us to actually think. And I think it's the body generates a apparition of some sort, whether it be a Men in Black or dark-eyed children, in order to scare us. And so what the scaring does is enables adrenaline to be released, which also is a neurotransmitter. And so the brain can continue to function. So the whole idea of them not wanting us to talk about UFOs doesn't seem to work anyway. But something that's in common with all the cases is the fear factor. So that's it. That's the idea.
No, that's actually interesting. I mean, there are some cases where, you know, I don't honestly personally think it's all totally internal, but, you know, I do think when you talk about, the brain can create this and create that. I don't dispute that. I think sort of some cases of sleep paralysis can definitely fall into that category. But I do wonder if, like with the Men in Black, some of the Men in Black cases, and granted, you know, this requires like a bit of a leap of faith, if something external can actually invade the dream state. Now, of course, you know, that requires us to try and find evidence for that. But I do believe, you know, that the human mind, you know, can do weird things. You know, there's no doubt about that. I mean, but I do sometimes wonder if even in the dream state, if something can be present and manipulate it, you know.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure, but...
Yeah, no, but it's good we have that debate, you know, to look at it from both angles. I mean, we need that because we're dealing with sort of definitive unknowns. So we need, you know, the down-to-earth approach, and we need the other angle to try and bounce them off each other to see where it all leads, you know. So that's actually good.
Yeah, well, I've had a few paranormal experiences, but some of these things, one of the things I've noticed is that the distinct lack of detail in the entities, if you like, and also the fact that they don't seem to hang around too long, which sort of seems to be they're limited by something. And it could be if they're generated by the brain, maybe all the brain can do is to generate this illusion.
Well, you know, we don't think we don't think they hang around long, but if they have control of our minds, I'm not sure we know.
Oh, I see. Yes. Yeah, we really don't have a good idea of time, do we? If they've got control of our minds.
Right. It's kind of like waking up and looking at the clock. You know, then you know what time it is, right? Otherwise, it could have been 5 minutes ago.
Okay. Yep. I understand.
All right. Where are you?
In Australia.
In Australia. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
I rang up the other day about the disappearing watch off me son's wrist.
Yes.
Peter from Bendigo.
All right, Peter. Thank you, and take care.
Peter.
Let's go to the phone. Foley, Alabama, I suspect. Hello.
Yeah, well, I'm actually calling from the Gulf Coast here in Gulf Shores, Alabama. My name is Rex. Hi, Art, Nick.
Hi.
And I remember back in the early 70s reading The Silencers by John Keel, and in one of the cases he was talking about, in Western Virginia in 1942, an object had gone down in the woods to the north, and the sheriff got together with a reporter and a posse, and they went out through all of this long hiking, and they found a clearing, a large clearing, and in the clearing was what appeared to be like the fuselage of an aircraft of that time without any wings, tail, propeller, no windows, anything like that. And standing near the wreckage of this object were 5 human-type people, and 2 of them were dressed in some kind of jumpsuit, maybe the pilots or whatever, but the other 3 were dressed in business suit-type apparel. And he went on to talk about how that, their shoes of these people were like always brand new, like they had just left the haberdashers, and their clothes seemed to not fit quite right, and they were awkward. One of them was offered a cigar, he tried to eat it. And then the Jell-O incident, the guy tried to drink it, and this is way back in the 70s, okay, when I read this book, and I was very interested in it. And I wonder if you recollect these encounters. There was a couple of other incidents on a mountain where they had arranged to meet with this guy that was researching UFOs and had some incriminating photographs or something like that, and they wanted to meet with him up on this hill or mountain or whatever, and it was a winding road, and they seemed to drive vehicles that seemed to be the make and model of several different type of older vehicles like you were describing. And when they got up on the road, they noticed one of those vehicles like that with 2 figures, silhouettes in the front, and they kept winding around, and then it came to a dead end, and the vehicle had just mysteriously vanished. And so he thought he was being, the victim of, they were trying to intimidate him or something like that. But it's a very real thing going way back to the 40s. And that's...
No, you're right. And, Keel chronicled like a lot of those Men in Black reports, and he was sort of astute enough to realize that it wasn't just a modern-day phenomenon. He sort of looked back into history and folklore and found a lot of, centuries-old stories that pushed the barriers back even further, where he felt that, like I said, with some of the old vampire stories and legends, he felt could have been born out of things like Men in Black encounters 300-400 years ago. But I actually have a few, not so much in direct connection with Men in Black reports, but I've got a few stories of people claiming to have seen like people in business suits coming out of UFOs, and very strange stories. But again, we're sort of seeing the developments of a pattern, and Keel recognised that, and he recognised it was sort of an age-old phenomenon. He didn't feel it was brand new, but it's interesting that. We're sort of seeing these parallels and pushing the barriers back as to when the Men in Black really sort of began, so to speak.
All right, Nick, here's another computer message through the wormhole. Ralph asks, are all Men in Black, or have there been any women? That might explain the black-eyed children.
Well, funnily enough, believe it or not, early next year I've got a new book coming out called Women in Black, and it's actually like a full-length study of the women in black. That the book's sort of pretty much all finished now. I've got about another 10,000 words to do, and that's it. But I've actually got an incredible amount of reports of women in black, and they're actually not as exciting as they sound like they should be, in the sense that they actually come across just like the Men in Black. They're very pale, typically wear like a woman's black business suit, very emotionless. Again, they have this really tight skin, looks like as if they've just, again, overdone it with Botox. But they also, they turn up in UFO incidents. And what's interesting is that whereas the Men in Black, just present themselves as they are, very often the women in black present themselves as, for example, census takers, or, they're doing a survey in the area and can they come in and ask a few questions. So in other words, the women in black, one of the big differences, they often have a cover story. And but they're very much like the Men in Black, where their voices sometimes sound stilted. There have been a lot of reports of women in black where they look quite like, the aliens, like the Greys, and they've been seen wearing like long wigs, like a woman's wig, sort of down to her shoulders and beyond, and against sunglasses and sometimes a beret or something like that on their head. So they're clearly trying to camouflage themselves. But the Women in Black mystery is sort of really underappreciated one, and that's why I wanted to do this book, because there are so many fascinating stories that fall into that category.
All right, let's go to the phone. Hi, you're on the air. Hello?
Me?
It's you?
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, this is Ken from New Hampshire.
Yes, sir.
My question is for Nick.
Hey, Ken.
What's the most what?
He just said hi.
Yeah, hi. What is the most common thing that will draw the Men in Black to a person? Is it more of something they saw, or a specific sensitive topic they don't like you talking about to multiple people? Is there one thing that sticks out more than anything else?
Well, for the most part, when it comes to these weirder Men in Black, it's when they've had an encounter, that like an abduction or a contact case, or they've been in the wrong place at the wrong time and they've seen a UFO land. Those are the ones who seem to get visited more, by the weirder Men in Black. But I do have more than a few reports where guys in black suits, which I think are actually sort of government people, have visited the homes of people when perhaps they've been hiking in the desert or something like that, and they've come across, a fence that says "keep out," that sort of thing, or they may have seen something like a classified aircraft being test flown, and they've been visited, but it's clearly by a different sort of, category of MIB. As I said, most of them are the weirder types, and the people who typically get those visits are when they've had a UFO encounter that's a fairly significant one. But there are some reports which I think are more down to earth, not as many, and it's just somebody from an agency coming along and saying, hey, about that thing you saw in the sky, don't talk about it. But there are also kind of crossovers between some of these stories as well.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you very much. And let's go to, I'm not sure who. Whoever's next, you're on.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, nice to have you back on the air, Art.
Thank you.
I just read one of Nick's books last week about the Men in Black. As a matter of fact, I tried to call him when David was on because, since I was a kid, I've experienced a full spectrum of like UFO and paranormal stuff that's led me to do my own personal research over the years. But something you said earlier about maybe they appear as friends, family, that sort of thing. I started having these experiences back in the late 80s, early 90s. It actually led me to learn to lucid dream because I was having waking experiences with like shadow people and like in the blackness. I know you hear some people say they hear whispering and murmuring and voices they can't quite make out, things of that nature. But I started dreaming about these hooded cowled beings, and it was not like a normal dream. It's almost like a battle of wills. And it led me to personally believe that, the vampire parallels are there. And a lot of times would appear as family or friends, and it was like the black-eyed children, where they would try to get you to let them in or let them close to you. Mm-hmm. It's almost like there's a hypnotic suggestion there, and if you didn't succumb to it, if for some reason it didn't work, they became belligerent, angry, the facade would start to slip, and they would start to change, and their eyes would turn black, and it was almost like their teeth became pointed and fang-looking, and they got more gaunt and violent-looking. And this led me to start doing some research, friends, family. I found out some of them have been seeing the same things, drawing the same things, even seeing things in waking hours. And it kind of culminated in a waking experience with my brother where we were out one night past dark. We were standing under a street light, just kind of hanging out. We hadn't gone inside yet. And I heard boot steps coming down the sidewalk. And this man comes out from under this tree. And I knew there was a friend down the road that was having a party. I thought at first maybe it was somebody coming from that. And as he got closer, he started coming across the lot towards us. And I started to get frightened at this point, and I didn't know why. It didn't really make any sense. And, you know, I'd done my own research. I'd went out looking for things before. There wasn't a lot that really scared me in that regard. But as he got closer, it got worse. And I couldn't really understand what it was at first. It didn't really register. And as he walked under the streetlight towards us, it finally hit me that even though he was under the light, you couldn't see his face. It was covered in shadow. You couldn't see any of his face. And he started running towards us, and I just gave in to complete fear at that point, and I pushed my brother, and I told him to run, and he chased us a full block, and, of course, he runs in, he slams the door in my face. I had to try to get the door open, and as I looked back, he was reaching for my shoulder, and I got the door open, I slammed it behind me, and I turned and looked through the blinds, and there was nothing there. And I went back outside. We lived on a corner of a main highway and crossroad. I looked all around. There was nobody to be seen anywhere. And to this day, that was probably one of the most frightening experiences I've ever had. And then shortly thereafter, in the late 90s, you started seeing these stories of the black-eyed kids, you know, coming out on the Internet and people seeing them in waking hours. And I wondered if Nick had ever run across any sort of similar reports to that.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, experiences where, you know, you have experiences in the real world, and then you start having dreams and you feel, you know, that there's something invaded the dream, and they're trying to, you know, sort of pull the wool over your eyes, so to speak. I've got a lot of stories like that. You know, that these phenomena, whatever they are, I don't think they're just able to manifest physically. I literally do think they can sort of get into the dream state. And what gets, you know, dangerous for us is that they can sort of take on the guise of various different things, you know, and if we fall for it, then, you know, it just gets worse, and the camouflage that they're using becomes more and more sort of acceptable to us. But, I mean, it's interesting that you talk about, you know, that you managed to just get back as he put his arm out to grab you, and, you know, he shut the door. Well, that kind of, you know, is sort of symbolic in terms of when the men in black wait to be invited in. You know, you slam the door and it was gone. In other words, you'd taken away its power. It needed you to allow it to enter through the door. And when you broke free of the spell, so to speak, and slammed the door in its face, you essentially took its control away. Right, or you took away the fear, because, you know, you became the one controlling the situation. And, you know, I think that's their vulnerability, is when they realize that their ruse has been rumbled, so to speak. You know, that's the important thing to try and do, is to, if you're suspicious of what they are, or what they seem to be, try and focus and look through them and see, you know, if there is a ruse, if there's something else going on. And that often is something that makes them back away, because, you know, without that image that they use to project as strength, you know, they've got nothing other than that. And if you see through it physically, they're not able to really, you know, they're no match for us.
Apparently. Marion, somewhere in the world, where are you?
Bucharest, Romania. Sorry for my voice.
That's all right. Did you? That was not you earlier. You're a different Romanian caller. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Okay, darn. Two Romanian calls in one night. That's a record. Go ahead, sir.
We are very passionate about paranormal and this stuff. So
yes.
I guess that's the reason. The thing is, I was just considering this so-called invasion as not necessarily being a bad thing. I mean, look at this perspective.
Yes.
Along the history, since ancient times, there's been lots of invasions which have formed new nations. What we are today is a result of countless invasions along the history. So,
but Marion, it depends on their intentions. If their intentions are good, well, maybe. I still don't like losing control of my own mind, but maybe. I admit we're a mess. You're suggesting their intentions are good.
Could be. We have no way of knowing that, but there may be a next evolutionary step in our development.
Nick, any comment on that?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's always, we need to be very, very careful when, some other force or country or whatever promises, we're going to do this and we'll help you with this, etc., etc. It's very often usually a self-serving approach, even if we don't necessarily see it. And I'm always suspicious of entities like these that don't openly show themselves but sort of work in the shadows and sort of worm their way into society. And, and I think infiltration is a good term to use. And I think when we use that term, infiltration, I find it difficult to see there's sort of anything positive about an infiltration. To me, it smacks of, like I said, a self-serving agenda, which, involves us, but certainly not from, I don't think it's from the perspective of benefiting us.
I do agree, Nick. Marion, do you have any evidence to suggest it's positive?
I don't think that we'll be welcoming them if they come at our doorstep and say, I'm willing to take over and share my mental activities with your own. I don't think we gotta say we will say yes, you're welcome, come in. No, we won't do that. We are a warlike race.
Well, Marion, unless they have control of your mind, and then you'll say, come on in. Thank you very much for the call. Let's go to Roseburg, Oregon. Hello.
Hey, how you guys doing tonight?
Very well, thank you.
Hi.
Hey, I was always wondering if there's any kind of report of Men in Black being contacted by law enforcement or anything, or what would happen there.
Oh, good question.
Yeah, that is a good question. There's actually kind of an answer. Through the Freedom of Information Act, both the FBI and the Air Force have released files showing that back in the 50s and 60s, both the Air Force and the FBI received reports of MIB from members of the U.S. public, and people were writing letters to J. Edgar Hoover and the Air Force saying, I've been visited by this guy and threatened me and I want some action taken. And the FBI and the Air Force both looked into this to a degree for a while together. And you can actually read the memos where, people saying, well, is this the government? And then you've got the FBI and the Air Force saying to each other, who on earth are the Men in Black? We need to try and find out. So in other words, what this tells us is that law enforcement clearly in the 50s and 60s knew about the MIB phenomenon because the files have surfaced through the Freedom of Information Act. But the big irony is when so many people in ufology were thinking the Men in Black were from the government internally was saying, well, who are they? So it's like the exact opposite thing we would expect. We would think they would have the answers or it was them. But that's not the case at all. They were actually more baffled. Law enforcement was more baffled by the entire MIB phenomenon in the 50s and 60s than the UFO research community was. They were, because they didn't really necessarily understand the complexities of how it sort of tumbled over into UFOs and the paranormal. They were just looking for guys who were using fake identities to get into people's homes, to commit a criminal act or whatever.
Caller?
Well, nowadays, with like all this, identification theft and stuff, I was thinking that there would be some kind of protocol for, law enforcement contacting people like that, contacting entities like that,
Okay.
Well, that's actually interesting what you bring up. I mean, if there was a way to figure it out, if we could somehow, access databases, if the relevant agencies release files, we might actually see far more reports that fall into the, the MIB category than we realize. You might get a report where somebody contacted their local police department, said this weird, creepy guy came round, but then the police visited them, and the police said, well, he didn't steal anything, there's no proof he's been, and they just close the case down. If we had access to those, we might find, well, that sounds just like a Man in Black, but the police, dismissed it because there was no evidence and the case didn't go any further,
Wow. Okay. Let's see. I think we can get one in. You're on the air with Nick. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Dean.
Hi, Gene.
Hi, Nick. I'm a very tangible person, and Art, thank you for having this show. This is one of the more interesting ones. Nick, I didn't meet you, but I saw you this end of May down in the desert, and was there for 3 days. And I liked you on the panel. What I wanted you to address was two things here. I'm a pretty tangible person. I've been interested in UFO phenomenon, and not as much as paranormal, but as a nuts and bolts, a physical reality. And the last 4 or 5 years, especially when Art came back on the air on satellite, and then with some of the programs that are coming out now on digital, I've gotten much more involved. And I guess with the Men in Black, what I'm curious about, I have not myself seen a UFO that I know of or seen anything strange, but I lived through people like you and people that I met at the Contact who I believe, Travis Walton and such, that really these things have happened to them on a physical level. My question is, now that I'm running my mouth so much, the last couple of years, listening to programs, talking to people about it, I've had people approach me with their experiences, people that, like even at work, that you would never think would talk about it, but because I breach the fact that I listen to Art Bell and other programs, they open up to me. So my question is, two things about how you have been over 30 years, if you've ever been threatened and all that, and you've talked to some of that. But I wanted to, more specifically, the second part, wonder if you think that the government or law and agency, at least here in the United States, is trying to work in cahoots with this, because since I've been involved with all this stuff, I received strange phone calls for marketing late at night when you don't usually get them. I've also received a survey from the government in the mail recently that kept bugging me about, it's part of the census, you got to fill it out, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm wondering if that's a way to harass people like me that run their mouth and talk to people everywhere I go,
Well, that's a good question, because I actually have got a lot of accounts from people who have been sort of threatened, and this whole, like I mentioned earlier, like the women in black turning up claiming to be census takers and that kind of thing. When the sort of what seems to be a government component to some of these cases, my personal view is where I differ to a lot of UFO researchers, I actually don't think the Air Force or the government or whoever are the bad guys in this at all. What I actually think is that the real deep and dark secrets that are hidden by some agency of officialdom, I actually think we're dealing with sort of these so-called black budget agencies or rogue agencies that operate outside of, the confines of official government, that Congress isn't even aware of them. They get their budgets through, alternative means. So in other words, it's like a secret government within the real government. And I think that this really weird stuff that goes on, I think is done, by some sort of, like a shadow agency, rather than by, like I said, the government itself.
And I kind of think that if marketing calls are part of the overall strategy, then I'm absolutely doomed, because I just get them all the time. Marketing this, marketing that. So I'm not sure that would be an indicator of anything, except that your phone number is on a bunch of lists. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell with Midnight in the Desert.
Doing alright, a little driving on a Saturday night. Come up, man. Those things will go, you leave the world behind. You're digging for gold, you're throwing away a fortune and feeling someday you'll pay.
From the Kingdom of Nye in the high desert, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please ring Art Bell at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
Well, all right. Welcome back, everybody. Nick Redfern is here, and we're talking about MIBs, Men in Black. A lot of what he said resonates back to what Dr. Jacobs said the other night. It really is kind of eerie, frankly. I want to do something just for fun. I have more phone lines than you even know I have. For example, I think I'm going to open up a first-time caller line right now, just for fun. Here it is. You ready? If you're a first-time caller to the show, call me at area code 775-285-5800. Pretty cool, huh? Didn't even know I had it. Once again, first-time callers only at area code 775-285-5800. The reason I'm doing that is because, number one, you didn't know I had another line, which I do. And number two, I found that it's really kind of nice to give people who have never called the show a way to do so. And while generally having one public line is, just fine, because they roll over, so I have many, many lines at that one number, it's very difficult for a first-time caller to get through. So there's a number. You've got it. And you might write it down, so if one day you decide to be a first-time caller, you can be. Area code 775-285-5800. Nick, welcome back.
Thanks, Art.
We already have an apparent first-time caller. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
This is weird tonight, mate.
Is it now?
Oh, yeah. It's quite different.
Where are you calling from, sir?
Australia.
Okay. Anyway, you're on the air with Nick.
Okay, Nick.
Hi.
You have a lot of stories you're telling, but I'm just curious. Are these men in black? I mean, the reports you get, are they really real? What do they wear? What do they look like? There must be more to these stories with what they have, where they come from.
All right. Well, I've had, thank you very much for the call, very similar questions coming through on the computer, Nick, that, these are just stories that you've heard. You're not relating first-person stuff, and they're just stories. What do you say?
Well, no. I mean, like for the new book, there's like 30 chapters. Everybody apart from 2 cases is named under their real names with their websites or Facebook pages listed.
Are people reluctant to allow that?
No, with the new book, I think there are only 2 people who didn't want their names used. Other than that, I never use anonymous sources unless, the person specifically asks for it. But,
gotcha.
For people to say that they're just stories, they're not, because, anybody can pick up the new book and see, for example, like I mentioned Claudia Cunningham, the woman who had the telephone interference. Everybody's named. And as I said, in some cases, they even allow me to use their websites and blogs, so they're not anonymous people or anything like that. I never do that.
Okay, all right, I understand. I'm just telling you that people do.
Oh no, I understand that. I mean, I understand people's concerns. That I always try and get people to speak on the record, and I think that's an important thing. I think sometimes the problem we have with the Men in Black mystery is people are so frightened by these experiences that can make them reluctant to speak out publicly. And I do totally understand that, but I always try, where possible, to encourage people to go public if they want, and if they don't, obviously, I don't push them. That's, I'm not in the business of forcing people
Understood.
at all.
All right, understood. Look, a first-time caller line again. You're on the air with Nick Redfern. Hi. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Yes, hello.
Yeah, your episode with Jim Keith from the 90s.
Yes.
That's one of my favorite Coast to Coast, and he talked about the Men in Black. Do you think the Men in Black had something to do with him passing away?
How can I answer that? I don't know.
Well,
that's the very best I can do. I'm sorry. I don't know.
All right. Well, thanks a lot.
You're very welcome, and take care. No way I can know that. You're on the air with Nick Redfern. Hi.
Hi, guys. Great show.
Thank you.
I just was curious, if these things have to have permission to, or seemingly have to have permission to access our homes, why is it that they do not need to have permission to access our minds?
Yeah, good question.
No, it's a good question. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I don't honestly know the answer to that question, because you would imagine that, if they take control of the person's mind when they're in the house, why are they not able to do it when they're at the front door?
That's right.
Why is it they have to have that invite? I wish I could offer an answer because, it doesn't make sense. I mean, I'll be the first to admit that. You'd imagine if they have that mind power, they could use it anywhere, when you're in the car, when you're in bed, watching TV, or, cutting the grass outside. But that is what people say. What's kind of weird, I probably didn't go into that sort of too deeply, but what usually happens is that when the person opens the door, the men in black don't even say, "Can we come in?" It's like they patiently stand there, and then the person feels compelled to invite them in. One of the things I do wonder is if possibly the mind control is somehow derived from eye contact. Now, that's to say that the reason they're not able to force the person to open the door from the outside, while they're outside, I should say, is because to a degree at least they need to make eye contact with the person, and then when the door's opened, then they feel the person, that they have the ability then to sort of take over the person's mind. They're not able to do it from outside the door, so to speak.
Okay. All right, caller?
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Right, you're very welcome. Again, to the first-time caller line, this time Anchorage, Alaska, I think. Hello?
It is. Is this Art Bell?
It is.
Art, what a pleasure. I've been listening to you for years, and you've always been the king of late-night talk radio and new venues of the mind, and I am truly honored. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
I'll pose the question. I was in Cheyenne Mountain, the NORAD Air Defense Command, probably in the early 80s.
Really?
The magnitude of sophisticated technology beyond most people's comprehension that I saw at that time. And what truly fascinates me is how we can see these observations that seem to be increasing every day around the world, and yet not have the discussion with our government. I am staggered by the sense of denial and disconnection, and perhaps you can, and by the way, one more thing, if I might, and I'll be off here, you need to contact Andrea Rossi. We think he may have discovered some low-energy nuclear reaction that's going to breach sometime around March of this coming year. But look, I'll get off of here. This is my Art. I've been listening to you for, God, I don't know how long. Thank you so much for what you've done. So,
you're very welcome, and take care. Gee, looks like the first-time caller line may be working out. That's amazing. All right, let's go to Skype and Flippy. Hi. Hello. Hello.
Yes, can you hear me? Okay.
I hear you. Yes. Turn your device off, please.
It's off.
He just hung up. Sorry to hear that. Silverdale, I think it is, Washington.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Art.
Yes.
Hi. I'm so glad to talk to you. I talked to you years ago, and I love your program. It's so happy it's back. I wanted to ask two things. I wanted to ask if there's a reference or any reports of how dogs, particularly, or cats act to these. And also, years ago, I heard something about how Howard Hughes, that he became terrified of something like this, and it caused him to become such a recluse.
Yeah, actually, that's an interesting question. I'm not personally aware of any responses from cats, but I do know that dogs have responded either with sort of terror or quite violently towards Men in Black. There was a couple of cases where, they sort of very aggressively barked as if the dogs were sort of not under the control of the Men in Black when the door was opened. And there are other cases, and there's also a famous black-eyed children case where the dogs acted in a very frightened fashion, and just when the door was open and they saw them, they just charged under the bed, and just wouldn't come out. So animals definitely have a reaction to the Men in Black. There's no doubt about that at all, and to the black-eyed children. Now, what was the other part of the question?
Howard Hughes. I had heard years ago that Howard Hughes became a recluse because of confrontations with what he thought was aliens, and possibly I was wondering if you'd heard anything like this.
I haven't actually heard that one, but what I can tell you is that Howard Hughes was good friends with one of the early famous contactees of the 1950s, a man named George Van Tassel, and he built something called the Integratron out at Landers, California, which is Yeah. Well, actually, Van Tassel and Howard Hughes were good friends, and so he clearly was fully aware of the UFO phenomenon. But I hadn't personally heard that, that thing that made him become reclusive, though.
Oh, thank you so much.
All right. Well, thank you for the call, and take care. Let's go to Manitoba. Hello.
Hi, Art. Can you hear me okay?
I do.
Good. This is Sharon calling from Brandon, Manitoba.
Yes.
And I am calling. By the way, this is, I think, a very important show, very good show.
Thank you.
And I was in agreement with you when you said this was kind of eerily similar to Dr. Jacobs' account.
So close, yes.
So close. And I agree. It's insidious. It's sneaky. It's cowardly. And I'm thinking, for whatever entities they are to behave like this, there must be a weakness.
Sharon, I also think very successful. Aside from the fact that we might be onto it, it's just the most successful way I can even imagine to take something over slowly but surely and do so with minimal violence or anything else. It just works.
Yes, and I will also say that Nick gives me hope, and this is what made me very curious, and this is what was kind of gnawing at me when Dr. Jacobs was on your show, was there must be a way to beat this thing, because I know that when I'm afraid or if I'm fearful, at times I will get angry. Now, stupidly, I may get angry, but do these people who were able to shake out of this, Nick, of this mind control or whatever it is they have, and the human spirit or a human being can break it, what causes them to break this? Because obviously these entities are not infallible, they're not omnipotent, there is a weakness to them.
Yes.
Now, that's actually a good question. For the most part, when people have actually been able to break out of this sort of mind-controlled or mind-manipulated state they're in, it's generally due to like a surge of anger and fear combined, that sort of, that whole scenario of fight or flight, do you run or do you stand and fight? And it is very often the case that the person is so terrified. Very often people are terrified and they fall into this state where they're completely controlled. But when it's terror mixed with anger that, something has forced its way into their home and they're fearful for their family and they get angry, et cetera, then it's like the anger can break the spell. Or it may just be it's like a high state of emotion that sort of creates a glitch. That's a possibility as well. It may not just be due to anger. It could just be that they want us in a really calm state, so we're non-threatening, and anything that's sort of suddenly different, threatening or anger or, et cetera, that may be sort of the glitch that they're unable to control, perhaps.
All right. Well, we're getting woefully short on time. So thank you for your call, hon. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Art.
Right. Take care. Again, to the first-time caller line. How about that? You're on the air.
Good evening.
Good evening. Where are you?
I'm in Bloomington, Illinois.
Okay. Well, welcome. Nick Redfern's right here.
An honor to talk to you guys. I was wondering, have children had any contact with the Men in Black, and what was the response to that?
Yeah, there actually are a few cases like that. Most of the ones that I've got where children have been involved, it's involved sort of more of the shadow people type ones. This one known as the Hat Man, which looks like a shadowy silhouette but wearing an old star fedora. And I've got probably... I would say somewhere in the region of 20 cases from adults, but who had experiences with that type of, like the silhouetted MIB, when they were children, sort of back in the 50s and 60s. I've got a few cases from, people like in their late teens and 20s who had experiences like this when they were 5 or 6. But they weren't sort of with, the case they were, at home on their own when the parents are out or something, they knocked on the door. It was always, it's sort of like the weird dream-like state where the Hat Man shadow person sort of manifested in the bedroom. So all the children ones, the ones I've got at least, fall into that category.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, and thank you for the first-time call, too. Take care. And very quickly, Bob on Skype, you've got about a minute.
All right. I very much enjoyed the Dr. David Jacobs show. Anybody who perpetuates the black-eyed children is purely an urban myth, and anybody who perpetuates that is losing credibility.
Why do you think? Well, why do you?
Night.
Yeah. Good night. You hear that?
Yeah, well, I mean, the reason, I wouldn't say it's a case of perpetuating it. What it is, it's a case of the fact that people speaking on the record come to us and tell us their experiences.
Right.
So we investigate them, and then we share them because that's the right thing to do if they're happy about doing it. So nobody's perpetuating anything for the sake of it. You know, people wouldn't be writing about the black-eyed children if the word witness is out there.
And there are. I've heard them, Nick. I've heard the people call in and talk about them. So I know it is so. I've had emails about them. People see these things. So that part of it is not a myth. Now, maybe people are somehow perpetuating something. I don't know. But shadow people and all the rest of it, this is real stuff. It really is happening.
It is really weird, genuine stuff that's very serious, very sinister, and there's some sort of agenda going on which we need to resolve quickly.
Nick, all my lines are full. I've got to go. I'm sorry. I wish I could take more calls for you. What would you recommend to people? Your book, your website? What do you want to do?
Well, if people are interested, my new book, which has just come out last week, called Men in Black, and if people can find me at my blog, which is Nick Redfern's World of Whatever, if they type that in, they'll find the blog quite easily.
Nick Redfern's World of Whatever?
Correct, and the new book's called Men in Black.
All right. Nick, thank you for being here. I'm sure we'll do it again sometime. Take care, my friend.
Thanks a lot, Art.
Yes,
see you later.
Good night. He's qualified to talk about so many things that I'm sure we will do it again. I'm Art Bell. I want to warn you, tomorrow night we're going to be talking about something really serious and unfortunately increasingly possible, and that is global thermonuclear warfare. So be warned, that's a rough topic. But that's, some of what we do here from the high desert.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, across the entire world, all its time zones. Welcome to Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell, and this is going to be quite a program tonight. Just 2 rules for the program: no bad language, and only 1 call per show if you're able to get through. I would like to welcome KAWL program tonight. Just 2 rules for the program: no bad language, and only 1 call per show if you're able to get through. I would like to welcome KAWL Radio, 1370 AM in York, Nebraska. Welcome aboard, you guys. Any of you get hold of your local station, and I've got a little thing up on my Facebook page now telling them, or on artbell.com, how they can get hold of us to carry the program. Let's see. I do have a normal list of people to thank. Telos, of course, for the great sound. Thank you very much. Keith Rowland, my webmaster. My current producer, Heather Wade. And I do want to thank Dr. J. He's Dr. J Radio Live, and he's on Tuesday and Thursday between 7 and 9 p.m. Or www.drjradiolive.com. You might take a listen on just before me. Now, let me see. The BellGab website. People love Art Bell. MID, that's Midnight in Desert, I guess, chat site. Stream Guys, LV.net, and Peter Aberhart, our sales guy up in Alaska. Now, do I have everything done that I was supposed to do? I think so. Very quickly then, on artbell.com, there was a ghost photograph yesterday or the day before. No, it was the day before. And today, the people at anomalous.com said they didn't like it. They thought it was fake. And they put one up of their own that they think is real. So I've got that one up. Take a look.
see what you think of their picture, the one they think is real. A community center in Norwich is reported to be haunted, as are most buildings in England. But this time, says Anomalous.com, looks as if the Norfolk Paranormal has managed to snap photographic evidence of one of the ghostly residents. There are several reasons we think the photo's the real deal, including the fact that the paranormal activity was witnessed by more than one person. In an area the photo was taken, most notably the location is remaining mostly a secret. I don't know how that helps it, with the owners swearing the investigators to secrecy. Well, maybe. This particular ghost isn't being used to drum up publicity. Okay, well, I'll go along with that. That unusual fact alone is almost impressive as the photo itself. See if you can pick out the ghost. We've got it at artbell.com right now. So, all right, here we go. What we're going to talk about tonight is whether or not the Earth is flat. Here comes somebody we're going to call John, and John prefers to remain anonymous. He believes the Earth is flat. He has several business clients who might not be ready to have a ball Earth skeptic as a strategic consultant. John is in no way ashamed to be a ball Earth skeptic. However, being a ball Earth skeptic does not pay the bills, says he. His business clients do, and he hopes the listeners can accept this. I can. Other people in the world would only have a glimpse of who John is based on his videos, posts, and interviews. He says, my statements speak for themselves. We'll see about that. And you get a full view of my take on the flat Earth / infinite plane models on my YouTube channel, The Morgile. That's The Morgile, Morgile. So, he is to be met by somebody operating way, I think, below his pay grade, but we're very honored to have him here tonight. He is a professor, actually. All right? Dr. Josh Grindlay. Now, listen to a little bit of this if you don't think he's going to be operating below pay grade. Research interests. Compact objects and binaries in globular clusters, and the origin and evolution of compact X-ray binaries. Good Lord, accretion into white dwarfs, neutron stars, and black holes. Development of a balloon-borne hard X-ray imaging telescope, and future space missions for hard X-ray observations of X-ray binaries and quasars. Good Lord. He's published over 500 papers. He definitely thinks the Earth is round, by the way. Well, or oval, whatever, but not flat. National service, numerous advisory committees for NASA, NRC, and NSF. Chair of Division of High Energy Astrophysics. Holy moly. American Astronomical Society, Division of Astrophysics, American Physical Society, honors, a fellow American P. Sloan Foundation, fellow American Physical Society, fellow American Association for Advancement of Science, fellow Guggenheim Foundation, and so forth. So he's a big heavyweight. So I want to welcome both of these gentlemen and hope they're there. John, are you here?
I am here.
Good.
Can you
all
hear
right.
me?
All right. Yeah, I hear you. And Dr. Grindlay.
I'm here too.
Excellent. Okay. I hear a little bit of hum or something. So somebody is turning something off or changing something. Don't do that. Leave it on. All right. So, John, look, you gave us so many points that you're going to have to work with me, John, and we're going to have to sort of take these one at a time. I've got them boiled down a little bit. So can we do that? Take them one at a time? Why you think the Earth is flat?
Sure. Yeah, if that's the way that you want to do it, we can do it however you want to.
Well,
it's your show, and
right.
First I want to say I'm a big fan, long-time listener, love your stuff.
Thank you. All right. So let us do that then, in the interest of time, because the doctor can only be with us. He's on the East Coast. We've got him at best a couple of hours. So, if you both will hold on, what we'll do is we'll get our break out of the way, and then we'll come back and we'll dive directly into this sort of point by point, if that'd be all right, John. That's kind of the way I want to do it, if you're in agreement.
Sure.
Okay, good. Hold it right there.
This should be interesting. And again, Dr. Grinley, I really thank you for being here way below your pay grade to address this, in my opinion. But you may get a pretty good argument. This is Midnight.
The heart of the city streets are beating. Right from the neon, turn the dark to day. Too hot to...
Let me say it, let me go and no go. Let me reach, let me beach, the shores of Tripoli. Let me say it, let me wash upon your shoulder. Let me reach, let me beach, all along the yellow sea.
The clock strikes 12, and Midnight in the Desert is pounding packets your way on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, please direct your finger digits to dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call ART.
All right, here we go. Is the Earth flat? That's what it's all about. John is here, along with Dr. Josh Grinley. Again, I maintain operating way below his pay grade, but that's okay. We'll proceed with this and kind of go point by point. So, John, if you're there, I'm going to skip the first two and go directly to, we have a gazillion pictures of Earth from space. Or we should have, I guess. Why don't we have a gazillion pictures of Earth from space? Instead, we have just one. And you add its brand new one that's obviously fake. And I guess, what are you saying, John, that the picture of Earth from space looks flat?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Okay.
And I think at first, if we skip the first 2 points, that's kind of doing injustice to the argument. But if we can loop back to those or whatever, I think they are important points to make.
All right. Well, all right. Real quick then. When was the last time you skeptically scrutinized the globe model? Is that your first one?
Yep.
I don't know. I've got a globe at home. I scrutinize it all the time because I've traveled around it about 3 times. So I don't know. I'm pretty familiar. How about you, Doctor?
Well, I don't think there's much doubt that the globe is spherical. We've got lots of pictures of it. We've all traveled around it. I've been around it many times. I have friends who've been in orbit. I haven't, but I would love to do that sometime.
Boy, me too.
You can go around it in 90 minutes. So I think this whole debate is
silly,
quite amusing, but I'm happy to be part of it.
All right, John, a response?
Absolutely, and I think there may be some clarification needed on the term scrutinized or skeptically reviewed the globe model, because there are a lot of things that seem to make the Earth seem like a globe, but at the same time, isn't it possible that we were all sort of taught all of these quote unquote truths and known facts about the globe when we were just very small children?
But John, you're talking to two people, myself and the doctor, who have been around the world several times. It's kind of like we have in fact, I went up in the Concorde on the way to Paris, the supersonic plane when we had it. And at 68,000 feet, I promise you, John, tain't flat.
Well, John, there was a nice view of the curved horizon of the Earth about a year ago when that fellow jumped out of a balloon 130,000 feet above New Mexico.
That's right.
Beautiful pictures.
With the fisheye lens, right.
No, it wasn't a fisheye lens.
It was a GoPro fisheye lens, which makes all the all straight lines appear curved. And
well, I don't think it was, John.
If you're in the Concorde, I'm sorry to interrupt, but if you're in the Concorde and you see the totally flat horizon, which is an equidistant circle all around you, as altitude is gained, the horizon level never drops. So if we did live on a globe, the higher and higher you went in altitude, and the further and further your field of vision goes, your angle of attack on the horizon is going to get wider and wider as altitude is gained. But if we did live on a sphere, then it should drop lower and lower the further away you can look. And actually, that's measurable, and we can measure that.
John, that's exactly what was observed by the Apollo astronauts in 1969 as they left Earth. They saw the globe get smaller and smaller, drop farther and farther away below them. How are you going to respond to that, John?
The Apollo astronauts, I'm sorry to say, and I was raised.
That's right. You think it's all in a movie lot somewhere? Was that?
No,
it wasn't real. Is that it, John?
What I'm telling you is the Apollo missions were demonstrably false.
Oh, I see.
Gee.
Okay, all of the rocks were clearly manufactured in some.
Well, no, I mean
even
by standard science. Okay, so you have these radiation barriers about 1,000 or 3,000 miles above the surface called the Van Allen radiation belts.
Yes, I'm very familiar with those, John.
Okay, yeah, they had just been discovered and they were still being sort of scrutinized and debated when the Apollo missions were launched. And so, you could argue that it's irresponsible of NASA that they didn't include any sort of radiation shielding because Van Allen did warn them about the radiation.
Okay,
we're
off on a tangent here a little bit.
We are, yeah, but I think John is denying the physical evidence. That's the trouble with his theory. It doesn't conform to fact.
No,
in
other
words,
NASA.
Then it becomes all gimmickry and fakery, and so there was no Apollo. It was all done in a movie lot. John, that scam has been proposed long ago, but it's a very rare group of people that still subscribe to it. I'm surprised that you do.
NASA is a pack of liars that was founded by Freemasons.
Freemasons.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, let's try.
Art, I don't know. I don't think this debate is going to be very useful when we have such biased views and such lack of comprehension of simple facts and figures.
Maybe
how are you going to respond to the fact that Columbus was aware the Earth was round? He watched masts of ships appear before the ships appeared. That's what happens on a spherical globe, John.
That's a fallacy.
Good one.
That is a fallacy. We have excellent.
No, it's not.
It's observed fact. Go out on a boat and you'll see it for yourself.
Obviously, they're going to see the mast first, John. Of course they are.
The old wives' tale is that when a ship travels away from you, as it goes beyond the horizon, you're supposed to be able to see the bottom sort of travel away from you last. But if you actually look at a ship that travels beyond the horizon with the telescope, you'll see that it is actually just perfectly perpendicular to the horizon. It just sort of seems to go behind the horizon because that's how the laws of perspective work.
John. No. You see the mast disappear
Have you
last.
looked at the pictures or the videos, Doctor?
I've seen this myself. It's obvious. Have you been out at sea on a boat? Flat, nice, calm sea with no waves?
I have indeed. And, when I've been out many times, and when I was young, I remember saying, wow, you can see the curve of the Earth out here on the ocean, but what you're seeing is an equidistant circle around you, because that's how perspective works. That's how the horizon...
No, John, I'm afraid you don't understand geometry. This is very simple spherical geometry, plane geometry.
Okay.
Understood by the Greeks 2,000 years ago.
We can get into spherical geometry if you want to do that.
No, I don't want
to. Happy to. But I think let's hear some more.
Yeah, we've got so many points here. Let's do them one at a time. All right. For example, how can we see vertical, perpendicular buildings from over 50 miles away? They ought to be a quarter mile below the horizon.
That's correct. And we don't see the bottom of those buildings 50 miles away.
That's right.
We don't see the bottom of the buildings, Doctor, but that's because of the laws of perspective.
Laws?
It's
not.
What? Perspective has nothing to do with it.
Doctor, with all due respect, perspective has everything to do with it. The curvature of the Earth, you can measure it simply by it's 8 inches times the mile squared, and that's how much drop should occur every mile away from the observer's eye. So it's 8 inches per mile squared. So if it's 1 mile, it's simply an 8-inch drop. And if it's 2 miles, the mile squared, so it's 4 times 8 inches, which is a 32-inch drop. At 3 miles, it's 9 times 8, that's 72-inch drop. And when you get out to 50 miles, those buildings should be based a full quarter mile below the horizon, and they should be angled away from your perspective. But instead, we can see them perpendicular to the horizon, perfectly vertical, perfectly visible from well over 50 miles away.
John, that's because we have topography on the surface of the globe. We're not living on a ball bearing, in case you haven't noticed.
So you're saying that
you
water
look out
has
at a city
mountains in
50
it?
miles away, you're not seeing the curvature of the Earth. You're seeing the topography of the land.
With all due respect, Doctor, I think it's high time that you apply some rational skepticism towards the
No.
model.
I'm perfectly rational. That's what science is all about.
All right,
if you go back to the ocean and the mast disappearing last, you have precisely what we're talking about. It has nothing to do with perspective.
You're actually, if you look at the videos, there's video evidence. There's plenty of it. You're wrong. That's a wives' tale. That's not what happens.
Does everything come down to perspective? Is every argument going to come down to perspective?
Yeah, I'd like to hear perspective defined here. This is a very interesting use of the word perspective, which has nothing to do with spherical problem.
Exactly, that's exactly right. Perspective works on a flat plane. The further away from you objects travel, the smaller and smaller they appear to get. Agreed?
That's for a fixed finite size. Yes, of course. That's nothing more than the angular size that you're talking about.
Okay. So what happens to that object when it gets beyond the vanishing point? On a flat plane.
There's no vanishing point. If you have to understand some physics here, John. It doesn't just vanish. Objects will get smaller and smaller, as you just said. They'll become very, very small, but then you don't resolve them any longer because something called diffraction prevents you from resolving them.
Doctor, with all due respect,
with the telescope.
With all due respect,
John, with all due respect, we've got only so much time. Here's another point.
We're getting off the subject here.
Yeah. How can a westbound flight, John says, from New York to Los Angeles have identical duration on a globe spinning about 1,000 miles per hour east with its return flight?
John, everybody on the globe is spinning together, including the airplane that's flying above the globe. So there's the answer to your question. Okay,
we're all
moving. That's right. On the equator, we're all moving 1,000 miles an hour. Isn't that remarkable?
That is
Why aren't
remarkable.
we being thrown off? Is probably what you're wondering.
Now, Doctor, let me ask you a question. What about when the jet engines propel the plane westward? Do you agree? Do you agree that the plane should be traveling in the opposite direction as the spin of the Earth?
Yes, it's the spin of the Earth is the whole frame of reference.
It's the whole frame of reference, but Doctor, objects moving in opposite directions have a much higher relative difference in speed than objects moving in the same direction. So an eastbound flight should be a much longer flight than a westbound flight, shouldn't it, Doctor, since the world is supposedly spinning towards the east?
That's correct, but there is something that you may have noticed that's called wind and weather, which is what makes the difference between eastbound and westbound flights. It's the circulation of the atmosphere that the plane is flying through.
Jet stream,
the plane is flying over the Earth as a fixed frame of reference, which is indeed rotating, but so is the plane. So there's no relative motion relative to the spin of the Earth.
There's no relative motion relative to the spin of the Earth. So
That
you're arguing that objects traveling in opposite directions don't have a higher relative difference in speed than objects traveling in the same direction.
Here, John, look, you're getting mixed up here.
No,
when the plane takes off from New York, it is on a spinning platform, and whether it's going east or west, it always has that angular velocity that it had when it left the airplane.
Always.
Okay, so and that has nothing to do with its velocity relative to the ground. That's
the laws of motion state that an object in motion will tend to maintain its velocity until enacted upon by some other force. And with all due respect, Doctor, don't you consider several jet engines attached to a plane some other force?
That's what's propelling the plane over the Earth, the surface of the Earth. That's the frame of reference that we've just defined.
The problem is not the frame of reference.
Spinning has nothing to do with the motion of the plane from New York to LA.
The problem is that you are incapable of even theorizing that our world is anything but a spinning globe.
I can fully understand what our globe is doing.
John, let him finish.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, I've just repeated the same point several times, but I don't think John is quite understanding that there is a frame of reference that the plane has taken off from. And when it lands in wherever it's going, it's on that, still in that same frame of reference. We could expand this, if you like, John. It's not just that the Earth is spinning. We're moving around the sun at an enormous velocity, 30 kilometers per second.
All of us.
Okay, that makes the spin of the Earth look trivial. But again, that has nothing to do with, the motion of the plane in flight from,
Now, I think that you're
using relative velocities because you're making it as if the plane were flying in a frame of reference that was the ether, as it used to be called, before we understood what space was all about. And that's not what's going on here. The plane has taken off from a point on the solid Earth. You would like it to be flat, but of course it's demonstrably round. But that has nothing to do with your misconception about relative velocities.
No, it has nothing to do with relative velocity, sir.
That's what you're trying to say. You're saying if I'm flying east, I'm flying faster than I'm flying.
It has to do. Okay, so if you're driving down the highway and you're going 65 miles an hour down the highway, and the car coming towards you is going 65 miles an hour.
That's what we mean by relative velocities. But that's where you're wrong, John. Because
no, that's where you're wrong, sir.
Well, John, this is getting to be slightly ridiculous.
It is. You're right, because see, I grew up on planet Earth, and I am fully aware of the globe model and all of the reasoning behind it. But see, the difficult thing is to have even a very intelligent person such as yourself even consider for just a scientific theory, just for a little bit of like a mind experiment, to even sit down for a minute and theorize. Maybe the world is flat and stationary, and I think flat Earth is a bad word for it because it implies that infinite space is somehow true. That's not the model whatsoever. We're not, a disk floating around in space, if that's what most people want to think. The model that I subscribe to is an infinite plane model, where basically the sun has carved out a puddle while traveling around the magnetic center, which is fixed on our North Pole. And what you know as the Antarctic is actually the boundaries, the outer edge of the dartboard, essentially.
Well, okay, John, if we don't want to talk about relative motion, because I think we're not getting very far in that, because you haven't understood what I've been saying, let's talk about your model for the sun.
Exactly. I've heard the argument that you've made.
I would love to hear more about your model for the sun. That's very interesting. So the sun is this magical thing that is circling around the Earth. What powers this thing? It's not obviously something that we normally think of as the sun and a star.
That's a good question, but it's obviously.
So is this all some mysterious source of energy that can circle around the plane, the infinite plane that we're living on?
It's no more mysterious than gravity, but I believe it's some type of magnetic anomaly. There are lots of different theories, but I think a lot more study and scrutiny needs to go into it, because, believe it or not, it has been irrefutably proved that our world is indeed flat and stationary, not a spinning globe.
That's remarkable, because it's contradicting all the evidence we've just been talking about. But the sun makes a very interesting way of testing your model, because this magnetic anomaly, as you call it, must be some very peculiar source of energy that we've never even considered before. Is that what you would subscribe to?
Well,
and all those little pinpoints of light you see in the sky that we call stars, are those just anything like the sun, or are those other magnetic anomalies, or whatever this theory of yours?
That's a good question, and until we fly up there and see, I don't think anybody really knows. Sure, we can look at the light and we can theorize that the sun is 93 million miles away, but really the same mathematics that's used to prove the sun is 93 million miles away can actually be used to prove that the sun's about 3,000 miles away. And
oh my goodness, John! All right, well, that's a great place to break. No, we got to break. We got to break. We have to break here. So everybody, hold it. We'll be right back.
When it's all right and it's coming home, we gotta get right back where we started from. Love is good, love can be strong. We gotta get right back where we started from. Do you remember that day, sunny day, when you first came my way? I said no one can take your place.
For Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft. Scientists are working on what might be considered the option of last resort for global warming. Researcher Sudhanshu Jain said it's an insurance policy. It's called the Marine Cloud Brightening Project, and it's designed to fight global warming by making clouds over the ocean thicker and brighter so they reflect more sunlight and cool the planet. The Sunnyvale team has reached a milestone with a high-pressure nozzle that uses salt water and looks like a normal water spray. But it took scientists a year to come up with the exact rate, flow, and pressure so that the water droplets come out to the perfect size. Robert Wood, one of the top atmospheric scientists in the world, says we owe it to the future generations to study it now.
Now, I don't think this should be a solution, but I think it's morally, for me, is appropriate to at least do the research to find out more about it.
The salt particles coming out of this nozzle are so small that in order to see them with the naked eye, you have to turn off the lights and use a laser. Once the nozzle is fine-tuned, the plan is to use a barge to shoot the salt particles into the sky and see what happens. The researchers say you can already see the concept at work. Satellite images show the ship tracks from vessels crisscrossing the ocean, spewing exhaust that turns into clouds and lasts up to a week. The project needs several more years and millions of dollars in funding before its widespread use. NASA has captured a beautiful, rare view of the moon passing in front of the sunlit face of Earth. The stunning animation, taken 1 million miles from Earth, shows the fully illuminated far side of the moon that is never visible from our planet. That's because our position is tidally locked, which means that we always see the same face pointing towards Earth, although both sides receive equal amounts of light. The animation shows images of the far side of the moon, illuminated by the sun. Also, it crosses between the Discover spacecraft's Earth Polychromatic Imaging Center camera, otherwise known as EPIC, and telescope, as well as the Earth 1 million miles away. The animation was captured by Earth Polychromatic Imaging Camera aboard the Deep Space Climate Observatory. EPIC has a constant view of the fully illuminated Earth as it rotates, providing scientific observations of ozone, vegetation, cloud height, and aerosols in the atmosphere. Once EPIC begins regular observations next month, the camera will provide a series of Earth images, allowing study of daily variations over the entire globe. There's a picture floating around social media. It states that at 12:30 on August 27th, you will see 2 moons in the sky, but only one will be the moon. The other will be Mars. It continues by saying it won't happen again until 2287, adding that no one alive today has ever witnessed this happening. The email and photo are perpetuating a hoax that rears its crazy head every summer since 2003, 12 years running. That's a long time for a hoax to run in our world of information. Mars can never appear as large as a full moon as seen from Earth. Mars isn't even visible in July 2015, and although it may come into view in the east before dawn by August 27, 2015, it won't be anywhere near the July or August full moon. What's more, Mars is nowhere near its brightest or closest in July or August of 2015, or at any time this year. This year so far, Mars has been relatively inconspicuous in our sky. It's on the far side of the sun from Earth. That'll continue to be the case throughout the rest of the year. So how did this rumor of Mars as big and bright as the moon get started? It started with an actual event in 2003. On August 27th of that year, Earth and Mars came slightly closer than they'd been in 60,000 years. Our 2 worlds, center to center, were less than 35 million miles apart, just over 3 light minutes apart. The last people to come so close to Mars were Neanderthals. So was Mars as big and bright as the moon, even at its closest in 2003? Never, but the legend continues. I'm Leo Ashcraft for Dark Matter News.
When the sun comes up on the sleepy little town and around San Antonio, and the folks are driving for another day, round about their home. The people of the town are sing, and the proud of where they came.
While midnight sweeps across America, you found an oasis for the mind. To call Midnight in the Desert, please dial 1-952. Call Art, that's 1-952-225-5278.
Or an oasis for the mind, or you're pulling your hair out. John is here. He is not using his real name for business maintenance purposes, and he's debating Dr. Brindley, a very bright, very bright guy that we've got to have back on a full show. And I think for many people, John probably just blew his case right clear off the flat Earth with the comment that the sun, for your model to be true, has to be, did you say 3,000 miles away, John?
Yeah, that's correct. That's about 3,000 miles away. That's right. And we can prove this using Euclidean geometry. It's a fairly standard experiment where essentially you measure the angles of the shadow cast by the sun at high noon at multiple points with miles in between each point on the same meridian.
John, I was going to mention that our astronauts went to the moon, which is 250,000 miles away, but I'm sure you're going to come back with, no, they didn't, it was fake. Right?
No, nobody's. The astronauts never went to the moon. That was all a film. The Apollo missions were films designed to trick the generation, you guys' generation, into believing in a lie.
Well, John, that's really disappointing to hear you say that. I know others have said that, but I'm surprised that a guy of your age, I don't know how old you are, but that you would subscribe to this.
I'm too, Doctor. The fact that
that real live hardware, just all an elaborate fake, I guess, huh?
Well, not that elaborate.
Doctor, let me ask the doctor a question. Look, John is a bright guy.
I'm sure he is. Yeah, but that's why I'm really surprised that you can just get so far down the wrong track, John, in thinking about simple geometric concepts. Let's go back to the sun, because I think this is fascinating what you're suggesting. If the sun were 3,000 miles away, have you worked out the power that the sun would have to have, this magnetic anomaly? What produces light and something that is only 3,000 miles away to illuminate the whole Earth and produce our climate? I assume you're not questioning that the distance from New York to L.A. is 3,000 miles. So you've got the sun about as far away from you, wherever you are right now, I don't know where you are, it doesn't matter, as New York and L.A. are. So
surely you can't believe that, John, do you?
This is amazing. How do you get?
It's actually. I mean, it's mathematically proved. I mean, if you would have let me finish, the standard experiment that's done by colleges all over the world, the default answer will always be 3,000 miles away to the sun using that Euclidean geometry. Only by adding a layer of complexity into the equation and assuming that we live on a sphere with a circumference of 25,000 miles. Then do you get the nonsensical answer of 93 million miles away.
So, John, let's pursue the 3,000 miles, because this is really interesting. If it were 3,000 miles, it has to be above us to cast light down onto us. How do I get, daylight in Chicago and San Francisco and New York all at the same time? If the sun were only 3,000 miles up, there would be a much larger diurnal effect.
That's a good point.
That's more than 3 time zones away, so it doesn't work, John.
Yeah, it's a good question, and the reason is, see, you're still thinking of the Earth as a globe. You have to.
No. I'm letting it be flat now. So that makes it even worse when it's flat.
No. Well, then you're misunderstanding though. You got to understand the North Pole is in the center of the dartboard. Okay, and then the next ring out on the dartboard is the northern hemisphere, and then the next ring out on the dartboard is the southern hemisphere. Now, first of all, and this is admitted, all of the maps that we have are all wrong. You can fit Canada twice in the length of Russia, so all of the relative sizes are wrong on the maps anyways. So it's really...
So that means if I were walking from A to B, all those maps being wrong, I could get there much faster or much longer than my map would have told me. Is that what you're saying?
No, well, the maps still work because, you can walk around...
Wrong, but they still work. Okay.
No, you're twisting my words. The reason that the maps are inaccurate is because they're assuming that the Earth is a globe when taking the measurements and measuring the relative differences in sizes of the continents. But you have to study the model. I mean, I wished you would at least study the flat Earth model before assuming that it's
I think it would be fascinating to study, because I've already pointed out to you here, and I'm not sure you've been following what I'm saying, that what your model is suggesting is already self-contradictory. We can't have the same 3-hour time difference between New York and L.A. if my light bulb, the sun, is only 3,000 miles above them on a flat plane.
Right.
That doesn't work, John.
Well, no, that's how it works, and you have to understand it's when the light from the sun comes through the atmosphere, it does sort of have like a shotgun effect. So essentially, roughly half of the Earth is lit at any time by the sun, and the further it gets away from your perspective and it goes behind the horizon, it goes a lot further, to get behind the horizon because it's on a much higher plane.
Why is there a horizon? The sun is 3,000 miles up, but it's a flat plane, so I can be 10,000 miles away in my flat plane. You haven't told me how big the plane is, but I can be 10,000 miles away and the sun is not behind any horizon. So if you go and study weather balloon footage, I don't know if you've ever looked at I know all about footage. Balloons, John. I launched them to 40 miles up. Every time
you see the sun in those, every time you see the sun in the weather balloon footage, it'll just be a few degrees above the horizon, which and there's a few other.
Not true, John. Sun can be straight overhead. I can show you pictures from our own balloon-borne telescopes.
Okay,
well
then it's straight up.
Yeah, he actually launches balloons. So listen to
that.
But
it's not 90.
Well, I don't launch them. NASA launches them. But of course, I think John thinks that this is all a fake or contrived operation. We put balloons 40 miles above the Earth, John, with telescopes on them. We do real astronomy, astrophysics. And so all the things you're talking about are simply not the case. I haven't been up in the balloon myself, but I've had my experiments and telescopes and detectors and images, just like the guy that jumped out of the balloon with that. You're accusing him with a fisheye lens to somehow have made it all a fake shot that the Earth was curved.
If the horizon appears as a curve from that distance without a fisheye lens, again, it's because it's an equidistant circle around you.
Well, John, these were regular cameras that this guy used, and they weren't fisheye lenses. He wasn't trying to take the picture of the whole globe, so there was no distortion in those cameras.
Granted, and the reason that it looks like or appears as a curve is because the horizon will always be an equidistant circle around you at that altitude.
Well, that's, I guess, your model, but we have all this contradictory direct measurement data. We can measure distances. We don't have to imagine what they are on some map. We can measure distances precisely. Radar does that, as you certainly know. So we know what shapes and distances of things are. So there's no ambiguity.
There's no curvature.
You could not fake this. You simply couldn't fake it.
The science, John, the science about the sun is good, hard, settled science.
No, it isn't.
All of this is hard, settled science, Art, including going to the moon. We have enormous amounts of data.
We don't want to get stuck there. He'll take us somewhere we don't want to go.
Well, anybody who believes we went to the moon believes in a TV series that was false. We're going to have to agree to disagree on that.
Yes,
John,
let's do that.
Tell me about this, this wonderful, exciting news of NASA's mission to Pluto a few weeks back. Is that all just a big sideshow as well?
Sure, why not? How much money are they going to get to make that movie?
Money? So who's making money on these movies, John? I mean, this is amazing.
I don't know. Are you? I don't know.
No, certainly not me, and certainly not NASA. NASA is not making money in anything. It's doing pure science. This is what gets into textbooks. Science. This is what you should be,
scratching for a budget.
John, this is what you should have taken back. I don't know.
All of NASA's stuff is photoshopped images.
Oh, my goodness, John.
They might have some stuff from Hubble that's pictures of the stars, but...
let's do Hubble for a second.
Yeah,
I want to hear about Hubble. So we got this beautiful telescope up there, except it's not above a globe. It's above this flat plane. How does it getting those gorgeous pictures? Things that we couldn't even imagine. Are those all photoshopped as well?
And it's amazing that science, and you can prove, I can prove to you that the Earth has no curvature, and I can prove to you that
wait a minute.
But you haven't done too well.
John, you're not responding.
The pretty pictures from science.
Yes.
So, yeah.
You're not responding.
So the Hubble stuff is just all just fluffy, pretty pictures and no science. Is that it?
They are definitely pretty pictures.
They are, but I mean, do they have any reality, or is this just again?
Well, have you? A guy named Matt Boylan was actually a subcontractor for NASA. He did a lot of realistic art of like hypothetical alien worlds with predefined lighting scenarios with mock celestial events. And so he was one of the people that actually broke the story that NASA was basically faking just about everything.
Oh my goodness, John!
So are you suggesting the Hubble?
Say that.
Are you saying the Hubble?
Beautiful depictions of the universe, and you're saying, and this space artist. I like space art, by the way. I'm a science fiction fan.
But you're saying that
this is so much better than fiction, John. This is the real thing out there. These gorgeous images of galaxies.
Yep.
A gazillion light years away.
And that trumps the measurable fact that the Earth is flat and stationary, the pretty pictures.
Well, it doesn't trump anything, John. This is reality. This is the world we live in.
This
is the world that the Greeks understood 2,000 years ago.
They theorized it 2,000 years ago.
No, John, they didn't. Do you know the experiment the Greeks did in a well between Cyrene and northern Egypt and what we would now call Cairo? But they measured the diameter of the Earth and proved it was round by simultaneously, amazing they could do this, measuring the depth of a sunbeam into a well on two different points on a meridian. So just think of it as being straight north-south.
That's why we can go 40 miles into the air with a weather balloon and there's no curvature of the horizon.
John, the Greeks proved there was curvature. They measured the diameter of the Earth.
We can see it with our own eyes, sir.
400 BC.
You're failing to see what's right in front of you because you cannot imagine our world as anything but
I can imagine what you're talking about, and I just have trouble taking it seriously because it's so demonstrably false, and you're refusing to listen to fact.
No, well, look, hang on a second, and I'll tell you. 6 months ago, I would have agreed with you that our world is a globe spinning around the sun, and if you would have mentioned the word flat Earth, I would have laughed and gone about my business.
Okay, do you have an accident? Okay. Did something happen?
Did something happen? Yeah, yes. I looked at the evidence and I scrutinized it in both models, and I found that the only one logical, correct answer is the infinite plane model. And I'm sorry, it sounds crazy. You haven't given it enough thought yet, but I'm telling you that it's the truth.
No, it's fascinating, John, to hear your reasoning. But tell me, I'm really curious. What was it? I guess this is what Art was asking. How is it that all of a sudden, after how many years you've been, aware of your everyday surroundings, which I'm sure you've always been, what was it that all of a sudden tipped the scales? And just 6 months ago, you gave up on this thing that was second nature to everyone, that we're on a globe, and it became flat.
Well, and the reason it's second nature to us is because it's drilled into our minds since our very first day at school. You learn 1 + 1 is 2, and the world is a globe. I mean, that's how early they get you with the propaganda. And to answer your question, what happened was I was simply compelled to look at the evidence, and I think it's high time that the rational, skeptical scientists of the world take a little time to just rationally, skeptically look at the globe, which is something that you have not done. Since you
No, John, that's where I beg to differ. I've done this. All of us have done that. You're absolutely right. We should look skeptically at our surroundings, and we should rely on pure measurement and observation and not make assumptions. And if you follow that course, that's what science is all about.
Okay.
You would be forced to conclude, John, there's absolutely no alternative, that we are indeed on a globe, that our globe is spinning, that our globe is not only spinning, it's orbiting the sun. Ptolemy went through all this. Ptolemy, of course, had this Earth-centric view.
And see,
Copernicus came along and understood that it was just
and that is exactly why
heliocentric view, and we've been on that course ever since. All of the misconceptions and things that didn't quite fit in the Ptolemaic view of what our solar system is all about, which was a much, much simpler thing to understand. We had no clue that there were galaxies or everything else going on until the 1920s. So this is the last several hundred years, 500 years, 400 years since Copernicus, when all of this revolution has taken place, but right up through the last 50 years. So you're doing the right thing to be skeptical, but this is exactly what science has done.
Doctor, have you ever read Zetetic Astronomy by Dr. Robotham?
No, I'm afraid I haven't read that.
Well, you ought to read it because there's a lot of great proof. And you want to talk about science. Okay, let's talk about the North Star Polaris. How did the North Star Polaris maintain its alignment? And, people say it's hundreds of years, or some people say it's thousands of years. Some people say, oh, well, it changed once. But the point is...
No, can I just jump in here?
Sure.
Polaris does not maintain its alignment. The Earth is a spinning top, and if you remember as a kid playing with the top on a tabletop, you pull the string and it spins and it's kind of stationary, and then it starts to wobble. Remember how that worked? It wobbles, and then eventually the top falls over on your desk or tabletop. That's exactly what the Earth is doing. It's a spinning gyroscope, and because it's spinning, it's wobbling, it's precessing, we call it. The reason it's doing that is because the moon is producing a gravitational pull on the Earth.
Wait a minute, what about
simple physics?
The North Star Polaris?
So the North Star doesn't always stay over the North Pole. It's
the North Star
moving on a circle, and it moves around every 26,000 years.
No. Okay, so
no, it does, John.
You're talking about the precession of the equinoxes, but...
That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's what makes the North Star no longer the North Star. The ancient Egyptians didn't have a North Star to line up north on building the Great Pyramids. The North Star was way off. Polaris, rather. The star was there, of course, but it was no longer lined up with the spin axis of the Earth. All of this is well known.
So you were around back then.
We know exactly where Polaris was 5,000 years ago too.
You do? Okay.
Yes, we do.
Just like you know the Earth is a globe. Okay.
No, John. The difference is I can measure it. I can measure where Polaris was.
But you can't measure that there's no curvature.
And I can measure that there is curvature.
There is
so
no
can you
curvature.
if you go out in an airplane and measure distances on your so-called flat plane. They won't be consistent with a flat plane because it's not a flat plane. It's a spherical globe.
Can I ask you a question, please? I want to ask a question.
Sure.
When you fly...
I'm running out of time here, Art, but let's have a few more questions,
all right,
I guess.
Well, this is my question. When you fly from Los Angeles to, let us say, Hong Kong, and you measure the distance, that we can do scientifically. I hope John believes we can do that scientifically. Do you, John?
Well, of course you can measure distance.
Okay, and if you take the Great Circle route to get there, it's not as far. How come?
The Great Circle.
Yeah. In other words, if you go north and then around, as if, it's a globe, a ball.
Well, because you got to understand the flat Earth is sort of like the globe model, but it's wrapped around the North Pole. You have to study the model to understand it. You're trying to apply globe model laws and maps to the flat Earth map. Yes, you got to understand.
I'm just talking mileage here.
Mileage, okay.
Yeah.
Well, then how can you explain that you can fit the Canada twice into the length of Russia on the standard maps?
I don't know. I'm asking you a question and you're responding with another question.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the point. I mean, you can't go by the maps that you're looking at because they're inaccurate.
Well, John, they can be confirmed by going out. If you wanted to go out with a ruler stick, you can measure what your map should be telling you. That's the way maps are constructed. You probably know all about GPS. I don't know if you have a cell phone, but that's what tells you where you are, again, on the surface of a globe.
Are you familiar with Nikola?
If your theory were right and you're living
Tesla's
on this
towers?
distorted flat plane, GPS wouldn't work. Nothing would work.
Are you familiar with Nikola Tesla's towers that he invented? I think it was in the 20s or 30s or whatever, where it was basically wireless communication.
John, you're doing it again. A question.
That's where radio communication began. That's precisely what's used to
triangulation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I know.
Cell phone towers.
Yes, of course, John. That's exactly what we're talking about. But
we don't even. Why would we need satellites if we can bounce radio waves off the ionosphere anyway?
Oh, you know what,
John? No,
gentlemen, Doctor, hold tight. We're at a break.
Precise positions that way.
I have to break.
The ionosphere disturbs the signal to begin with.
Hold it right there, gentlemen. I have to break. This is radio. I have to deal with time. This is midnight.
Coming to you at the speed of light in the darkness, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Here I am. We've got with us John. He's anonymous beyond that name for business purposes, and Dr. Josh Grinley. And We're discussing whether or not the Earth is flat. It's been pretty spirited, I would say. I would like to get a couple more points in. I can sense the doctor is getting close to bailing, but a couple of more points. And, for example, here's one. John says, how can the upper atmosphere be adjacent to the vacuum of outer space?
Gravity, John. Gravity pulls the atmosphere, keeps it on this round globe. Why is it round? Because that's the equilibrium shape that a mass must assume. That's why stars are round, spherical. They're not pancakes. So all of this we understand, John. But again, I'm not trying to sound like I'm belittling. I hope I don't convey that. I'm trying to convince you, John, that you ought to lighten up here and understand what the whole world of science has arrived at, not just recently, but over hundreds of years, and with such incredible discovery in the last decade or two. Those Hubble images we were talking about. I could also talk about X-ray images that we have from the Chandra telescope.
Gravity, and you got it. Gravity,
and you think they're all fake. This is just so discouraging.
Well, everything that does seem to be proof, Doctor, you're right, seems to be then judged to be fake by John. And John sounds like such a bright guy that I just can't figure how he obviously believes this.
That's why I was asking what happened 6 months ago. I mean, it's great to have a moment of truth and say, my God, what is the world I'm living in? That's fine. I'm all in favor of that. But to deny rational thinking and thousands of years, beginning with the Greeks, who I keep coming back to, they're so amazing what the Greeks did. But all of modern science, and you've got it all cooked up to be a giant hoax. It's just
so you say that it's the magic of gravity that keeps the atmosphere.
Not magic. There's no magic of gravity at all. Isaac Newton taught us what gravity is, and we now understand it in
Isaac Newton
glorious detail.
Okay, hold on. Now, first of all, gravity was theorized in order to account for the fact that we're not flung from the spinning Earth at 1,000 miles per hour towards the east near the equator. Okay, gravity is a theory to prove the globe model. Now, you're also saying that...
John, what do you suppose keeps you, sitting in your chair instead of floating off if there's no gravity? I mean...
Well, there's no need for gravity on the flat, stationary Earth that we dwell on.
I see.
We're not spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, so you don't have to account for that outward thrust generated by the spin.
Okay.
It's the simple laws of density or buoyancy that causes, heavier, denser objects to find their way down and lighter, less dense objects to find their way up. It's the natural order of things, and there's no need for gravity to explain the law of physics. What goes up must comes down on the flat.
Oh, really? Well, then, I mean, why do things come down? If I throw a ball in the air, why does it have to come down? Something's pulling it down, John.
Well, it's more than likely, sir. It's electromagnetic, but gravity has never been proved, sir. It is a theory.
Oh, gravity's been proved time and time again, and of course it began with Newton.
No, sir.
We're on the verge, John. If you don't like the proofs of gravity so far, in probably the next 5 years, there will be a very major discovery that will come from astrophysics, but from physics really, and that is of waves of gravity, gravitational waves, which
that have never ever been detected, even though
that's right. But there now is an enormous big telescope in state of Washington, and another one in Louisiana, and another one in Italy, and in Europe, and those gigantic gravitational wave telescopes are now almost sensitive enough to detect the gravitational wave sources that we have proven are out there.
Gravity is a theoretical fantasy that was dreamed up by
John, I don't think that's what anybody else but you and your colleagues and your
that is what it is. That's what gravity is.
Of nature.
Gravity was a theory designed or theorized to explain the globe model and why we're not flung from the face.
No, that's not what gravity was designed to do at all. It was designed to explain the fact that objects fall. It has nothing to do with the globe model.
Okay, then what is keeping us pinned? Then what is keeping us pinned to the Earth while we're spinning 1,000 miles per hour?
The mass of the Earth, John. That's what gravity is due to. It is because the Earth is not a flat plane. It is a mass that weighs...
Gravity is supposedly due to the mass of the Earth warping space-time.
No, John. You're getting confused. You're jumping ahead to Einstein. Warping space-time has nothing whatsoever to do with the Earth's gravity. It's a very teeny, tiny effect, barely measurable. It's been measured. It's not that tiny. But Newton, of course, had no conception of this. It was 300 years until Einstein told us and instructed us in his brilliant way about the warping of space and time. But that we haven't talked about. If we were talking black holes, which is what I normally like to think about, we'd be having fun discussing warped space-time. But gravity on the Earth, no need for any of that. The apple falls from the tree. That's what Newton observed and said, "My God, how could this happen?"
Because the apple is denser than the air above it, and it's not as dense as the ground below it. So that's where it finds its way to, just like everything else. It's natural. It's natural order of things.
No, then if that were true, John, then we would have everything. If everything were density dependent, all of our laws of motion would be totally different. Airplanes wouldn't fly. Motors wouldn't work. You're defying everything that's around you.
Airplanes wouldn't fly without gravity, with all due respect. That's ridiculous. Airplanes fly due to barometric, or the pressure beneath the wing being different than the pressure above the wing.
But what I'm saying is that when you're denying gravity and Newton, you're denying all of the physics, the very simple physics that goes with that, which is led to all just theory devices that you are using in your everyday life. You're denying science.
I'm denying a theory that was dreamed up by proponents of the globe model that it's demonstrably false.
Again, the globe model had nothing to do with it. It really didn't.
The globe model had
everything. It was a conceptualization that Newton may have used. He didn't have to. It's not.
The only reason you need gravity is to explain the fact that you're not flowing from the Earth at 1,000 miles per hour near the equator due to the outward thrust generated by the spin of the Earth. That's what gravity was theorized to defend the globe model,
that's not, John, I'm sorry, you're wrong. That's not what gravity was theorized to deal with.
So you're changing history now.
No, I'm
John, you weren't
history. John, understand what Newton did. Read the Principia and understand. Newton was trying to explain acceleration, force, and mass, and gravity was his way of understanding and explaining why we are bound to the ground that we're standing on.
That's a theory.
And why objects fall, and with a certain acceleration. The very simple laws of motion that Newton so brilliantly derived explain to umpteen decimal places why objects move as they do. It's all because of a force, the gravitational force, acting on them, that objects are accelerated when they fall at 32 feet per second.
So do you agree that inertia is possibly an electromagnetic force?
No, I don't at all. Inertia has nothing to do with electromagnetic forces. It has to do with the state of matter as a source of mass that has inertia. Force equals mass times acceleration, Newton's famous equation. All of these things have nothing whatsoever to do with the globe of the Earth. They can be generalized to talk about what happens on a globe, but that's not at all.
So so I got this straight. The same gravity that is so weak that keeps me stuck to the Earth, but also keeps the atmosphere from being sucked into the vacuum of space. Okay, that explains it perfectly.
It does. It does.
I was being sarcastic, but okay.
No, I know you were, but it does. It explains it to the T. And it also explains why if you take a steel ball bearing and roll it on a table, and the table is tilted, so it is now accelerated as it's rolling faster and faster, all of that, which has nothing to do with the atmosphere of the Earth or the shape of the Earth,
just conservation
has to
of
do
momentum,
with acceleration and velocity. All of that is explained by Newton's laws. That's what I'm trying to convince you of.
There's
basic understanding of motion.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. There are laws like what goes up must come down. I agree that's a law of physics, but I disagree that gravity was simply a theory.
What the source of acceleration is, which is gravity in the case that we're talking about here.
So
what I'm trying to convince you of is that there's a reasoned approach which has been worked out with great minds, the real heroes of science, people like Newton and then Einstein much, much later. And you can't deny these guys. They weren't, it had nothing to do with the Earth being round. Of course, the Earth being a globe, as we know it is, allowed many other things to be explained by the same basic laws of motion, and allowed us to get to the moon and to get a spacecraft out to the planet Pluto. All of that wouldn't have been possible without the physics that has been developed and understood over the last 350 years. So,
well, he thinks the whole Pluto mission was, fake anyway. So
I know, but it's really tragic, John, because you're missing out on some really exciting stuff.
So, Dr. Grindley,
anybody could have possibly photoshopped. That's the amazing part of it. What's real and the stuff NASA's doing is fantastically better than anything.
NASA has been lying to everyone, but anyways, do you agree that even if I was to show you all kinds of irrefutable proof that the Earth was not a spinning globe, that you would agree that you would never change your mind that it was indeed always going to be a spinning globe no matter what?
No, I only go on the basis of measurement and observation, John. It's not
really.
It's not that we're bound to some,
Well, I hope that you live up to that, and only you will know, for the truth of whether you're actually going to live up to that. But if you go by observation in the scientific method, then there's only one correct answer, and it is not a spinning globe.
Well, John, I'm afraid we're just having a rather pointless argument, because you're denying mathematics and fact and
No, I'm not.
Well, you haven't done any of these measurements. You haven't gone out and done the simple tabletop experiments I was talking about, which tell us that the physics
I can tell you about it. So
is all something we understand. And what you're proposing, beginning with your model for the sun, which is the most fantastic thing that has nothing whatsoever to do with physics, magnetic anomalies producing the enormous luminosity of the sun that is keeping us all warm and, alive.
The celestial bodies, including the sun and the moon and the stars and the wandering stars, the planets, and the celestial bodies are definitely beautiful and mysterious features of our world. It's not a heliocentric model with an infinite universe.
Well,
the whole model is wrong.
I'm afraid you've just missed out on the last 500 years of intellectual thought, and it's really a shame. I don't know.
Well, either that or his science, maybe his science teacher hit him hard.
It's really sad that you just have lost contact with reality.
Well, I'm sorry, sir, but I could say the same thing. It's been irrefutably proved that the Earth is not a spinning globe, but no matter what, until you break the programming and simply look at the evidence with an open mind, you will always dwell on a spinning globe. So,
John, an open mind is looking at data, my friend, pictures. Real measurements, not this distorted maps with the North Pole at the center and all this
perfectly visible buildings from over 50 miles away, and planes that somehow have identical durations traveling east and west on a globe spinning to the east. No, but you went through it and you glossed over it. You didn't.
Oh, I didn't gloss over anything, John. You just weren't listening. You weren't understanding.
No, you weren't listening, but okay, we'll agree to disagree on that too.
All right. Well, listen, I want to thank you both. I think we've come, unless we can discuss actual points here, we've come to a stop. John wonders how we can see the same stars overhead in the summer, but also in the winter.
And of course, the answer, John, is we don't. Do you think you see the star Vega overhead in the winter, which we see overhead in more or less June and July? No, we don't. It's on the opposite side of the sun, John. The sun's in the way.
There are stars that should be totally invisible during the entire winter that we can see overhead in the winter, and we can also see them overhead in the summer. There's no way we could ever see the same stars in the winter and compared to the summer, because the sun would be behind, in between those stars in your eye.
That's exactly why we don't see Vega in the winter. You're
one star.
No, lots of whole constellations, John.
No, you don't understand. You should never see any of the same stars in the winter versus summer.
With your model, I guess that's
in the false heliocentric model.
John, look. Do you know what the constellation Orion? Let's talk specific here. You know what Orion is? It's a beautiful
I know what Orion
constellation
is.
that's visible in November and December.
Of course.
All right. We don't see that in the spring. Okay? Precisely for the reason you're saying. The sun is in the way. It's true for every star in the sky unless you're close to the poles. We see Polaris all through the year because it's not in the plane of the ecliptic. That's where the spin axis is pointing, so we get to see it as a North Star.
Miracles of science and pretty pictures, right?
What's that?
So Polaris must be traveling millions of miles through space back and forth to maintain perfect alignment with our measly, wobbly North Pole.
No, John. No, it's millions and hundreds of millions of miles away. First of all.
So that's a pretty perfect alignment, isn't it?
No, it's not perfect alignment. I already told you that 5,000 years ago it wasn't aligned over the North Pole at all. The Earth's spin axis is wobbling in space.
So you don't agree that for that thing to be so many hundreds of, however billions of miles away, that there's not a very, very nicely perfect alignment with our North Pole for it to stay directly above it all year long?
John, the Earth is a gyroscope. Its axis is precisely fixed on the
North Pole,
not on the North Pole. The North Pole
on the
is
North
your
Pole,
construct.
on the North Pole star, the North Pole star.
John, Polaris just happens to be lined up on our North Pole.
You just have
26,000 years from now, it will be lined up again. So you're not listening to me, John. You're the trouble, John, is you don't seem to understand basic, simple physical facts, which have been proven over centuries of thought and reason and measurement. And what you're talking about has nothing to do with measurement.
No, what you're talking about has nothing to do with reality, sir.
Oh, I see. Well, it's just because you are living in you're back in the age of Ptolemy.
There's no way
1,000 years ago
our Polaris could maintain any alignment with our
Yes, there is, John.
North Pole. No, sir.
It's all something that is very simple physics, and I guess I just can't convey it to you because you've obviously never taken any basic science.
John also asked, why don't we have equal 12-hour days and nights all year round?
And the answer is because we're living on a spinning globe. And we have the Earth's axis, this thing that John doesn't seem to understand, that we're pointed fixed in space on the celestial sphere, pointing just happened by pure happenstance to be pointing close to but not precisely at the direction of a star that we call Polaris. So because the Earth's axis is tilted with respect to our orbit around the sun, the days and nights, length of the day and the length of the night change. This is all basic sixth grade general science that John should have learned. I hope he did.
You haven't thought it through, Doctor, because if you look at
I teach this to my students. So
you've misled a lot of people, because on an Earth that is spinning a constant speed, you should have equal 12-hour days and nights.
No. That's only, John, look, it's because you don't understand simple geometry. That would only be true, John, if the Earth's spin axis were perpendicular to its orbit around the sun. Then we would have equal days and nights. Correct. But it's not. The Earth is tilted.
The tilt has
That's why we have seasons, John. That's why we have winter in the north.
The reason we have seasons is because
at the opposite time that the sun is in the southern hemisphere. These are all basic facts.
The sun is traveling in an oscillating flat circle around the magnetic center, which is fixed on our North Pole.
See, what you've done is you have this hopelessly contrived, complicated wheels within wheels picture, which is what Ptolemy and the ancients thought was going on, because there was no understanding of physical reality. We now have something that we understand perfectly, and we teach it to our sixth graders, and you should have learned this way back when. And it doesn't require
all of the lies, Doctor. I know all of the lies.
Machines. So what I'm trying to convince you of is that the beauty of science, and that we have a really complete understanding of this, is a remarkable intellectual achievement. There's no fakery. NASA's not
with all due respect, is not science. What you call science is looking at pretty pictures and trumping what is measurable and verifiable.
No. Pretty pictures are just a wonderful byproduct. What I call science is truth and understanding reality. What you are doing is inventing a reality which goes back to as I keep saying, the sort of Ptolemaic view, wheels with wheels, magnetic anomalies, all of these things that are contrived realities to make things consistent.
The contrived falsity is the globe model, and anybody can verify that we indeed live on a flat, stationary plane.
I think we've gone as far as we can go because you're.
I've still got 9 more points to make, but yeah, if you want to.
Well, go. As I told Art, this debate is interesting. It's been fun, and I respect your point of view. I'm not trying to put you down. But what I've tried to convince you of over the last hour and a half is that the real picture that all the rest of the world believes, I think you're in a very small minority, as I'm sure you must realize, and for some reason I'm still fascinated to think about or understand whatever led you to adopt this view on such a recent time scale as 6 months ago. There must have been some remarkable thing that happened.
Yeah, there was. And again, I was simply compelled to look at the evidence and scrutinize both models and draw rational, verifiable conclusions, and I wish you would do the same thing.
Okay. Well, John, this is what I do every day. I do verifiable models and
well, by saying that gravity is a proved fact, you are not a scientist, sir.
Oh, John, listen, this gets to be the point where it's just not useful to discuss. It's not just me thinking that gravity is a proven fact. This goes back to all of physics. So I refuse to. There are points at which I'm sorry.
All right, this is that point. So, you know what, Doctor? I'm going to thank you. Hold on, John. Hold on. Doctor, I'm going to thank you for being here. I'm going to invite you back so we can do a show on everything that you do know about. And
I think I know everything about what this fellow, John, is talking about, but I find it very disappointing that somebody who clearly can at least articulate, but not described very accurately, even his theory, although I think I see the broad picture of it. I think just very unfortunate that one can come to such a limited view and perspective of what the real world is.
The irony of that statement
when one has the natural beauty of what the real world is to understand it right at your fingertips. It's what all of science is all about. You can't just throw it out the window and go back to this early primitive way of thinking that we must be on a flat Earth.
It's not primitive.
For it to be true, for what John says to be true, so much has to be thrown out the window, and the rest of it has to be just labeled fake.
Yeah. Well,
no, I don't think everything has to be labeled fake. I think that we've all been misled as an entire species to one specific end, which is to essentially trick us into believing we live on a finite enclosed system with no escape. And they've done a great job of it because even the rational, skeptical, scientific, very brilliant minds of the world are trapped in a matrix of a globe model. And until you can just really
So, John, why do you suppose, millions of people, scientifically educated people, many millions, hundreds of millions really, could all be so completely trapped in this totally false view?
Because it's all done. Since we've been very young, it's drilled into our paradigm, and we never ever question it. That's why I'm telling you.
This is what science is all about: questioning.
No, it isn't, sir. Because I've already proved to you in this conversation that the world is flat and stationary.
No, you have not, John.
But then you point to the pictures of Hubble.
But your proof is demonstrably wrong, and I'm not going to go back over it. I've pointed out to you ways that your so-called proof is ridiculous. We can measure distances. We know that we're living on a spherical surface. So we're not going to go back over this again. This is where we started an hour and a half ago.
Sure.
So again, the tragedy is you're just denying intellectual history and thinking. It has nothing to do with being led astray. the opposite. It's the exact opposite. What science does is to confront the very primitive ways we could only understand our world back in prehistoric times. What you're proposing is, of course, exactly what everybody thought more or less must be the case. We're on a flat Earth. It began as on the back of a turtle or God knows what. All of this has taken over tens of thousands of years, but really only over the last 500 years, 2,000 years, again going back to the Greeks, to finally be clarified. And there's no fakery or, misleading thing going on, but which is, of course, what you require to make your theory stand up in light of all the evidence. And when you say
the simple verifiable truth has nothing to do with the globe. The globe is demonstrably false, and in fact, it's preposterous if you scrutinize it.
Okay, at that point, John, I'm sorry, I'm going to sign off because I've tried to make you aware of the beauty of science.
You've regurgitated the programming is all you've done.
Well, I think he's done a great job. Doctor, I want to have you back and talk about black holes, pulsars, all kinds of good things.
Okay, well, we'll be happy to do that at some point. But this is quite disappointing to see that there could still be this view out there amongst a small segment of society. I know from what little I've heard about this group, but it just shows that our whole education system still has a ways to go. Although on the whole, it is doing well because most people. Everybody, I would say, has generally been taught and not felt that they've been brainwashed or whatever John may be suggesting into some very peculiar view, but instead is the learning of the general scientific realm is there for the most part.
All right, Doctor, I'm going to break it off with you and say thank you, and I want to have you back and talk about all the other stuff, if we can do that.
Okay.
All right, Doctor. Okay. Thank you so very much.
Yep, you're very welcome.
All right, so, John, we've still got you and time for a final statement from you, John.
Sure. And, I appreciate you having me on, Art. It's been a real honor. I'm flattered. I disagree with the doctor, and I think he's certainly a very smart, intelligent person, but I really have looked at this. I've thought about it. I wouldn't be out here shouting from the rooftops that I believe that we live on a flat, stationary plane unless I had scrutinized it, verified it, and unfortunately, even the scientific people of the world are simply unable to even just hypothesize that we live on anything but a globe. And in fact, if you do look at the evidence and scrutinize it and certain things we can verify and prove, the globe Earth model, the heliocentric model, is indeed wrong.
Okay. Well, again, from my point of view, as I listened, and I wouldn't have missed this for all the world, so many things have to either be wrong or fake or just so far out for anybody to grasp what it is that you've been saying. But nevertheless, listen, I appreciate your being here tonight. I appreciate your making the argument. People who have never heard this argument made before probably have their chins on their chests. I appreciate your being here, John. Take care.
Thank you, Art.
Good night. Wouldn't have missed it for the world, flat or round. Open lines are coming up. Stay right where you are.
For Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft. The man who was killed Wednesday by Nashville police after he allegedly went after moviegoers with a hatchet and pepper spray had been committed to a mental institution 4 times. Vincent David Montano was committed twice in 2004 and twice in 2007. Montano had been arrested in Murfreesboro, Tennessee in 2004 in a case of assault and resisting arrest. Police say they have no motive for Wednesday's attack. Montano had an air pistol with him that he aimed and fired at the police in the theater. Such a weapon looks just like a semi-automatic pistol, but fires plastic or BB pellets. Montano's mother had filed a missing report with the Texas Rangers 2 days ago, and they had notified the authorities in Tennessee. In the report, his mother, Dennis Pruitt, told authorities that Montano was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia in 2006. From ancient pyramids to military bunkers, There's not much conspiracy theorists haven't seen on Mars. Now, in their latest bizarre sighting, alien hunters say they've spotted a mysterious facehugger crab on the red planet. Since the image was uploaded on Facebook, a number of people have said it looks like the facehugger monster shown in the 1979 film Alien. The crab can be seen in an image taken by the Mars rover Curiosity, which shows a formation that looks like a cave mouth on the red planet. The photo was taken by NASA in July, but recently appeared in a Facebook group, who has the slogan, "They will not tell the truth about Mars." You can take a look at the photo yourself by visiting artbell.com and let us know what you see. Of the 91 metals that we know to exist, only 3 are truly magnetic at room temperature: iron, cobalt, and nickel. This poses somewhat of a problem, as we have to rely heavily on these elements for anything for which we need magnetism, like MRI scanners, computer memory storage, and wind turbines. But what if we could make more of these 91 metals magnetic? That's exactly what a team of scientists led by the University of Leeds has been able to do, turning the non-magnetic materials, manganese and copper, magnetic. Although the effect was fairly weak, the research published in Natural Materials Science is hugely promising, and they think that the method could be applied to almost any metal. Future technologies such as quantum computers will require a new breed of magnetics, with additional properties to increase storage and processing capabilities. This research is a step towards creating such magnetic metamaterials that can fulfill this need. The researchers will now try to enhance the effect in the hope that some of the numerous practical applications can be fulfilled. This is Dark Matter News. It seems like close encounters of the window seat kind are happening more frequently these days. Videos have been released of 3 different UFO sightings near commercial aircraft that have occurred over the past several months, with more undoubtedly unrecorded or unreported. What's causing this sudden attraction of UFOs to airplanes? The most recent sighting has been getting a lot of publicity since it occurred at JFK Airport at New York City while the plane was taking off. The video taken by an anonymous plane enthusiast shows a Virgin Atlantic plane rising in the sky on July 7th and then being overtaken by a UFO seen flying above it. The cigar-shaped object is too close to be another commercial aircraft, and no military jets were reported in the area. The next 2 sightings took place in England, one from June 12th over Lambourne, England, showing an airplane passing by a UFO, and the 3rd sighting was made by a passenger inside a plane flying over Liverpool. There's been no definitive identification of any of these UFOs seen accompanying or passing the planes. Commercial and military pilots admit they see a lot of UFOs, but sightings by passengers and ground witnesses are less frequent. So what do you think these objects are? Why are they hanging around airplanes? Check out the photos and videos at darkmatternews.com and let us know your opinion. I'm Leo Ashcraft for Dark Matter News.
You think that people would have had enough of silly love songs? Well, look around me and I see it isn't so. Some people want to fill the world with silly love songs. And what's wrong with that?
To initiate a dialogue sequence with Art Bell, please coordinate your phalanges and call 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
That was Radio Gold, or as one caller said not long ago, Radio Platinum. If anybody ever tells you the earth is flat, you're going to want to refer them to that 90 minutes of radio that we just did. It was remarkable from so many different perspectives. One, it was an example of a highly credentialed man putting up with 90 minutes more than I thought he could possibly take. Number 2, it was an example of somebody who's obviously very bright, named John, not his real name, because he didn't want to be known as a flat earth guy, in business, and that's fine. But he was he had a pretty decent level of intellect, right? Didn't he? He was pretty smart. He was arguing a lot of points that you had to be reasonably well educated to argue, even if you're wrong. And so the big question is, what happened to John? How could he so fervently suddenly believe what
he apparently believes. I blew right through a break so we wouldn't have to stop and we could get the full 90 minutes in. And I'm telling you right now, you've got to point this 90 minutes of radio out to somebody you know. We're going to open lines. And here are the numbers. The public number is area code, that was some hour and a half, area code 952-225-5278. 952-225-5278. Now, we also have Skype, and I invite you to call us for free from virtually anywhere in the world by Skype. North America, America, and Canada can call by calling us at MITD 51. That's, MITD, as in Midnight in the Desert 51. People outside the United States and Canada can call by dialing MITD 55. MITD 55. Best way to call, so everybody loves your call because you'll sound great. If you've got an iPhone 6 or an Android of some sort, put these in so you can dial anytime you want, because you never know when you're going to hear something that so frustrates you that if you don't call, you'll explode. The last 90 minutes were frankly a lot like that in every way. Evan, I'm going to put you on the air on Skype. Hello.
Hi, Art. How are you doing this evening?
Well, I'm recovering.
Recovering, yes, yeah. Yeah, well, I got to ask you, is that guy actually for real?
Oh, no doubt about it. I just finished saying it. John was obviously a bright guy and something happened to him. I mean, like a science teacher smacked him with something hard, or I don't know what happened.
Opened his mind too much, it fell out.
I don't know.
Sorry, yeah. I was just going to relay an experience, actually. The city I live in here, I don't know if you're aware of the phenomenon or not, but you know the loud booms?
Oh, yes.
You know what I'm talking about. We in here, I live in Calgary, Alberta. In the particular neighborhood I'm in, there has been for about the past 6 years now, probably about at least a couple of times a day, a series of loud booms going off.
Man, we're hearing all about it.
Yeah, no, but it's been they're doing local research into it as well, actually. They put some research into it. If anyone wants to Google Ranchlands Calgary noise, there's a study they've been doing on it. In 6 years, they still can't figure out what's causing it.
No idea? No theories?
Not at all. They involve the local university. Everything I honestly couldn't tell you.
Well, there are mysteries within science, and this clearly is one of them. A lot of people think they're connected to earthquakes. How about that one?
Yeah, well, it's food for thought anyways. Thank you very much for taking my call. Pleasure to speak to you.
Well, thank you for making it. And I want to report very quickly before we move on something that we've been talking about for years. HAARP. Do you know about HAARP? The High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program? Guess what, folks? It's going to transfer from military into academic hands next month. That's right. The military is giving up HAARP. After a swell of support last year from the scientific community and intervention by Alaska versus Senator Lisa Murkowski, plus a lot of uncertainty before that, the U.S. Air Force delayed its plans to shutter the ultra-high-power HAARP and demolish it. Now, the University of Alaska Fairbanks has won a bid to assume ownership of the facility near Gakona. That's going to happen on August 11. Now, I'm a ham operator, and a lot of ham operators think that our government, while it had HAARP in its hands, screwed up our ionosphere big time. So now it's going to pass, and actually the ARRL, the organization that represents amateur radio, David Sumner, has written the U.S. Secretary of Defense to urge that HAARP be maintained in its current condition until the UAF Geophysical Institute's proposal process has been completed by the National Science Foundation. He says most of our 164,000 members employ ionospheric propagation of HF radio signals for their communications and technical investigations. Sumner told then Defense Secretary Hagel, ionospheric research, therefore, has great significance and importance to us. And as ham operators, certainly the ionosphere is very, very important. But
frankly, Mr. Sumner, a lot of the hams out here think that they really screwed it up. And if there's any hams out there who want to comment on that, you're welcome to. So HAARP passes from government hands into private hands. Then what? Well, because I blew a break in the last half hour on purpose, and I mean blew it. In fact, we blew everything right on through the roof. We'll take that break now, and then we'll continue. From the high desert, this is Midnight in the Desert. My name is Art Bell. Stay with us and rock and roll.
Round by the wind, thrown down in a spin. I gave you love. I thought that we had made it to the top. I gave you all I have to give. Why did it have to stop? You blown it all sky high by telling me a lie without a reason why. You blown it all sky high. You got me running, going out of my mind. You got me thinking that I'm wasting my time. Don't bring me down. No, 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 no. Ooh. I'll tell you what's wrong before I get off the floor. Don't bring me down. You wanna stay up with your fancy friends. I'm telling you it's gotta be the end. Don't bring me down. No, 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 no. Ooh. I'll tell you what's wrong before I get off the floor. Don't bring me down.
Want to take a ride? From the high desert and the great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, dial 1-952. Call Art. That's 1-952-225-5278.
All right. Open lines, folks. Anything you want to talk about is absolutely fair game. If you have a comment on what you've been hearing, you're certainly welcome to make that. We've got plenty of people wanting to say something, that's for sure. Let's go to Tulsa, Oklahoma on the phones. Hi, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. First-time caller, long-time listener. I just wanted to say two things. One, I absolutely love the doctor, and I would be very sad if we were unable to see him again. He was an excellent guest, and I really enjoyed hearing him. I really hope we get to hear him talk about deep space pulsars and black holes and everything else.
Sure. And he will come back. He will. We talked about that. He knew what he was facing tonight. I think, he deserves a gold star for even facing off like this on this subject.
Yes, sir. Yep. So the other thing was for John. I don't know if he's still on the line with us.
No, I didn't think that would be fair.
Okay. Yeah. So the deal I would say for him, because he was wondering about airplanes traveling on the globe, one direction, the other direction, and what I would do, I'd say for him a simple experiment he can do to observe the principles himself would be to set in his vehicle and accelerate to whatever the speed limit is in his area. We'll say 65 miles an hour, set cruise control. Take a pencil or a pen and hold it out and drop it. Now, according to what he's thinking, the pen or pencil should fly right straight to the back of the vehicle, not fall down. Because when he realizes that pen is moving at whatever speed the vehicle is moving, it should be easier in his mind to realize, okay, the entire globe is spinning. Mm-hmm. So everything on the globe is spinning at that rate, and everything else is relative to that. And it would be a nice way to illustrate that. I had to explain this to a kid recently, and I actually went through the same thing, but not for flat Earth reasons. The kid was wondering why, if I dropped something, I dropped my book bag on the school bus and it didn't fly. Why not?
Yeah.
Great kid question.
I wonder how many people embrace. I mean, clearly John truly embraced it. Clearly John was not a dunce. He was a pretty bright guy. So you're only left wondering what happened to John.
Well, some of it might just be isolating yourself from other views, because he was really I hate to say closed-minded, but he immediately shut down anything about math, science, demonstrable measurements. Anything from NASA was all a lie.
All fakes.
Once you isolate yourself,
yeah.
I mean, that does it.
Well, it tells us something about, I don't know what it tells us. You know, it's confusing to me because on the one hand, he's a bright guy. Even to sit and be able to argue with the doctor, you could tell he was a bright guy, but all twisted up in a way that I can't fathom.
You know, and I'm not sure how old he was, but I assume we're probably in the same generation.
Sounds like.
I love space, and I'm jealous of your generation. You guys got to see the moonwalk. We have nothing. We shut down our space program. It's a shame. It's a shame.
Well, let me be John for a second. Of course we shut it down. We couldn't keep up that lie for that long.
Oh, yeah. I'll clear the line so you can take the next caller, but I appreciate it, Art. It's been a great show.
Thank you very much for calling in. Take care. I had to bunch the brakes up a little bit here. Let's go to, I don't know, somewhere in California, I think, on the phone. Hi, you're on the air.
Yeah, hi, Art. I'm debating whether to talk about this previous segment or not because there's so much fertile ground to plow.
Oh, I know.
But instead, I think I'll thank you very much for having Preston Bennett on last week. He cleared something up for me that I've been wondering about for like more than 30 years. And if he's correct, what I had more than 30 years ago was an out-of-body experience, but it involved witnessing something from a past life. And that something that I witnessed was my being executed in an electric chair.
Oh, my.
Yeah, and I figure it was the 30s, maybe the late 20s, or in the 30s, or possibly the 1940s.
What had you done?
I don't know. Whatever it was bad enough to be executed.
Well, yeah.
And I witnessed the hood going over the face from my perspective, and I experienced the jolt of the electricity.
So how was it?
Well, it was quick. I will tell you it was quick.
Well, in a lot of executions, it's not. If they don't get everything just right, they've had guys' heads catch on fire. It's awful.
Oh, I know. But in my case, it was
quick.
Mercifully brief.
Hmm.
And you had mentioned one of your hang-ups is being afraid. And I tend to think that whatever fear you're experiencing in that sort of experience of OBE is fear that you're bringing with you.
Oh,
and
yes.
Just to tell you that there's really nothing there that can harm you other than what you bring along with you to freak you out.
All right. Well, thank you very much for the call. I really appreciate it. Right. Take care. Let's see. Okay. Well, no, let me talk about that fear. 1,000,000 times I've tried to tell myself, don't be afraid when these things happen. But going back to my most recent experience, the shadow guy, didn't work at all. Absolutely didn't work at all. From the first second I saw him, I was absolutely terrified. So somebody's going to have to teach me how, when these things occur, how when a giant triangle appears over you or a shadow guy next to you, you don't be afraid. Instead, you relax and you sort of white light yourself, I think people say, and, all the rest of it. Let me go overseas somewhere. Will, you're on the air. Hello.
Bell.
Yes, hello.
Hey, how are you going, mate?
I'm doing well. Sounds Aussie to me.
Very Aussie.
Where are you?
Newcastle in Australia,
All
East
right.
Coast.
Good to have you.
Yeah, good to be on. I've followed you for years and years, and yeah, great to get through.
Seems to me like people in Australia are beginning to discover us big time.
Yeah, I tell all my friends. So I've got a few people tuning in.
All right. Hi, people.
Yeah.
Yes. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, the flat Earth stuff from the first part of the show.
Right.
Yeah, I started seeing videos and stuff on Facebook and YouTube about 12 months ago and thought it was absolutely ludicrous. And then I watched them. They're, a couple of hours long and did my own due diligence and what I found out isn't too far from what Jay was talking about.
I've got you. Another flat earther.
Another flat earther.
Yes, well, we need to explore how this happened to you. You were exposed, obviously, to flat earth stuff, propaganda, and somehow you became converted. How long a process was that?
Probably about 6 weeks of really scratching my head, and I spend a lot of time outside at night. And
you didn't like scratch it raw or anything, did you? I mean, bleeding, possibly a head injury?
No.
You sure?
No head injury.
Look here. We're at a break point. I'm going to hold you over. All right? Yep. We've got to explore this. I've got to try to understand. There's got to be ways. Hold on. This is Midnight. I'm Art Bell.
Who's gonna tell you when it's too late? Who's gonna tell you things are so great?
Leave me this way. I can't survive. I can't stay alive without your love. Oh, baby, don't leave me this way. No, I can't exist. I'll surely miss your tender kiss. Don't leave me this way.
Midnight in the Desert spans the world. To call us from outside the U.S. and Canada only, use Skype with a headset mic if on a computer and call MITD 55. That's MITD 55.
Thank you, Ross. We're back, and as a matter of fact, the other side of the globe is where we're going again, back to Australia, and Will, who is another flat earther. And what astounds me about the flat earthers is they seem otherwise like pretty bright people. So how does that happen, Will?
I don't know. I just like I said before the break, I spend a lot of time outside at night, and just what I was seeing and staring at just didn't quite add up, and I just started looking for answers why, because the answers that we're told in school and stuff just didn't make sense to me.
Do you actually think our sun is only 3,000 miles above us?
Still undecided on how far the sun is away, but
it has to be. I mean, to be really a flat earther, that sun has to be sitting out there 3,000 miles, or it doesn't work.
I wouldn't go preaching on people's doorsteps about it, but it just made a lot more sense to me than the globe. Like, the evidence they put forward is quite good.
Well, but again, if you want it to be true, then the sun has to be only 3,000 miles up.
Oh, that may be so. Like you said, you'd have to go up and have a look. There's just, no real way to tell from down here.
Well, do you agree with John that, all of the NASA stuff, all of the stuff we know about is fake?
That's a big question. Yes and no, because last night's show had a lot of stuff to do with
it did.
They went there, but not the way that we know. So
right,
yeah.
Right. But still, even if we went, no matter which way we went, the slow way or the really fast way, it's still 250,000 miles away to the moon. That is.
Yeah.
And then there's that 93 million miles to the sun. So, I mean, think about it. We would have passed the sun on the way to the moon long since.
That's right. That's right. But just something to think about is when you're looking at a moon at night, actually, when the moon's still up in the day. So say there's a full moon, but you can still see it in daylight, right? Mm-hmm. Just say 12 o'clock in the day, the sun's above the moon. The moon's below the sun. Still a full moon. You can still see it in broad daylight, yet the sun should be off behind the moon, and we're still getting the same image of the moon. the same side lit up.
But doesn't the moon block the sun, and we call that an eclipse?
That's what I just can't work out. I can't justify in my head how it's our globe is the reason we have the moon changes.
So it's like there in Australia. Well, you're not down under. You're just over.
Just over, yes.
Yeah. All right. Well, Will, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it. I'm just astounded. Thank you very much. I really am astounded. I mean, isn't it a thing in itself that that people believe as they do? Isn't it absolutely astounding to listen to this? And these are otherwise, it would seem, pretty bright people. Jordan on Skype, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, probably when
Jordan, you're breaking up on me, buddy.
Hey, is it better now?
A little.
Sorry, I got you on Skype here. Is it better?
It is better, yes. Go ahead. Let's see if we can do it.
Well, one thing I wanted to say is I'm not debating whether we landed on the moon or not, but I kind of go with the theory of where we went there, but we ended up finding something. We ended up taking stuff back.
Rocks.
And I think that, yeah, we ended up, I don't know if we took rocks back. They might be alive. That was just a joke, but,
good.
But I also want to hit on one more thing. I wanted to tell you one thing that I listened back in the day, when you had the pilot on the phone, and he had, captured a giant with the military, and they were transporting, he was transporting a giant. I just wanted to see if you could touch basis on that and kind of recreate that moment.
I'm not sure what moment you're talking about. We had a pilot on the show who flew into Area 51, but I don't remember a pilot with a giant.
Maybe it was the Area 51 one, and then you had lost connection with him.
Yes, that's right. That's exactly right. That was even put into a song by Tool. I mean, it's legend at this point.
I just said, I'm a young buck. What do you say?
Well, there's nothing to say. Thank you very much for the call. It was just astounding radio. What happened to him? I don't know. I'm sorry. I haven't heard. Overseas, somewhere, you're on the air.
Hi, how's it going tonight? Thanks for having the debate. I love the subject. My name is Ernest. I am a flat earther.
Another one. Ernest, welcome to the program. Where are you, Ernest?
Well, right now I'm in the Boston area. I just want to say I make more money probably than most of your callers.
Ernest, this is our overseas line, buddy. So no matter how much money you make, if you're in Boston, you can't call on this line.
I'm sorry. You don't post where the call-in information is. Can you give me the...
It's at artbell.com.
Okay, thanks.
All right,
buddy.
Thank you very much. And call me over there and we'll talk. That line is restricted for people outside of North America. That means America and Canada in this case. So if you're outside America and Canada, it's Skype at MITD55. MITD55. Let's go then, I don't know. Let's try Chris, on Skype. Hello, Chris. I think I tried Chris on Skype. Did I do it wrong? No, I didn't. Chris, are you there? Apparently not. Well, let me try it once more. Is this Chris? Hello, Chris.
Hello?
Turn your radio off, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll hold while you turn off your radio.
Thank you.
And you're rustling around, too. Hold good and still for me.
Hello, Art?
Yes, go right ahead, Chris. And turn off your radio, please.
It is off.
Okay.
So I'm talking to Art Bell.
You are.
Oh, my God. I'm so glad you're back, Art.
Thank you.
It's been a long haul, but we've all been waiting, and we're thrilled you're back.
Thank you.
So I did. I just wanted to thank you also for bringing the GIS people back.
Yet to come.
On the 20th, right?
Yes.
I'm looking forward to that. I hope they have some nice new juicy EVPs for us all.
I hope.
Yeah, they kind of, that show sort of launched myself and my wife into our little amateur ghost hunting, and had a couple things. Finally got to feel what it's like to have the hair on the back of your neck come up, and I was doing an investigation in Fairfax, an old building, well, several. One was it was a tuberculosis hospital, and a refugee camp for 1906 earthquake victims, and nothing really significant happened that we felt or saw, but the last night was pretty strange. Retrieving my camera at 2 a.m. in the morning in a dark bathroom, I go to reach for my tripod, and I hear, hey, like you stumbled over someone in an alley or something, but no one there. Quite startling.
Well, do you have any proof, photographic, audio?
I got one apparition image that came after what we thought we heard a woman's voice, and we got what looked like a shooting star on a video camera in the house.
Okay, if I give you an address, can you email that to me?
Absolutely.
All right, here it is, artbell@artbell.com. And this goes for everybody. That's my email address. If you want to get a photograph to me, then artbell@artbell.com. If you want to get somebody on the show, don't email me. Email my producer. That would be producer@artbell.com. And I give these out so that I don't have to do it all the time. Otherwise, I have to keep emailing people back who are suggesting people, and I appreciate that. Really, truly, I do. Whenever you can suggest somebody for the show, happy to have them on. But please, by all means, send it to producer@artbell.com. Let's go to Joshua somewhere. Hi, Joshua.
Hi, Israel.
I beg pardon?
I'm in Israel.
You're in Israel?
Yes.
Hey,
yes,
you're my first caller from Israel, Joshua. Welcome.
Yeah, so I was just wondering about this whole flat Earth thing. I've traveled a lot. I'm born in the United States. One time I flew to Israel. I flew a very northerly route. It was the middle of summer. I was looking out the window and I was seeing snow. Mm-hmm. And another time it took a more equatorial route with a couple stopovers. And I don't see how going all of these different directions would make sense if the Earth wasn't round.
Well, I tried to point that out to John. And I boiled it down to mileage. You can shorten up the trip in actual measurable miles by doing the circle route, right?
Right.
That means it's a big ball.
Right. Has anybody ever, offered to fund a flat Earth conference, maybe in the lounge area of a 747 while it flew around the world? Let them actually see it?
I don't think so, but it's not a half bad idea.
They seem like intelligent, very scientifically minded people who just doubt the evidence they see in books. Maybe if we get them all on a plane, give them their own compasses so they don't have to trust the equipment in the cockpit,
but
and
Joshua,
fly it in one direction until it can land at the same place it took off.
I know, but Joshua, they have to throw away so much. I mean, so much has to be fake for what they believe to be true. Our sun has to be 3,000 miles up for what they believe to be true. And you're right. I mean, they sound intelligent otherwise, and so it's a mystery to me. It's honestly a mystery.
I think, and it seems that there are a lot of flat earthers listening this morning, I suggest that one of them who's willing to go out on a limb, try to crowdfund a meeting of the Flat Earth Society and actually publish the results. Do this. Try this. See if they fly around the world or see if they find the edge, because I'm sure the rest of the scientific community would be very, very interested in a well-documented discovery of the edge of the world. We'd all love to see that.
I guess I don't want to stand right there, but yeah, I'd like to see it.
Yeah, thank you for having me on.
Joshua, thank you for calling. Israel, that's the first call from Israel. And again, outside North America, it's MITD 55, MITD 55. Let's try the phones. Foley, Alabama. Hello.
Hello, yeah, this is Rex, Art.
Hey,
glad
howdy.
to find you back again.
Yes, sir. I'm glad how did you find me? actually.
Well, I'll tell you, I was scanning my shortwave radio, doing a third shift, and I said, this can't be true. And I listened to the program. I became so overwhelmed with emotion when I realized it was you. Street lights began to flicker on and off around me. It was incredible.
That's a great way to have found me. And we are on shortwave, like I think 2 or 3 different stations. So you could find us around the dial. And the funny thing about shortwave is so many of the countries that used to broadcast shortwave have stopped because of the cost involved and other reasons, that there's not much on shortwave worth listening to anymore. So I guess we sort of stand out.
You do, and like I said, I felt like I found a lost brother, and I want to thank you for coming back on the airways. I have a bit of scientific, intriguing information that you may find innovative.
Okay.
Our solar technology right now, even on the spacecraft the most advanced solar technology, it's still not up in the upper percentage of efficiency, and especially the stuff you put on the roof of your house. But what if you could create a 100% efficient photoelectric cell that would actually produce a kilowatt of electricity over 1 square meter? The only way to do that, Art, is to embed or embody alpha or beta particle in a selenium to cause the photoelectrons being thrown off, to do that at a faster rate. And if you could create a 100% efficient photocell, then that could accompany your space flight. So even if you're out there, even in the Oort cloud, you're going to be able to power your spacecraft. Now, there's a doctor that worked at Los Alamos, and I won't mention his name, but he's from Dallas. He's no longer with us. He's the one who came up with these calculations about this 100% efficient photocell. And if you could do that, and he also introduced an intriguing method of traveling through the universe.
All right, one thing at a time. If you could produce such a solar device, you would be rich beyond belief. The Arabs would be after you. You'd be in all kinds of trouble with even the oil companies here. So if you,
right.
Yeah, I am right. So if you've got something like that, buy a gun.
Well, Art, that brings me to a very paranoid feeling, and I have these equations in front of me right now. And,
all right. Well, I'm sorry, we don't have time for the equations, but feel free to email them to me. Be happy to take a look. In the meantime, buy a gun. If you've really got that, they're going to get you. From the high desert, the great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert, rocking in the nighttime and taking over. Let us go to Michelle. I think it's Michelle's. Where are you, Michelle?
I'm Art. I'm in Japan.
You're in Japan?
And,
where? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
where in Japan?
My signal's not very good because I'm at work.
That's okay. I hear you fine. I would say Ohio gozaimasu. What part of Japan, Michelle?
Shizuoka.
Okay, excellent. Well, welcome.
Mm-hmm. Near Fuji. So.
Right.
Gosh, it's great to hear you again. I've been dying to hear radio like that again. It's summer, so I don't have anything to do at my job, so I tuned in. First time I've gotten to tune into you again, and man, that was some interview, huh?
Oh, yes. We're here every night, Monday through Friday, here in the U.S.
Great. So the thing is, when I came to Japan, we did the circle thing you're talking about. I mean, we went way up north and then back down.
Sure you
and
did.
I could see it all because I had the window seat, and I can't. I mean, I get that you can make that kind of a theory, but there's so much evidence that he just didn't want to listen to, and that's what bugged me.
Well, what bothered me, Michelle, honestly, is that both of these guys that we've had now sounded like otherwise, frankly, bright people, sort of inexplicably going down this wrong highway.
I've been on the internet and on social media for so long that kind of stuff doesn't faze me anymore.
Really?
There is no dearth of people out there who will get something in their head, and no matter how intelligent they are, they will refuse to change what it is they believe and will just completely discount. And you can see it everywhere.
But even up against absolute, even up against absolute scientific fact.
Oh yeah.
Well, Michelle,
I know.
I'm saying.
Welcome to humanity, right?
I guess. So in a sense, that was radio gold, because never has an academic like that man sustained 90 minutes of what he did.
That's true. I have to give him a massive amount of credit for actually sitting there and being willing to keep that going for that long.
That's right.
And not just lose it and give up.
By the way, are you worried about Fuji blowing up?
No, not really. It's kind of one of those things that's in the back of my mind, but it's, I'm about, 30 miles away, so.
So you must see it real well.
Oh, yeah, you can see it right out the window here where I'm at. I've got some gorgeous, I know I should email you one of the pictures I took from my apartment one day.
I would love it.
I will do that. I will send that to you.
I'm so glad you found us.
It's great to hear you again.
Listen, I am curious. How did you find us all the way over in Japan?
Actually, I clicked on a link on Facebook about something today, and then it showed me a one of those related article things about you starting up this new show, and I immediately freaked out because I listen to you online with old shows and stuff all the time, constantly. But hearing something new, I was like, well, immediately tell me what it is.
Do me a friend and do me a favor and tell your friends.
I will definitely do that.
Well, that'd be like doing me a friend. All right. Thank you very, very much for calling, and take care. All the way from Japan. Wow. Okay. It's hard to know where to go, but Scott is my guy, and that's where I'm going. Scott, hi. Hello, Scott.
Art?
Yes.
Hey, this is Don. Actually, I'm using Scott's computer.
I'm sure you asked Scott for permission, right?
Yeah, he's letting me use his Skype right now.
That's good. All right.
We're both listening to you on this flat Earth thing tonight, and I just wanted to put my 2 cents in on this. I did a lot of sort of, I guess, just YouTube investigation is what you call it, just sitting around watching YouTube videos about this flat Earth thing a couple of months ago.
Yes.
And what this really seems like to me and to a few other people that agreed in comments was this is a psyop thing. This is something designed to muddy the waters, to get people thinking in a certain way, I think.
Toward what end?
I don't really know. That's what's interesting. I think the question should be not is the Earth flat, but why are you telling us the Earth is flat, and who's paying you to do it?
Oh, so you
see what I mean?
Well, kind of, yes. But again, to what end could you even imagine?
Well, looking deeper on the wiki page of modern flat Earth societies, all of this is really based on a couple of verses from the Bible.
Really?
Yeah.
And
I don't know specifically which ones.
Can you paraphrase?
Basically, I have to look up that wiki page again, but
okay. I wonder where in the Bible it leads us toward believing that.
Well, what it leads me to believe is this is like a creationist agenda that they're trying to push.
Now, you might be onto something there.
You see what I'm saying?
Sure. You might be onto something there. A lot of creationists believe the Earth is very young and that man has only been here for,
6,500 years.
That's right. Mm-hmm. And that might fit in with the sun only being, 3,000 miles away?
Right, and they talk about, I think the other 9 points that John didn't get to tonight, some of those points were the idea of the firmament above, being an ice dome above us, the idea of Antarctica being surrounding all of the continents, and that Admiral Byrd could never get past, these certain points in Antarctica, and there's all these mysteries about Antarctica and what it is. And
there were more points. You're right. We didn't get to all of those, but
and a lot of it seems compelling, but the whole thing, it just seems like this creationist agenda, like they're trying to push for whatever reason, and it seems like a disinformation thing to muddy the waters for other, to throw it in the bucket with other sort of fringe ideas.
Well, the only place where they almost had me was the airplane going one direction and the airplane going the other direction.
Right, that's a good one.
I had to think about that a little bit. I'm still not
from continent to continent.
I'm still not sure about that one. Otherwise, no, I didn't buy any of it. That one I'm going to have to give a little thought. That it seemed like that might have made a little sense to me, but I mean, after all, the Earth is turning in one direction, the plane going in the other direction.
Oh, there was another point about, like, you couldn't fly a plane, you couldn't get a flight from, say, South America to South Africa, or from South Africa to Australia. You would always have to go to the northern hemisphere and connect somewhere in the northern hemisphere, like Dubai or in the UK, and then fly to your location in the southern hemisphere. And then if you looked at it on the flat Earth map, it would make sense because it would go in a straight line. But on the spherical map, on the globe, it has to sort of go zigzag up and down up to the northern hemisphere, and that seemed a bit odd.
Right. All right.
But just a few more things I thought I'd throw in there for conversation.
Look, I appreciate it. I mean, what damage could you possibly do throwing anything in what we did tonight?
Yeah, it was really fun tonight.
All right, I've got to go. I'm at a break. We'll be back. This is Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell.
Mother, he was a friend of mine, and he could sing songs, his heart in every line.
For Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft. Southeast Asia braces for what could be a devastating blow from the super typhoon. Food, water, cots, generators, and other federal emergency supplies were rushed Tuesday from Hawaii and Guam to help Saipan after Typhoon Sudler blasted the tiny U.S. island in the western Pacific. After hitting the island, the typhoon strengthened into the Earth's most powerful storm of 2015, equivalent to a Category 5 hurricane with sustained winds of 180 miles per hour, as it continued Monday across the Pacific Ocean. By Tuesday evening, the typhoon was downgraded from a super typhoon, with winds around 130 miles an hour and gusts of 161, which is equal to a Category 4 storm. The typhoon was taking aim at Taiwan, China, and some of Japan's southern islands. Be prepared to grab a lawn chair or a warm blanket and look up. It's time for the best meteor shower of the year. The Perseids are the year's most popular and anticipated shower due to two factors: the warm weather and abundance of meteors that streak across the sky. Meteor showers occur as Earth passes through the dust left over from a passing comet. In this case, Earth is passing through particles left over from comet Swift-Tuttle. The small particles then enter Earth's atmosphere, come in around 59 kilometers an hour, and then quickly burn up in our atmosphere, creating a shooting star. The best part of this year is that it's almost a new moon, so even faint meteors will be visible. The Perseids are active from July 13th to August 26th. They peak on the night of August 12th through the 13th, with as many as 100 meteors an hour being visible from dark locations. This is Dark Matter News.
I don't mind, but you better promise me I'll be back in time.
If you've ever dreamed of cruising around town on a floating skateboard like Marty McFly does in the classic 80s flick Back to the Future Part 2, then you could soon be in luck. A pair of innovators is trying to make the futuristic fantasy of riding a hoverboard into a reality. Husband and wife design team Jill and Greg Henderson launched a Kickstarter campaign for their Hindo hoverboard, a levitating skateboard that could hit hover parks as early as October of this year.
Hey, stop! Little girl, stop! Look, I need to borrow your hoverboard.
The Kickstarter campaign, which ended in December of last year, was a resounding success. It brought in well over its initial goal of $250,000 in its first week. And before the campaign ended, the project had already raised nearly $500,000. But with all this hype, there comes an important question. How in the world does this thing work? The basic premise behind the technology is something called magnetic field architecture. MFA is Henderson's term for what others may call magnetic levitation, or maglev, which is already used to power super-fast hovering trains in Japan, China, and South Korea. These trains use magnets to create lift and thrust, and can travel at blistering paces because there is no friction between the train's wheels and the axles and the rails. But the technology behind the Hindo hoverboard is different from other applications of maglev. The most obvious difference is that, unlike a train, the board doesn't follow a track. Instead, it hovers freely on top of a surface plated in copper.
Hey, McFly, you Jojo! Those parts don't work on water unless you've got power!
But it could also be made to hover over aluminum, as well as a variety of non-metal materials that are also inductors. The technology behind the hoverboard is also offered in a scaled-back form as the White Box Developer Kit, which is simply a box equipped with the company's signature hover engines. For a look at these new futuristic hoverboards in action, visit darkmatternews.com. I'm Leo Ashcraft for Dark Matter News.
The Screaming Lady. Remember the Screaming Lady commercial? People went berserk over the Screaming Lady commercial. Oh, my God, I'm going to cancel. How can you have that on? I got email after email after email. You wouldn't believe it. And so they rotated, and the Screaming Lady came out. A day or two passed, and then I'm inundated with zillions of emails. Oh, I missed the Screaming Lady. What happened to the Screaming Lady? Duncan in New Zealand says, by wormhole, I agree. This is all a psyop with the mass awakening of people occurring. It's just a distraction to stop us looking out into the universe. Frankly, citing business reasons for his anonymity raises some serious red flags with me. Well, I understood it. I understood the reason for his not wanting to reveal his real name. Would you? I mean, he had solid business reasons, I guess. Steve on Skype somewhere. Hi, you're on the air.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty well, Steve. Get good and close to where the microphone is on your computer, because you sound like you're in a hollow room.
Okay, I'm calling from Germany. I'm ex-military. Used to work on the Persian missiles and stayed over here. Well, I've been listening to your program today. It was really great. This flat Earth thing, I never ever thought the world could be flat. But I also was watching some of these YouTube videos about the flat Earth, and they got some pretty interesting facts that make you go, could it be? So.
Well, of those, okay, you watched. I know there are YouTube videos. What is it that impressed you?
Well, what impressed me the most is what I think it was a lighthouse. There was a few videos. It was a lighthouse, and they went a few miles away, and they were trying to say, well, if the Earth is really round, a curvature, you shouldn't be able to see the lighthouse anymore at this distance.
Mm. Well, Crystal Lighthouse sticks out or up, right? So I guess as you went further and further, more and more of the lighthouse would disappear until finally even the blinking light up top would be gone.
Right, exactly. But it wasn't. It was straight on.
You mean the lighthouse stayed in full view no matter how far you went?
It stayed in full view, and that was the thing that was really impressive to me.
Well, it's impressive, but it's impossible. Huh?
Well, yeah, but I don't want to believe it. I really don't. But I don't know. Have you yourself looked at any of these YouTube videos?
I have. Actually, I have. Yes, and a few of their arguments are kind of interesting. I think I mentioned the airplane, right? The one he made. Right. That still is grabbing me a little bit, but the amount of stuff that has to be fake and wrong for it to be true. I mean, the sun 3,000 miles away? Really?
No, exactly. Yeah, I know it's not possible, but there's just some things that are really that you scratch your head.
Well, you do.
Yeah, it would be nice if you do another show about this flat Earth thing, and it's good to hear you back on the air. I don't want to waste anybody's time with a more important call than mine.
All right, well, just out of curiosity, though, if you don't mind, how did you hear about us, and why are you in Germany?
Well, I used to be in the Army. I worked on the Persian missiles.
Yes.
And I stayed over here. I met a girl and fell in love. And,
yes.
And I've been listening to Dark Matter for a long time, and I used to listen to what's her name, Carrie Cassadine on Project Camelot and Stephen Greer. I'm really interested. I've been following this stuff on UFOs.
Oh man, I cannot wait to have Stephen Greer on again. Did you hear the statement I played that Steve Greer made?
No, what was it?
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Seriously? You know what? Stay right where you are. I'm going to turn you down a little bit, and I'm going to play something here that I want you to hear. So, let's see. You're in Germany, right? But I've got somebody else over here. Hold on in Germany. Adam, hello.
Hey, Art. I feel like I'm in a time machine listening to your show. It goes so quick. You've got such an interesting and diverse number of guests on there. I wanted to say that I was lucky enough in my work industry to have access to press passes to get into the STS-2 or Space Shuttle launch site.
Yes, sir.
And I was an audio enthusiast, and at the STS-2 launch, I was able to bring in a pair of Electro Voice RE15 mics and a little Nakamichi battery-operated deck. Mm-hmm. I have this great recording of STS-2 launch. And when the thing does the roll, as it clears the launch tower, you can hear that. You can hear the fire crackling out of the engines. And now that you've got this great streaming stereo platform, if you'd like, I would be happy to send you a non-compressed copy of that to do with what you will.
I would love it. I would love it. I would love it. I would love it. Send it to artbell@artbell.com.
All right. Any file size limitation on the email server?
It's a good question. I think if it's how big is it? Do you know?
Well, if I send it at like 96 kilobits,
yes,
24, whatever that 2496 stream is, I think it'd probably be about 12 to 15 megabits.
That might be pushing it. I'd be happier if it was slightly under 10. I'm not sure what limits, if anything, I've got on, but I think it might be around 10.
I'll squeeze it in under that.
All right. Give it a shot, would you?
You got it.
And I'll play it. Yes, and you're right, in stereo. Look, everybody do me a favor. Tomorrow, Bob Crane has these amazing earbuds. When I say amazing, I really mean amazing. I don't know what they're made out of at the end, but they conform to your ear. And when you plug in earbuds to your, I don't know what, your phone or your iPad or whatever, it's like you came into a new universe with this program. It'll sound so good. They're like $9.95, which I think cheats Bob Crane. Call him in the morning. Tell him Art Bell told you to call. Get a pair of those on the way, and then you can review them on the air for me. They're amazing. Call them at 1-800-522-8863. I've done those commercials for years, so I actually know his number. 1-800-522-8863. All right, now, let me see. I'm going to have to manipulate a little bit here, and I'm going to have to clear that, and I'm going to have to bring up the statement by Dr. Greer. This is astounding to me.
Now, I'm going to say something here because this is enough years after it happened.
Stephen Greer.
A few years ago, there was a show called Coast to Coast with Art Bell. And it was on the cover of Time magazine, and I was one of his favorite guests. And when I'd be on that show, it really lit things up at certain agencies. And one time I was on his show, and a few years back, towards the end of his career there, and this issue came up, and I said, well, I have a source high up in SETI that confirms to me that they, in fact, have received interplanetary signals, but in a kind of phased, not normal array. It was kind of a pulsed array, and that it was kept secret and covered up. And the SETI people were furious. Subsequently, Seth Shostak got on the show and just said, well, Dr. Greer knew what he was talking about, and he probably talked to some volunteer computer operator, because we have all this network of volunteers. What Art Bell didn't know, and which Seth Shostak didn't know, and which I'm going to say now because it's enough water going under the bridge, is that the guy who told me that was the founder of the SETI project and the Drake equation, Dr. Drake. He told me that they had that contact. Moreover, a man who had been one of Carl Sagan's best friends, the best man at his wedding, confirmed it. And he had been present when the wow signal came in at Harvard.
Okay, so back to Steve in Germany.
Yeah, Art Bell, listen, Stephen Greer, he's a good guy, but after the serious movie documentary he made, he's I don't trust him anymore. He's looking a little more and more shady to me.
Not to me. I've always trusted him, and you know what? That statement he just made, and he's going to be on the show, and believe me, trust me, when I tell you we're going to have him explain that, and then we're going to have Seth Shostak on, because what he essentially just said is we haven't been told the truth. We've had contact. I mean, that's what the man just said. We've had contact.
Well, I believe that. I think everybody believes that.
No, everybody doesn't believe that. We've had Seth on 1 million times, asked him about contact, and of course he has said that, we have the wow signal, but Greer was talking about real contact and the fact that it's not known. And so if we've actually had contact, that's big, big news.
Well, yeah, of course that's big news. Are you talking about that the government has had contact, or that city has had contact?
Well, that said he had contact, and okay. Apparently we didn't know about it. So I'm telling you, that's a blockbuster if true. Listen, I've got to run, but thank you for the call.
When is he coming back? When is this show going to happen?
It'll be, I don't know. He's on our, I don't want to say. We can't talk about our guests for some reason.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks for hearing me out.
And you're very welcome. Happy to do it. Okay, who is JP? I guess that's right. Is that correct? JP? No? Too bad. All right, JP, you would have been on the air, but I guess you're not going to be unless you're there. One last try. Are you there? Nope. Okay, no problem. Let's go to Pat. You're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Pat, also known as Magical Chet.
Okay.
I'm calling on behalf of the good people at Pound DM Talk Group on the social media platform Twitter.
Really?
Yes. And I'd like to give a shout-out to Skinny President, the only shout-out that she'll let me give. My question is, when will you play One Velvet Morning? Because we're all waiting.
Well,
I'll take my answer off the air.
Okay. All right. No problem. Probably never. Well, that's not true. I won't say never. We have a restriction against playing tunes prior to 1972 unless they have been remastered. So that's the deal. So I don't want to say never, because they are actually in talks so that the people who had songs that are, prior to 1972 can be played and can be paid for. But right now there's no mechanism to pay for them. So we're stuck. I'm sorry. There's nothing we can do. Hopefully the talks are underway right now. They'll get it straightened out. And then as we can play current commercial music, post 72, soon we'll be able to play the stuff prior to 72. I hope that kind of answers your question. Let's go to, Charlotte something or another. Hello, on the phone.
Hello, it's Calvin.
Charlottetown, is that it?
Yeah, it's Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island.
Nova Scotia, okay.
Prince Edward Island, actually. It shows up Nova Scotia in the caller ID.
It does, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, proceed.
Okay. I just wanted to say that about John there. He doesn't seem to sound too much older or younger than I am. I just wanted to say, it's kind of almost depressing that we're supposed to be the progressive generation here, and we still got people hung up on whether or not the Earth is flat, which has been disproven thousands of years ago. It's just kind of a bleak thing to think about, and I'm not sure why anybody would ever. Well,
I think what made me feel bleak about it was that John otherwise sounded very bright. And
no, absolutely, right?
It's very concerning to me that he could go down a trail that a bright person shouldn't be able to go down.
No, it's kind of sad almost, and I don't want to belittle the guy because as we've both agreed on, he sounds really smart, but it's just kind of It's like, I don't know, like, how do you, I don't know, how do you go that way, you know? Like,
I don't know. I'm sorry, I just flat, excuse the word, flat don't know.
Anyway, you know, that's all I just really wanted to say. I think a lot of other people listening tonight probably think the same thing.
Well, thank you for the call, and I'm sure they do. Roy, you're on the air wherever you are.
It is I, J.C. Webster III.
Oh, my God.
You did not...
This is J.C.? No.
M640, M640.
Yeah, it's not. It's not J.C. It sounded like J.C., didn't it? That's not J.C. J.C. has not been on his Facebook page in a long time. I hope nothing has happened to J.C. Nothing untoward has occurred to J.C. Anyway, Kurt, your turn. You're on the air.
Well, hello.
Hello.
How are you today?
Mystified, but here.
All right, let me turn this down
I should have
so
said
I don't hear you double.
Should have said flat mystified. Anyway.
You know what? He said, I'm flattered to be on your show, and I think he was fooling us. I do. I just had a sense in my gut that he knew that how in the world can anybody believe that the earth is still flat? You're going to get in a ship and then you're just going to fall off into where?
Yeah, I think you're wrong, because I think he did honestly believe it. I'm sorry to say. Oh, yes. Yes.
I can't believe that anybody in 2015 believed that we're on a flat plane. Bubbles, when we blow a bubble, it turns to a sphere. I think the Lord, with his breath, made the planet. So that's a sign that a bubble's not flat. I don't know, just an idea. But I just don't believe that somebody in 2015 believe the earth flat. Are they nuts or what? Are they in a cult, or I just don't know.
I don't know.
I'll let you go. You have a good night.
All right, I'm going.
Bye-bye now.
Yeah, bye-bye now. All right, well, that's it. Man, where did that program go?
Midnight in the desert.
That's the name of it. Where did it go?
Shooting stars across.
We'll be back tomorrow night. Tomorrow night is Bigfoot. I'll go that far. We'll tell you it's all about Bigfoot. One you're not going to want to miss. As Midnight in the Desert takes over, listener by listener by listener by listener. Good night. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world. Every single inch of it covered one way or the other by this program, Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell. Great to be here. I had a surprise for you tonight, but it got blown by social media. That's all right. My guest tonight in a bit is going to be Travis Walton. Abductee, not alleged abductee, as it says on Wiki, but abductee. The real deal, folks. 2 rules for my show. No bad language. No bad language. And only 1 call per show. That's the rules. The thank yous are Telos for the great sound. It is astounding what this Telos gear does. Keith Rowland, my webmaster, my producer, Heather Wade. Tell you more about her in a moment. All of you, of course, the BellGab website. Check them out yet. They're mean. Well, they think they're mean. Slightly lovable, mostly mean. If you can handle it. People who love our bell. MidnightinDesert.com. All chat sites. And Stream Guys, of course, who get it all to you. LV.net, who gets it from here to Stream Guys. And then Peter Eberhardt, our sales guy. And you know, I've been forgetting Leo, our newsman, who does an incredible job, no question about it. All right, real quick in the news, Trump says Fox was mean to him. Mean. And I thought they were too, actually. A French search plane is lifting off looking for more debris near Reunion. Nothing officially spotted as of yet. And then this item. Hi, Art. Email. First, welcome back to the airwaves, podcast, late night radio and all that. Great to hear you again. This photo I took in the winter of 2007. I took it right after it snowed here in Everett, Washington. It was around midnight or so. My back deck looking northwest toward Port Gardner Bay, which is part of Puget Sound. There is a neighbor's house in the background, and there appears to be a ghost image, a pretty awful one, I might add, near the back edge of the deck, and it seems to be looking at me. Now, I didn't see it at the time of the photo, or the photo would not exist. I would have been heading indoors at a quick pace, locking the doors behind me. Hope you find it of interest. Boy, I sure do, Ron. Thank you very much. It's on artbell.com. If you want to go up and take a look, this thing is creepy by any measure. One of the better either ghost photographs or creature photographs I've ever seen in my life. So artbell.com. All right, so in a moment, Travis Walton. I looked him up on Wiki. I've interviewed Travis probably 6 or 10 years ago or something. Travis, Wiki says, is an American logger who was allegedly, and I scratched that word out, who was abducted by a UFO on November 5th, 1975, after working with a logging crew in the Apache National Forest in Arizona. Walton could not be found, but in fact reappeared after a 5-day intensive search. The case received mainstream publicity, remains one of the best-known instances of alien abduction. Again, I went right past alleged. UFO historian Jerome Clark writes that few abduction reports have generated as much controversy as the Walton case. It was made, into a movie, a very, very popular movie called Fire in the Sky. And prior to doing tonight's interview, I again watched Fire in the Sky with my wife, who was utterly freaked out, completely freaked out, and so I imagine she is sitting intently listening to this interview. So what's going to happen is, coming up in a moment, the real McCoy. That's what he is, the real McCoy, Travis Walton. Stay right where you are. These interviews are few and far between. This is Midnight in the Desert, and I'm Art Bell, as usual, raging in the nighttime.
Oh, the night is the world, city light, painted girl. In the day, nothing matters. It's the night, time is matter. In the night, no control. Through the wall, something breaking. Wearing white as you're walking down the street of the soul.
There's a man going round taking names, and he decides who to free and who to blame. Everybody won't be treated all the same. There'll be a golden ladder reaching down when the man comes around. The hairs on your arm will stand up at the terror in each sip and in each sup. Will you partake of that last offered cup or disappear into the potter's ground?
Feel free to sniff our packets. Then, with a smile on your face, please call the show at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
Good evening, everybody. Here he is, from Snowflake, Arizona. Actually, the place he always was, really, Travis Walton. Travis, hi.
Good evening.
Good evening. It has been, 6 years, 10 years, like forever since we have had an opportunity to talk. So
yes.
It's really an honor to have you back, and I was serious about scratching out that alleged stuff. What happened to you happened, period. That's it.
Absolutely. I mean, we're at the tipping point. Back in the day, they used to say anybody who believes in such things is a kook. Now we're actually coming to the point where the debunkers and the skeptics are the kooks. Because the definition of a kook is someone who believes things that are at odds with known facts and accepted beliefs.
Thank you.
And that's them, not us.
That's right. That is them, and there is so much to prove it now. And I really hate taking you back to this story again, but that's what I have to do because they'd crucify me otherwise. You're still married, right, to Mike Rogers' sister?
Yeah, but we've been separated a number of years, amicably, but definitely living apart.
Okay.
November 5th, 1975. In some ways, it's like yesterday. It seems, the emotional impact in particular. But the memories are so fresh, it's hard to believe it's been nearly 40 years.
Travis, has this thing defined your life ever since? I mean, I can't imagine that it hasn't. It's kind of defined your life.
Yeah, it has. Actually, I have to say regrettably that, it's something I live with every day. But the negative aspect of it has shifted. And, that might be surprising. I stuck it out here in Snowflake, and it used to be, people would look and whisper and point.
Yep.
But now, the local people come up, shake my hand, and or greet me openly, and they'll say, I always supported you. And I'm thinking, well, I wish you'd have spoke up a long time ago.
Back then.
No, but it is good, that almost every time I go out now, I get some kind of positive response. And I'll tell you what, we've come a long ways in this town.
Oh, yes. How big a town now is Snowflake?
Well, it was about 3,500 then, but I don't know, not a whole lot bigger, might be 5,000.
Okay. All right.
We have added a stoplight. We've added a McDonald's. So
you have a stoplight and a McDonald's.
Yeah.
Wow. We celebrated here in Pahrump, Nevada. We got our first stoplight and our first McDonald's, so I know how you feel. All right. So your crew consisted of Mike Rogers. Let's see.
Jim Peterson.
Jim Peterson, right? Is Ken Peterson or
Ken Peterson?
Okay.
Kenneth Peterson,
right? John Gillette.
John Gillette, Dwayne Smith, who always gets confused with my brother Dwayne. It's a different spelling of Dwayne, and then there was Steve Pierce and Alan Dallas.
Okay. I'm going to go to the movie for this, and I know the movie probably got an awful lot of stuff wrong, but there's something I want to ask about, and that is. Well, you know what? I shouldn't ask about that yet. Tell the story as I suppose Mike might have told it that night. The movie, is it close enough for comfort, or is it far away from what actually occurred?
Well, anytime Hollywood tells a real-life story, they've got to simplify and abbreviate and sort of symbolize things because you're telling in 90 minutes something that spanned years.
Right.
So some of that is to be expected and is acceptable. I had two brothers, Don and Dwayne, who became one named Dan. James Garner was several investigators and lawmen rolled into one. And they actually reduced the number of the crew from 7 to 6. And, some of that's acceptable and, understandable. But the greatest amount of changes were what happened aboard the craft. And I see no reason for that except commercial conditions.
All right. Well, we'll get to that. But all of this crew, you were up there cutting and clearing for, I guess, the U.S. Forest Service?
Yeah, it was a government contract to clear out undergrowth, damaged trees, and diseased trees, and generally clean up the forest, and also a lot of fuel reduction, which is fire reduction strips through the area that makes it easier to fight forest fires that might spring up.
It's hard work, huh?
Oh, it's definitely some of the hardest work you can do in a high altitude on steep terrain, and carrying a heavy chainsaw all day. It's definitely not for the faint of heart.
Mm-hmm. It's for the young. And by the way, you are quite a bit older than you were then. How old were you at the time? You were 22, I guess?
I was 22, and now I'm 62.
Oh, my God. I'm 70, Travis, so there you go. Wow, you're over 60 now. Holy mackerel.
Incredible. I don't feel that.
Oh,
I could
boy.
still outrun my boys.
I don't feel it either, at all. But it happens, and those years go by. So you guys were, it started out with you, everybody in the truck going up there and working. And I guess that you were on your way home. It was dark, and if the movie is accurate, somebody saw something in the distance that, and I guess you were part of this, that they claimed looked at first like fire.
Yeah, it was a glow, and we tried out a number of ideas of what it might be. Deer hunters camped out there, a plane crash, a fire in the tree, but nothing was fitting in with what we were seeing.
Right. It was a full glow in the sky, kind of like in the movie, maybe not as reddish, but a full glow,
right.
And the sun had gone down, of course, in the west, so it could not have been the sun. It had to be a fire or, as you mentioned, a crash or something like that. Anyway, it was apparently pretty much directly ahead of where you were headed on that only road you were on to get out of there, right?
Right, and closer we got, I could see that there was a break in the trees ahead where the light was shining across the road. I said, Mike, hurry up and get up there and we can see what it is, because by then, all of us had noticed it, and so we bounced along, went on up there. I mean, it was curious, but it wasn't all that alarming at first. But we burst into the clearing, man, it was bam, it just hit us right between the eyes. It was unmistakable.
Mm-hmm.
Alan yelled out, "It's a flying saucer!"
Oh, did he really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that. But it obviously looked like one, certainly depicted in the movies. Did the movies have it about right the way it looked?
No, not at all.
Okay, good.
But it's definitely not some little glowing point of light off in the distance like the skeptics tried to say it could have been the planet Jupiter. And this was less than 90 feet away. Unmistakable metallic disc hovering there. I threw open the door thinking it would just take off before I got 10 steps outside the truck. But the closer I got, the scareder everybody got.
Yeah, they all stayed in the truck, right?
Yeah.
And, in fact, they were screaming bloody murder at you to get the hell back.
Yeah, they were describing me in some rather uncomplimentary language that to get back in the truck so we could get the heck away from there.
Okay.
And I was scared, too, but I was trying not to show it. So, the closer I got, the slower I went. And I could hear this sound that it was making. It was a bizarre combination of highs and lows. And
highs and lows. You mean pitched high, pitched low?
High-pitched, cyclic sort of a sound, and then a throbbing, real below bass sort of sound. It was a really complex. I gave a talk to an engineering school, and they were very interested in the types of sound that I was hearing because it would give clues about what might be driving this thing. But the closer I got, the scareder I got, and so when I got right up to it, I mean, I was awestruck too. Later on.
Well, let me stump you and ask you, first of all, it's not your average person, Travis, that would get out of the truck and try to run under something like this. The average person would do what the guys in the truck did after, something happened to you. They would take off like a bat out of hell. I mean, that's scary. So can you remember in your mind what caused you to get out of the truck and try to get under this thing?
Well, that's what I was starting to say, is that Alan and Steve thought to them it looked like I was under outside control, that I was in some kind of trance. But, I think we were all entranced, so to speak. It was just an incredible, awesome sight, and all the crewmen agree with that. And it was just wow, and plus the sound, and plus there was something in the air, just this feeling, Mike said it seemed like something was about to happen. And I think that we were sensing this electrical charge that was building. But
oh, yes, humans can feel that.
Yeah, and what was making the hair rise on the back of your neck wasn't just fear. It was something kind of like a huge static charge or something.
That's probably exactly what it was. You can get that same feeling. I've been under 500,000 volt lines, and you can actually get little shocks from touching the wet grass beneath it. And you could feel that in your whole body, kind of like that.
Yeah. And plus the vibration, it was subsonic and ultrasonic. They said they could feel it in the vibrating from the metal of the truck, But because, Mike had turned the engine off because when everybody started exclaiming, he had to lean over to see what everybody was looking at. But when I got up to where I was looking up at about a 45-degree angle, it was just so astonishing. It was smooth as glass over the entire surface, but parts of it were glowing and parts of it were metallic. And it was giving off this glow at the same time you could see the surroundings reflected in the surface. It's kind of like when you look at a television set and you can see, from the window.
So it was reflective, not like a mirror, but somewhat reflective.
Yeah. And as I was looking up at it, those guys were, pretty much in a panic, screaming at me to get back in the truck. And I decided to turn around and run, but it suddenly got louder and started to move. And so I just instinctively just jumped for cover. And there was a log in the middle of the clearing, part of this brush pile that was there. And so I jumped down behind it and then, immediately, decided to run back to the truck. But when I stood up, my head and chest at that point became the closest point to that vehicle craft that it had been in that entire time. And that's when I just felt a shock. It felt like I'd been physically hit by a truck, but it also felt kind of like an electrical shock, sort of this numbing, sort of a paralyzing feeling. But that was something I received just as I blacked out.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Travis. Are you on a portable phone?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I am on a cordless hardwired line.
Cordless hardwire. Okay, good. I'm getting an occasional little breakup, but nothing big. It's fine. So you decided at the last minute, the heck with this, I'm going to run.
Yeah. And
again, different than the movie, right? It didn't show that in the movie. What it showed in the movie was you got thrown by this thing. So that was wrong.
That is what happened. That is what happened.
Oh, it is what happened.
I decided to run, but I didn't just standing up and zap. And there was, the way it's depicted in the movie, the actor is jerked and then was thrown back. But They kind of dragged that out. It was just it's strange because Hollywood normally, wants to put on a light show, and they really missed an opportunity there because it was far more violent than they depicted. It was so violent that it was compared, by the crew that was watching to a grenade or a landmine throwing me through the air.
Wow.
Some guys said, it threw me 10 feet. Some thought it was 20 feet. But John said that my body fell like a sack of meat, like there were no bones in it. They said that no attempt to break my fall or anything, to the point where, the violence was so powerful that they immediately started screaming it killed him.
Yeah, they were convinced you were dead, and frankly, even from watching the movie, I can understand that they thought this thing had killed you. And, of course, at that point, if the movie is accurate, they said, heck with this, we're getting out of here, and went tearing down some of the rest of that road as fast as they could go. That accurate?
Nearly wrecking the truck. I do not blame them. I always want to say that those guys did the right thing at that point. What was the point in risking everyone's lives to save somebody they thought was already dead? So anybody that thinks that was cowardly is just wrong. Mike, had the safety of the crew, under his responsibility. When they got up the road, they said that they argued about whether it had actually disintegrated or incinerated me. When they were unable to find some deer hunters, with guns to come back, they decided they would come back. Now, in the movie, when Mike said, this truck's going back, anybody who doesn't want to can get out and wait here, nobody volunteered to stand alone in the dark like in the movie. They all said, no way, we're staying with the truck. So they all went back.
Okay, so oh man, that's really a deviation. So every one of them went back. They didn't stand in the dark as depicted in the movie. They all went back. Well,
yeah.
Bless their hearts.
I give them credit for that. That took courage.
Yeah, it sure did.
Like I was telling Steve today, courage is not the absence of fear. Courage is to keep going in the presence of fear.
Yes. All right. So when they got back there,
Kenny was saying the scariest thing to him, because they saw the craft leaving. Scariest thing to him, he thought, would be what my charred body was going to look like laying there.
You say they saw it leave?
Yeah, as they approached the area, they saw it streak off.
Wow. And obviously they were immediately looking for you, and you were not there anymore. Now, was there any trace left on the ground of either you or the presence of that craft above?
Well, in long-term of ongoing research, there was evidence of the craft having been there. And when the sheriff brought in the tracking dogs from the state prison, they were unable to find the trail going anywhere beyond where my body fell in the middle of that clearing.
And, before we get further with this story, because people are going to be going, oh, come on, when you get into the details, your entire crew was given a lie detector test. And if I have it right, in the first one, Dallas may have been a little unreadable because he was so freaked out, but everybody else passed the lie detector test. And then, moreover, they were later given a second lie detector test, and everybody passed.
Yeah, the second round, Alan Dallas up first, because obviously he had walked out on his initial test. But this was with the same examiner, and Mike was retested. I took 2 more tests from the state police lie detector expert, which, at the time that the 6 tests had been passed, the president of the American Polygraph Association said that although a polygraph on a single test is less than 100%, when you have that many people passing tests on the same issue, the odds are over 1,000,000 to 1 of there being any error.
Okay, Travis, hold on. You can relax for about 7. This is Midnight in the Desert, and I'm Art Bell.
Don't you feel it growing day by day? People getting ready for the news. I'm happy. Somebody said, oh, we gotta let the music play. Mm-hmm. What the people need is a way to make them smile. It ain't so...
For Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft. NASA's 1-ton Curiosity rover landed on Mars 3 years ago this week. As the car-sized rover touched down on the Martian surface, it ushered in a new era of planetary exploration on Mars. But it was also the start of something else. Curiosity's sardonic Twitter alter ego, known as the Sarcastic Rover. The Sarcastic Rover parody Twitter account came into being on August 6, 2012, the night of the famous 7 minutes of terror landing that brought curiosity to the Martian surface. Sarcastic Rover's brand of science-minded wit was apparent from the moment it arrived on Twitter. Sarcastic Rover acts like any of us would after being sent to Mars. It's kind of upset, a little lonely, and it wants to make fun of everything. The parody account resonated with people immediately. The account attracted some 7,000 followers during its first night online, according to Jason Philitrault, a screenwriter and the mind behind the Sarcastic Robot. Sarcastic Rover now has about 134,000 followers 3 years into Curiosity's mission. One of our listeners, Ron, ran across a photo from the winter of 2007 that he says he took right after it snowed there in Everett, Washington. He says it was around midnight or so, and the photo was taken on his back deck, which is looking northwest towards Port Gardner Bay, which is part of the Puget Sound. You can just see the neighbor's house in the background. There appears to be a ghost image near the edge of the deck, and it seems to be looking at Ron. He says he didn't see it at the time the photo was snapped. Instead, Ron says he would be heading indoors at a quick pace and locking the door behind him. Take a look at the backyard ghost sent in from one of our listeners, Ron, at darkmatternews.com or artbell.com.
After last night's show on Bigfoot, we've had earthquakes, meteors, asteroids, UFOs, volcanic activity, and something has shaken loose. Earlier today, young Eric Waters had an experience that will change his life forever. Today, a Boone man trying to enjoy a little bit of time in the North Carolina mountains had a run-in with Sasquatch. His little doggy was able to chase it away. Due to some licensing issues on YouTube, we were not able to get the audio or the video for this. I am going to attempt to reenact today's video. No, Yippee! No, Yippee! No, no! No, no! Oh, okay. Oh, we're safe. That's about it. And while he was breathing heavy and saying, no, Zippy, off to the right seemed to be a humanoid beast, a little shorter than normal. Might have been maybe a teenage, younger Sasquatch or Sasquai or Sagittarius. The Yeti seemed to be crouched and crawling away to the right. Seemed a little shorter than most. Yeah, that's right. Height doesn't matter. Well, this little guy was moving pretty quick for your normal Sasquatch, but hey, maybe he had to go. When nature calls! We enhanced some of the audio using our spectrometer vocalizer by subtracting the first and second tracks. Here's what we found. It continues to haunt me. E-may, no-a, acation-vey. According to our Pig Latin specialist, he was saying that he was on vacation. Eric's memory of this is corroded and polluted by the horrible smell. He said it was somewhere between a dead, rotting flesh and the sweet, pungent smell of a freshly sprayed skunk. Bigfoot investigators and enthusiasts from all over the area have swarmed to this little North Carolina town. Hopefully we'll find out soon what they have. This is John G. with Dark Matter News.
Separates from the truth and what the truth really is. This is a real story. As I mentioned before the break, everybody involved took multiple lie detector tests, and so this, it's a real thing. Listen on, I guess, at your own peril if this kind of thing scares you, and it scares me.
As of now, there are 16 past tests. I've passed 5 different tests with 3 different examiners with extensive years in law enforcement, which is considered the better, more qualified polygraph examiner.
Even in the movie, the guy came out and said, look, the truth is these guys were telling the truth, in my opinion. So.
Yeah, and, the examiners stand by it to this day.
All right. So we're going to get back to what happened to you in the craft, but the whole town went to buzzing as you were gone, and you were gone for a total of 5 days. My God, that's a long time. They had dogs out, they had people out combing, they had helicopters up, they looked for you everywhere, and of course they began to suspect your crew of your possible, murder or something.
Murder.
Right? And and they became kind of unpopular in that small town. Are you still friends with Mike, by the way?
I haven't spoken to him in quite some time. He's kind of, threw up his hands and didn't want to talk about this anymore. But
I do understand. How about the rest of them?
I'm going to have a couple of them come and speak at my conference, which we'll get to, and I'd like to get Mike to come too, but his health's not what it used to be.
I do understand. All right, back to the movie for a second. One thing they never explained in the interviewing they were doing, as they thought you might have been murdered, they spoke to Alan Dallas. Now, it was referred in the movie, or referenced in the movie, that Dallas, he was kind of a, I don't know, what words would you use to describe?
The black sheep of the crew. Yeah, he had some trouble with the law, and he was just generally, I had a few run-ins with various guys on the crew, and he and I had done a little sparring, and
yeah, he didn't much like you, I guess, huh?
Well, there was a little bit of antagonism over some things, It was a girl that he had been approached that I had been dating. This was before my wife. And then he and Mike got in a fist fight in the street in front of my house, and so it was just his nature. But the day of this incident, he had dropped a tree nearly on me, and that's what led to all this problem with the polygraph. Did he have any bad intentions towards me?
I see. That's why it came out a little screwy.
Yeah, because he was pretty sure that they were going to try to pin the murder on him.
Well, it looked like they might try pretty hard for a while there. What they never explained, and Alan admitted that there had been, Alan Dallas admitted there had been an altercation with you. Now, was he referring to the tree? Because he had a pretty nasty cut on his hand. And they never explained that.
We get scratched up at work all the time, And after I was returned, the doctor examined me, found a puncture on my arm, and it was assumed that happened during my abduction, but it could have easily been, being poked by a thorn in the course of a work day,
Well, the one on Dallas looked really serious, like, he touched a chainsaw or something. Did you have a fight with him?
Not with chainsaws. I mean, he nearly dropped the tree on me, and I gave him a dirty look and said some things under my breath if he could read lips. It wasn't a friendly exchange there, but
not physical.
Kind of normal. I mean, a rough bunch of guys.
Oh yeah, of course, alpha males, all of you. But was there an actual physical altercation with him?
When he tried to spin kick on me, Steve, youngest guy in the crew, laughs about how Alan fell on his behind trying to do that. It was just semi-good-natured sparring.
Okay. All right, so no altercation that would have produced a cut like they showed?
No.
All right, now back to you, Travis. And you were, while the whole town is going nuts and they're searching for you for all these days, you're suddenly in, well, where?
Well, I woke up on board the craft. I didn't know where I was at first, but I was in a lot of pain. And I was in and out for a while. And when I finally did come to, it was in a foggy, hazy kind of way. My vision was blurred and even double vision, and it even hurt. The light, even though it wasn't bright, hurt my eyes, and the pain in my head and chest was incredible. And I felt I felt it was life-threatening. You know, something was terribly wrong inside.
Describe your environment, if you can, when you woke up. Can you? I mean, when you looked around, what did you see?
It was dimly lit, and I could hear the sounds of movement around me, and I could just barely make out the forms of what I thought were doctors, but then my vision cleared, and I could see these aliens standing close, and it just completely freaked me out. I mean, I was already scared about the way I felt, but I just completely lost my mind with fear.
Were you, describe what you were on, if you can. Were you on a slat?
I was lying on my back, and I was close enough to the ceiling before I even looked over and saw them. I figured I was on some kind of a gurney or a raised operating table, and I thought, you know, that I'd been hurt somehow and taken to the hospital. But then when I finally focused on what I thought were medical people, it was these aliens, and I just flipped out.
Okay.
You know, a lot of people think, oh, I would stay calm, ask good questions.
Who thinks that? Not me.
You know, but you have to understand that, you know, the pain I was feeling, the feeling of something mortally wrong inside, but moreover, the most important feeling was that I felt like I couldn't get enough air, the feeling of suffocation. There's a scene in the movie of a membrane when the actor's laying on the table and aliens are surrounding him, and he's struggling to scream through this membrane, struggling to breathe through it. That didn't actually happen, but I think in that case it does a better job of explaining the source of my panic, or at least the chief source, that, you know, that feeling of suffocation combined with the feeling of weakness, like you can't move when you need to move quickly. To get away. And so, you know, suddenly realizing where I was gave me a shot of adrenaline, a burst of strength to actually sort of lash out at them. It was, you know, pretty weak. And it was more of a push than a hit. And I rolled away in the opposite direction. This device they had lying across my chest fell off and hit the floor, but I just mainly kept my eyes on them as I backed away or stumbled backwards. And when I bumped up against this shelf behind me, I just looked real quick to see what I'd run into, and there was some things there, and I just grabbed the biggest thing there and started flailing in their direction. And that stopped their approach.
All right, two things to ask. One, the movie depicted a lack of gravity. You said something fell and hit the floor, so obviously there was some gravity.
Yeah, there was gravity. There was no weightlessness.
Okay.
And is actually, if anything, it might have been slightly heavy gravity.
Really?
To explain that feeling of weakness, although just the feeling of injury. I really think that whatever happened with that blast of energy from the craft, it did so much damage that when I came to at that point, whatever efforts had been made to revive me were not complete.
All right, you describe aliens very close to you, and of course everybody would like to know, forget the movie, were these creatures all similar, or can you describe?
Yeah, they were very similar.
Okay.
And you do have to forget the movie because they changed them. The panic that the people at Paramount had was that these aliens had been in another production immediately prior to the production, filming of Fire in the Sky.
Right.
And they did not want anybody, seeing something that had been seen before. So they changed their appearance, but they were back in then they didn't have the term grays, but that's what people call these small, hairless, grayish white beings with huge eyes.
And that is what you saw?
Yeah.
So that part of it actually, there's a classic gray that you just described. Hairless, pretty small generally. Any idea how tall they were?
Shorter than 4 feet, for sure.
So small.
But, I really don't use the term gray. I don't like that. I think that there's probably a number of similar species that are just being stuck under one name that really come from really different places. And I have a whole line of reasoning that tells me that that's the case. The variations in descriptions that you see, and also there are a number of species of animals on the Earth that look very similar but are completely genetically unrelated. They just look similar because they live in a similar environment. And that's what I think is the case with these.
Whatever they are?
Yeah.
So you pushed one, I guess, pretty hard. Did he go reeling backward or what?
Yeah, it was softer and lighter than I expected, but it fell back pretty easily. And it was probably partly because it was totally unexpected. I think they were trying to maintain control of me, and it took me many years to figure out that it was probably some kind of neurological impairment due to this blast of energy from that craft that actually worked against their normal method of being able to control humans and keep them in some kind of trance or in a unconscious state. And that's why when they came around and I started flailing at them and they stopped and stared at me, that I felt that stare was so excruciating. That was my nightmares for months after the incident, that stare gave me this horrible feeling in my head. And in support of that was the EEG that I was given immediately afterwards that showed there was some kind of anomalous pattern that, I think is consistent with, some kind of burst of energy hitting me in the head.
Wow. Did they ever get control of you?
No, they were unable to get control of me, and I was thinking of fighting my way past them when they abruptly turned and left the room. They may have anticipated my move or just given up on... if the three of them combining their forces couldn't control me, they were going to have to go to Plan B of some kind.
Plan B. All right. Can you describe the room you were in?
It was very small, dimly lit, cramped. Not at all like depicted in the movie. It was not organic looking. It was not cluttered. Very featureless, metallic surfaces. I saw no writing or symbols, but, they may see in a broader spectrum of light than we do, and there may have been something
that you didn't see.
Yeah. But anyway, they left and went down a passageway to the right, so I went out and went to the left, fearing that they would come back.
Of course.
Looking for a way out, just in a blind panic to just open a door, and in my back of my mind thinking, just drop to the ground, be back in the woods.
Drop to the ground.
Yeah, thinking that it was the craft was still in the woods.
That could have been acceleration that you were feeling that would make you feel heavier. At this point, you couldn't even really know if you were still in the atmosphere of the Earth or way past.
Yeah, in hindsight, it would have been foolish to get a door open, but that was my goal. And so I was afraid because the passage was so narrow and so cramped and it turned so tightly that I couldn't see very far behind me to see if they were chasing me, and I couldn't see very far ahead of me to what was I, coming to.
Actually, I can see why you would think that. You might even think that you were still hovering not all that far above the forest floor. So, yeah, of course. That makes sense. That you would look for a door.
I went into this room where there were other doors leading out of it, which later piecing together the floor plan wouldn't have led to the outside, but I thought at that point that was my best bet of escaping this place.
Makes sense to me.
And so I pushed buttons and things trying to open the door and unsuccessfully. And it did cause this star pattern projection to move at one point.
What do you mean?
And
what star pattern?
There was this room was darkened and had points of light. Now, whether it was a planetarium-like projection or some viewing method of where it was actually at in real time, I don't know. But, it was very disorienting to have this pattern move.
Isn't that interesting? I don't recall hearing this before. A star?
Well, it might have been, like just a map that was moving, but when your sole points of reference are these points of light, it's kind of, I was already unsteady on my feet. So I decided to quit messing with that. And, in hindsight, what if it was actually moving where the craft was,
Good point.
Turning it upside down or something? Could it crash it or something? I don't know.
All right.
But anyway,
one quick question before we go on, and that is, from the moment you woke up, Travis, did you have any sense at all of how much time had passed, or whether a lot of time had passed while you were...
I had no idea.
No idea.
My initial impression was, since this was the first thing I was remembering since, turning to run away, I thought it was immediately afterwards. But in hindsight, it could have been a day or two, or, who knows how long afterwards.
Okay.
And also very far away.
Okay. What is your sense of the totality of time that you spent on the craft? How long?
Well, the conscious memory that I had upon return, it was a very brief period of time. I figured it was less than an hour, but obviously 5 days and 6 hours.
Wow.
Everybody leaps to the question, well, what about time dilation? You travel near the speed of light and time passes more slowly for you.
Right.
Well, the thing that refutes that was when I told my brother, said something immediately upon being recovered. Something he said about my mom worrying these days. He could tell that I thought it was still the same night.
Wow.
And he said, Travis, you've been gone 5 days. Feel your face. And I had a 5-day growth of beard. And that is what overturns the time dilation idea.
All right, Travis, hold it right there. We've got a quick break. Travis Walton is my guest. I'm Art Bell, and this is Midnight in the Desert. Stay right where you are.
Want to take a ride? From the high desert and the great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
A rare interview with Travis Walton, abductee, real abductee. This is not lessening anybody else's story. It's just there's so much cooperation for this that I feel very comfortable in saying real abductee. Travis, I get question, and by the way, people are asking, what was the movie? My goodness, it is a long time ago. It's called Fire in the Sky, and you can still see it, and we've got updated stuff for you coming up. We'll tell you all about it in a moment.
I saw it on television night before last. It's still showing out there.
It sure is.
And it was on Netflix last I heard.
There you go. Joe wants to know what the device, the medical device you thought it was, what did that look like, the one on you?
Well, it was glow, some kind of a greenish glow coming from underneath it. So I don't know whether it was some kind of a treatment device designed to repair the damage that was done internally, or if it was something designed to diagnose or look inside. I definitely think my regaining consciousness was unexpected and actually kind of put a kink in their efforts to revive me.
All right.
For many years I thought that I was taken aboard for experiments or to torture me, but it was actually probably more about reviving me.
Richard asks, did Travis get the feeling that the aliens didn't care whether you lived or died? In other words, did you feel they were caring for you, about you, or just sort of didn't...
Richard's question is related to what I was just saying. That at the time, their complete lack of emotion, I interpret it as hostility. But in total perspective, analyzing what happened, the way it fits in with the medical tests afterwards, and how I was returned and everything, it took me years to realize that it was probably more of an ambulance call than an abduction, that I got myself hurt, and that made it necessary to take me aboard just to avoid leaving me there as galactic roadkill.
You said you didn't feel as though you were more than about an hour in total had passed on board the craft, yes?
Yeah, a very brief period of time. Of course, in a state of complete hysteria, it seems like forever. But, when you piece together what happened and, even the waiting periods, it was less than I thought. It certainly doesn't account for the entire time. But there were little glimmers of memory, and, the hypnosis reinforces this, that there were blocked memories that happened that I'm unable to recollect even after all this time, that other than what, came out under that first hypnosis session.
What did come out under the hypnosis session? What did you find out?
Up to that point, I was so traumatized that I could hardly finish a sentence about it. And I had not really told the entire story of what I had experienced to anyone, including my brother, until that hypnosis. And it was because it was just so traumatic, I'd break down. I could hardly finish a sentence. And so the technique was to separate the fear from the experience. Okay. And although there was a great deal of fear in what I was remaining, but it was still enough to where I could tell them what happened.
All right, so how did you get from the craft? I mean, we last left you going down a hall or passageway or something, and then what?
Well, my unskilled, I would say, button pushing, trying to open a door, must have attracted some attention. I don't know, maybe coincidentally, this person came in that I took to be a human being from some Earth-based space agency or military arm of from the Earth, and but I really think now that wasn't the case. He took me out of this craft, and at this point, it was parked. It was inside of this big hangar-like structure. It could have been a building somewhere on a military base or somewhere.
Really?
Or it could have been a part of a larger craft. It had a sort of a look to the roof and wall that looked sort of like I'd seen in airplane hangars. But the light coming from these panels could have been filtered sunlight through a translucent panel, or it might have been an artificial natural light sort of light fixture.
Okay.
I have no idea where it was. I couldn't see out through these windows, or if they were windows.
At any point, did any of these creatures communicate with you in any way, either vocally or telepathically?
I think that excruciating encounter initially with the three of them was an attempt to say something telepathically. And I was curious about why it was so excruciating until I connected to possibly that I was injured and the receiver, so to speak, wasn't operating correctly. Mm-hmm. I was interviewed the same day for this new movie coming up called 701, which refers to the 701 unresolved Blue Book cases. This movie is in the works yet, but I was interviewed the same day as these school kids from Zimbabwe. And I asked the young lady what that felt like when these, I don't know if you heard about this, but there were, if everyone heard about this thing where there's like 60 kids at recess in broad daylight. This craft came down. These aliens, like I've described, came out and communicated to them through this stare. And I wanted to know if it was excruciating, like for them, like it was for me. And they said no, it was very pleasant. The message wasn't unpleasant. It was friendly. And so that convinces me all the more that it was just an attempt with extreme aggressiveness, combined force of the three of them trying to get control of me before I hurt them, or actually hurt myself, because I think my unscheduled regaining of consciousness interrupted some life-saving repairs. And so that's the reason for a human-looking person to come in and take me out.
Fully human?
And I think apparently in most ways. There was something odd about the eyes, but again, I go back to the biology. See, scouts are really fond of saying, this is ridiculous, there are no aliens, because everybody reports bipedal, 2 hands, 2 legs, a head on top. Right. Oh, they're not going to look anything like that, they're going to be a tentacled octopus. Well, that's ridiculous. If you understand the principles of biology, bilateral symmetry is almost, throughout all life on Earth, no matter how diverse it is. And you have many cases where animals that resemble each other very, very much are completely unrelated just because they are in a similar ecological niche, a certain similar environment.
Sure. These creatures, were they wearing helmets, or were they breathing if they were breathing?
Well, the human-looking was. The
human
little, one. What so-called grays, were not wearing anything but coveralls, but the human-looking one was wearing a helmet over his head. Huh. And so that was the reason I sort of accepted the fact that he was not responding to my babbling, my screaming, begging questions, All
right, I'm going back to my computer for a second here with a question.
That helmet on.
Yes, I've got it. Heather would like to know, she may have information. Is it true Travis was found to have radiation signatures in his blood that can only be found if a person is exposed to radiation, like in space, outside of Earth's atmosphere?
That is an untrue rumor. Unfortunately, that specific test was not performed. That kind of evidence might have been apparent had they done such a test. However, the trees nearest where the craft came down do have definite markers of having a huge radiation dose.
Wow.
And we can get into that in detail, but this accelerated growth that was generated in these trees has been duplicated in the trees. It's a Scots pine tree species near the Chernobyl nuclear accident that's very similar to ponderosa pine, where this forest was. And the radiation at Chernobyl caused an accelerated growth there, just like it did at the clearing. Now, the trees nearest where the craft came down had the greatest accelerated growth, and then the effect faded back into the woods. And most interestingly, the most recent discovery was that the accelerated growth was primarily on the side of the tree in the direction of the craft. So in a circle of trees around where the craft came down, the thickened growth would be on the east, west, south, or north, or whatever side was facing the craft, which completely undercuts any skeptic's idea that there was some growth effect that had nothing to do with the craft.
This is all new information to me.
It's new research, yes.
When was this outed?
This was discovered in an expedition overseen by Ben Hansen. He was the host of the TV series Fact or Fake, former FBI agent. He oversaw an expedition back there, and we were able to check that this accelerated growth, which we were aware of from going way back, but we didn't know it was directional until this last year, when we were able to get a complete cross-section of the trees. And this high radiation was detected with Geiger counters on the men's hard hats during the search. And also, when I exited the truck, I left the door open.
Right.
And the crewman that was in the open doorway was Ken Peterson. And his right arm, this arm towards the open door, has recently been diagnosed with skin cancer, which again is
sign of maybe radiation. Yeah,
some high radiation coming at them. No, the blood tests didn't reveal that, but unfortunately, those kind of tests weren't run at the time.
Yes, indeed. Since the experience, have you noticed any changes in yourself? Psychic abilities, better understanding of yourself or anybody else or life itself? In other words, did it profoundly change you in some way?
All of the above, but I'd rather not get into that stuff. I have tried very hard to stick to things that I can document.
Right.
And some things became documentable later, so I was able to talk about them later.
Like the radiation, but you're trying to avoid the woo-woo factor.
Right.
I get
but
that.
There's definitely some strange things that have become apparent.
All right, let me get, again, so you were in this hangar-like place.
Yeah.
I want to know how you got back to, I don't know, Earth.
Well, he took me to some other people who dressed similarly to him, except they didn't have helmets. And so I thought, well, maybe they can hear me. Maybe they'll answer my questions. So,
right.
I was a babbling idiot. I was screaming, crying, carrying on. I was basically out of my mind with fear. But they weren't responding to me. And in a way, it might not have been so much secrecy or, anything covert or suspicious that they wouldn't respond to me. It was just that I was acting like a maniac, and they felt that try to reason with somebody so out of control would be futile. Mm-hmm. So they forced me down on this table and rendered me unconscious with some sort of a gas. And boom, next thing I woke was back on Earth. But
where were you when you woke up back on Earth? Where were you? It showed you in the movie at a gas station or something.
Well, I woke up and I was lying face down in the dark on a cold pavement. But there was when I looked to see where the light was coming from. But it went off. But when I looked up, I could still see the shiny bottom of this craft hovering there, just for an instant before it shot straight up into the air. But I think probably quite a bit of time went on between the time I was put unconscious to the time I was lying there on the pavement. I could feel that my clothes were still warm, even though the pavement was very cold, the air was very cold.
All right, the movie showed you naked as a jaybird. Not true.
Not true. Not true. It was dreadful. I mean, they actually filmed a sequence where the actor portraying me came upon a couple getting busy in a car. They're naked, and he's naked, and they start screaming. He starts screaming. They said it was so bad that it was mercifully deleted from the film. But I guess the nakedness is a good metaphor for the feeling that I had in a variety of ways, that these beings, the small ones, could look into me. They knew what I was thinking. They could see into me. It was an intrusive, invasive kind of feeling. And then in the aftermath, the way the media microscopically analyzed my every move to an absurd extent, every childish act of bravado or whatever, motorcycle stunts or whatever, was just blown out of proportion. And they were just looking for anything that they could interpret as strange. So the whole idea of being the bug in the jar began on board the craft and continued for months after I was returned.
All right, hold it right there. We're gonna break. Whew. Travis Walton is my guest. He's an abductee. Been there, done that, and back. I'm Art Bell.
I hear the drums echoing tonight, and she hears only whispers of some quiet conversation. She's coming in 12:30 flight. The moonlit wings reflect the stars that guide me towards salvation. I stopped an old man along the way, hoping to find some old forgotten words or ancient melodies.
Riders on the storm, riders on the storm, into this house we're born, into this world we're thrown, like a dog without a bone, an actor out alone. Riders on the storm.
The clock strikes 12, and Midnight in the Desert is pounding packets your way on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, please direct your finger digits to dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Art.
A rare interview with Travis Walton, abductee. Okay, Travis, here's one for you. You talked to us about the aliens and then what seemed to be more human-like characters. So an obvious question would seem to be, do you think that means that we know all about the aliens, that we are in some way cooperating with them? You got taken because they perhaps thought you were hurt. They didn't want you. They didn't want you to wake up. And when you did, they wanted you the hell out of there. And so those humans that you say you saw may have been, well, who knows, government types? Is that possible?
Well, that's possible, and that's what I initially thought. But now, going further into the skeptic's idea that no way would they even be vaguely humanoid, let alone human-looking, is preposterous when you look at the biology behind it. It's entirely possible that they're not us from the future or us from the past or related to us or that we were seeded here by them. It's entirely possible that they just have a particular keener interest in us because of our similarity, which is just coincidental. I predict that when we look at life on other worlds, they're not going to be astonished at how bizarre these life forms are. They're going to be amazed at the similarity of forms. They uncovered a fossil of a marsupial that is built just like a saber-toothed cat. It was a predator, and yet biologically completely unrelated, but very, very similar because of the niche that it filled in the ecology. We have javelina in the Southwest that look like pigs, have tusks and behaviors in so many ways like pigs, and they're not pigs at all.
Mm-hmm.
The American pronghorn is not even a true antelope, and it resembles so much a particular African antelope species because our American pronghorn evolved here on the American continent in the presence of the American cheetah, which is now extinct. And because of the similarity in the environment, takes on a similar form and a similar ability. Every animal that winds up living in the water, whether it be a mammal, a bird, or a reptile, or an amphibian, they all come to look very fish-like because the environment shapes the animal.
Okay, but clearly you were looking at two different species. I mean, you were looking at aliens and at something close to human.
Yeah, and I think that they were brought in, summoned, their assistance was gained because of I would be less combative, and they would be able to get some degree of cooperation and get me sedated to the point where they could finish the repairs. And B, they would know more and probably have more equipment and whatnot to deal with the nature of my injuries, which is why it took 5 days.
Okay. Dale asks, again, this is from the wormhole, do you still have nightmares about this event?
I did for a long time, but that gradually faded away. Now, the dreams that came back later were not so much nightmares, but actually featured the human-type people to a much greater extent, but with a much different emotional feel to it.
Fascinating. I haven't kept up on all the other guys who were on your crew, or Mike's crew. Obviously, we're going to get a pretty good feel for how you're doing these days, which thankfully is pretty good. How are the other guys doing? Do you know?
Well, come to find out, Alan Dallas had a heart attack and died here a couple of years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And last year, I found out that Dwayne Smith had also passed away from a heart attack. And, you know, I had quite a bit of difficulty tracking Dwayne Smith down. I had a friend who was a former police officer who enlisted the help of a friend who was a private detective, found him. I talked to him on the phone, interviewed him. And fortunately, I taped the interview because, you know, he agreed that he would come out and speak with me. But, you know, he had some real problems with his teeth, and he wanted to get them fixed before he'd appear on camera.
Right.
But he passed away Thanksgiving before last.
Wow. So many are gone is the answer. And
Yeah, 2 of them have gone. Mike's had some health problems, some strokes and whatnot, but he's fought back pretty good. He's back to actually, you know, doing tree work. He does residential tree service now. John Gillette is back in the area locally, and so is Ken. He moved back into this area.
All right. Would you? I want to plug what you've got a documentary, and we're going to talk about that in a moment, and also whatever else you've got going on. So there is new information out there that people can get, and we're going to tell them how. What I really would like to do is, would you mind answering a few phone calls?
Absolutely.
Good. Travis Walton is my guest. If you want to call us, the public number is area code 952-225-5278. Rare opportunity. 952-225-5278. North America, meaning America and Canada, can get us at MITD 51 on Skype, MITD 51. If you're outside North America or Canada, you can call on Skype using MITD 55. That's MITD 55. So if you have a question for him, and I can't imagine you don't, pick up the phone or pick up Skype and join us. Travis Walton, Midnight in the Desert.
For Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft. The increase in availability of drones is all but certainly to cause an airplane accident, in part because it's difficult to catch people in the act of flying the small unmanned drones. CBS News aviation and safety expert Chelsea Sullenberger said Sunday that we've seen what a 6-pound or an 8-pound bird can do to bring down an airplane. She said on Face the Nation, a nod to the flock of the birds that knocked out both of the engines and forced him to land a plane in the Hudson River in 2009. Imagine what a device containing hard parts like batteries and motors can do that might weigh 25 or possibly up to 55 pounds to bring down an airplane. It's not a matter of if it will happen, it's a matter of when it will happen. There's been a dramatic increase in the number of unmanned aircraft flying near commercial planes, and in some cases pilots have had to alter their courses to avoid a collision. Sullenberger said the devices are becoming ubiquitous because they are relatively cheap and easy to procure, but that it allows people to do stupid, reckless, dangerous things with abandon. He says he's encouraged that aviation and the legal authorities have raised the penalties for doing these things, adding that the essential element that's still missing is the certainty of prosecution because it's been difficult to catch them in the act. Well, the Mars rover has been producing quite a few interesting photographs, to say the least, lately. One appears to be a ghostly woman, and another one may indicate an infestation of crabs on Mars. This recent Mars photograph seems to show a giant alien crab. Well, the mysterious object closely resembles the crustacean anyway. It's unknown exactly who found it, but it's really interesting. It does appear alive. It may be a crab-like animal, or it might also be a plant. This object has many arms, and one of them goes to the left of the picture a very long ways. That arm is longer than all the others. Plant or animal, well, it really doesn't matter. The significance of this may be that it might show signs of life on Mars. Take a look at the photos yourself and let us know what you see at darkmatternews.com. It's Friday, and that means open line night on Art Bell. Let us know what you think of the stories on Dark Matter News tonight. And remember, you can always submit a tip online at darkmatternews.com.
After last night's show on Bigfoot, we've had earthquakes, meteors, asteroids, UFOs, volcanic activity, and something has shaken loose. Bigfoot, Yeti, the Sasquatch, the abominable snowman, whatever you may call it, showed up today in North Carolina. Little Eric and little dog Yippee, they caught it firsthand and on video. The recording is of a Sasquatch mating call, war scream, or a greeting from some other dimension. Here it comes. It continues to haunt me. In the terrifying last few moments of Art Bell's show, a final caller came in with a recording that still sends chills down my spine.
I guess, do you want me to end your show with what I would think may be a Bigfoot scream that I heard out there in the woods in southeast Oklahoma?
I wouldn't miss it for the world, man. Go ahead.
And with North Korea rolling their time back 30 minutes, you may not even have heard this yet. And for those of you following politics, Fox News and Facebook will no longer be hosting GOP debates. The WWE has picked up the contract. And after Trump's shrewd remarks during the debate, Rosie O'Donnell fires back with this crazy tweet. It continues to haunt me. This is John G. with Dark Matter News.
The numbers by now, I hope. There is going to be an upcoming documentary. In other words, there has been a lot of information since all this happened, since the movie was made. Not everything in the movie was just so. So there's a brand new 90-minute documentary called Travis. Tell us about it.
Well, it's produced by On Wings Production. That's ONWINGES.
Right.
Production.com. And it interviews a lot of the prominent researchers in the fields, some who have been active since it happened originally and some more recent to the scene. But
all about your case.
Yes, all about my case. It's a 90-minute film. It's won a couple of EBE awards, and it's really a fantastic film, very thorough accounting.
Boy, we're getting some interference on this line. I don't know if you can hear it on your end or not.
Yeah, I hear it.
You do.
We had some sabotage attempt on our local fiber optic node, and
Oh, that would account for the little breakup I hear, as well as the static. All right. So this documentary
went around and took a shotgun to various
wonderful
fiber optic junctions.
Wonderful. I bet that's fun to fix. Anyway, this documentary, where can people get it? How is it obtained?
Well, like I said, through onwingsproductions.com or through my website, traviswalton.com.
Excellent. Also, you've got a conference coming up, right?
Yeah, this is the 40th anniversary of the event, and we've got quite a lineup of speakers. Tracy Torme, who was the original screenwriter on Fire Sky, will be there, and his co-producer on 701 the movie, James Fox, will also be speaking. We've got David Childress, Ben Hansen, Lee Spiegel from the Huffington Post, UFO editor, Paola Harris. Lynn Katai will be speaking about the Phoenix Lights. And I've got Robert
Morning Sky?
Uriarte and Noe Torres. They wrote a book called Cowboys and Aliens, and I think it's fascinating to go back to the prehistory of UFOs and show that this is not some kind of a phenomenon exclusive to post Roswell. I mean, this goes way back. Reports in the American Southwest.
All right, here's a big question. Gilberto wants to know by computer, were you ever debriefed, it's a good question, by any government agency about the abduction experience? I would think they would be interested.
You would think they would, and it's very, very curious that I have received no interest from any government agency. Now, it was widely suspected for a long time that our chief debunker for many years, Philip Klass, was acting as some kind of a covert disinformationist on behalf of some government agency. And he harassed the heck out of Mike Rogers, and he ought to, discredit it. And this bribe offer is well documented. It was carried by local deputy James Click. And you, Art, challenged Philip Klass to take a polygraph test on the air.
I did.
Recall?
Yes.
And you got quite a bit of backlash over that. Well, you have been vindicated. Through the Freedom of Information Act, after Klass passed away, his FBI file revealed some very interesting stuff that I wish you had been able to get Philip Klass to take a polygraph test, because I think he would have flunked it in regards to his covert disinformationist role.
Well, I don't think anybody in the audience is surprised that that kind of thing is going on. All right, let's see who we've got. Richard, somewhere out in the world, you're on with Travis. Hi.
Good morning, Art. It's Richard from Northern Ireland.
Northern Ireland, okay.
Yeah. And great show as always. And big shout out to Belgab. And I have a question for Travis.
Okay.
You know what the internet's like, Travis? And there was a suggestion a few years ago that perhaps what you stumbled upon was some great government project, and in fact the whole alien thing was a result of hallucinogens force-fed to you. Is there any truth or any possibility that's the case?
No, there's no possibility to that. That was kind of a theory that was put forth because people were desperate to explain it away. And, why does he pass a lie detector test? Well, he believes it happened. So he really hallucinated it, and it didn't really happen, but he thinks it did. But, that theory and the transitory psychosis theory and another one involving hypnosis have no basis, because it doesn't explain how 7 people can have an identical hallucination.
Really? All right, let's go
Also, medical tests showed no trace of any drug in my body.
Thank you. Scott, you're on the air with Travis. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Art.
Yes.
Yeah. Travis, I have a question for you. Do you think that the spotlight on you, because now you have a celebrity status, do you think that now that you have a celebrity status, maybe the ETs are kind of backing away from you a little bit?
I don't know. If that were a security measure, then okay. But I don't know. Here February 4 last, I was driving, leaving a MUFON meeting in L.A. I was going, north up the 5 towards the 10 to come back to Arizona. I was with my girlfriend and my son, and we saw a giant triangular black craft come low overhead, undeniable, incredibly close. And I was astonished that you would have something over a city the size of L.A. and not have all kinds of reports. Well, we did a little research online. My son found this website called UFOstalker.com, and at that exact time and place, there were over a dozen reports of the same thing. So others saw it too.
I saw one of them, Travis, a big triangular craft. Scott, anything else?
Well, yes. Actually, I live over here in Massachusetts. Actually, I had a sighting myself, actually, but it was more of a ring of light. Have either you, Art, or Travis, heard of like a ring of light that would float above somebody? Because that's actually what I saw above myself. It came, about 10 feet above my vehicle, actually, and it came really close and it floated really close, and then it just ascended right up in the sky. I was
okay.
wondering...
Well, that would be a big no from me. What about you, Travis? Any rings?
I've heard of such reports, but I haven't seen such a thing myself.
I'm sure everybody comes to you now with every story. I mean, they do with me. It's once they know that you're open to that kind of thing, they really come to you a lot. Mm-hmm. So let's go to I don't know, Yorkton. Is that correct? Saskatchewan, perhaps?
Yes, absolutely correct again there, Art.
Hi.
Thanks for taking my call, and hello, Travis. I actually have
Hello.
2 questions. I have 2 questions. First one is, do you think that the aliens are here to help us? Because you always hear that there's the negative experiences, but do you think that they're here for the good or the bad? Is the first question.
Well, this is just my opinion, and it mostly speaks to the species that I encountered, and I really do not see them as malevolent. However, I think that there is something that's been suggested in science fiction as the Prime Directive, the Non-Interference Directive, that it's against the rules to overtly infuse any kind of technology, because that's like giving matches to kids. We're just going to use it to hurt ourselves. So it makes sense that they're not going to do it. And I can expound on this a little further. The skeptics are fond of saying, if this was real, they'd land on the White House lawn and say, here we are, Mr. President.
That's right.
But I also posit that with their level of technology so far beyond ours, that they are perfectly capable of doing everything that they're doing here and remain completely undetected. There would be no ufology. There would be no sightings. They could accomplish that, I believe.
Sure.
So you have to explain why it's neither extreme. In my view, these glimpses, which are just barely provable enough to let this knowledge, this awareness filter through the population in a way that doesn't have the kind of overwhelming disruptive effect that just instant open disclosure would have.
Right. Caller?
That sounds great. And one more quick question, if I can. Did Travis, did you see any more people up there with you, or is it just you?
Okay.
Well, there were some other human-looking beings, but, like in the movie where there were human cadavers and that's or artifacts of other people having been there. No, I did not see that.
All right. Off to Green Bay, Wisconsin. Hello.
That's right. Hello, Art. How's it going?
It's going okay. Turn your radio or whatever off, please.
Yep, we'll do right now.
Okay.
Got it.
All right.
Yep.
Proceed.
All right. I have a question for Travis. It's part of pop culture that the aliens, when they abduct you, they stick probes in you. Is there any truth to that?
You mean, did it happen to Travis?
Yes. Yes,
okay.
It happened to Travis.
Right.
Did they actually penetrate him with any probes? Or did
Right. Okay, I've got it. They showed in the movie about the most horrible scene anybody could imagine, with this needle coming to Travis's trapped eye. Oh, God, that was awful. I'm so glad that didn't happen to you, Travis. Anything else?
Well, there was an array of instruments there laid out. I had great apprehension about how they might have been used initially, thinking that, some bizarre effects could come out later. But I really think that they were just simply there to try to help. And so I don't think anything, I have no conscious memory of any probing or anything. I think what was done medically was just to correct a terrible accident that I brought on myself by getting too close unexpectedly.
Got it. All right, let's go to Scott. Hello, Scott, on Skype. You're on the air.
Hi, Travis.
Get closer to your computer, sir. You sound like you're in a deep hall somewhere.
Okay, can you hear me now?
That's better.
Okay. Art and Travis, it's great to talk to you both. It's Scott in Vancouver. I'm listening to you on TuneIn Radio.
Yes,
sir. This is one of the most fantastic stories, obviously, that I've ever heard. I've heard Travis speak over the years, and the only thing a few people have touched on it. Has time woken any memories up that might have been buried? Has anything come forward that might have been hidden before? Was there a message? I mean, you hear about these kids in South Africa that it was imparted to them that we have to save the planet. Was there any direct message to you? Mm-hmm. So a few questions kind of combined there, and I'll listen off there.
All right. Travis?
Well, back about the time I was doing so many interviews for the movie, I started having these memories, little dreams or whatever, glimmers coming through involving the human-looking type of people. And I went to Tracy Torme, the screenwriter on the film, and I asked him, do you think that there could be some memories returning? And he said, no. He said, it's probably just, because you're doing all these interviews, that it's probably just dreams. And so I asked him the same question here recently, and he says, oh, yeah, there was probably memories leaking back through. So he profoundly changed his opinion. But none of those memories, really constitute any useful information. They were just glimmers of things. It was definitely had a much more positive feeling than the earlier nightmares that I had.
You're a very lucky guy because there was so much corroboration. Lie detector tests, so many people, witnesses, the whole schmear. You had it all. There are other abductees who tell stories, but without that kind of cooperation. Do you have any feelings about the whole abduction phenomenon, people who tell these stories?
I think there's a whole mix of things going on. It's a variety of things, all of the above, actually. Some of it is extremely vivid memory. Some of it is delusion. Some of it is misidentified ordinary things. But I believe there's a core reality here of other events and sightings and things that have happened. And just because someone is unable to document it doesn't mean it's not true. But, in terms of trying to get the public to become aware that there is a core reality here, that's the reason I stick to documentation. It's not like that's what you have to have, but that's for it to be true, but that's what you need to have in order to bring people along and make them realize we're not alone and this is real.
You're right. You dropped a sort of a hint earlier that there have been changes in you that you don't really want to describe, and I jumped and said because of the woo-woo factor. I'm dying to know what they are. But
all right, I'll give you what I can document.
Really?
I didn't want to say anything about the health effects because I couldn't document it, but I went into my employers and got the documentation that I never called in sick one time in the last 39 years.
Wow.
And so that's unusual. That's unusual.
It's extremely unusual. Are you kidding? 39 years?
Yeah.
You never called in sick once?
No.
So if anything, you got a health benefit.
Possibly. It could be a coincidence that I'm healthy, but I never missed a day of work except for funerals and things.
Hazleton, Pennsylvania. Your turn with Travis Walton. Hi.
Hi, good to both of you. Very interesting. I missed the very beginning of the show. Where did this happen?
It happened south of Heber Overgaard, Arizona.
Okay.
Up on the Mogollon Rim, over 7,000 feet elevation, up in the Ponderosa Pines of the Sitgreaves National Forest, very near the border to the Apache reservation.
And you talked about when they left you out of the craft or whatever it was, you were in some kind of a hangar, is that it?
Yeah, apparently, either a hangar or maybe possibly a larger craft.
And how did you get out of that?
Well, I was rendered unconscious, but when I woke up, I was returned. So obviously, they transported me to a vehicle after I was unconscious and brought me back. And in a way that really just reinforced my theory that it was with concern for my welfare. I mean, they could have dumped me off on some asteroid or even back in the woods where it happened, where I would have froze to death before I got help. So,
but you didn't know the time that was happening, right? You didn't know when you were being transported. You didn't you have no consciousness of that at all, right?
Right. Yeah.
Wow.
They kept me out.
Wow.
Well, it blocked some memories. I do think with these little glimmers that have been coming through, that at least part of that time I wasn't in a coma or under anesthesia, that part of the time there was some kind of interaction, especially with these human-looking beings.
Okay, the documentary name again?
Is Travis. I didn't name it. That's not my ego playing there. They named it Travis.
You deserve a documentary name. No problem. We'll tell everybody how to get it. Stay right there. We're up against break. It'll be a quick one, and we'll be right back. Travis Walton is my guest. His story is always the same. A few new things, but always the same. Well, all right. Travis Walton is my guest. Very unusual to get the opportunity to interview Travis. He's got a new documentary coming out called Travis. And again, I guess you can go to his website and order it. How much, Travis?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I think it's 25.
All right. And you also have a conference coming up called Sky Fire Summit, right?
Yes, November 5th, 6th, and 7th in Heber Overgaard, the town nearest where it happened, and we are going to have a visit to the site on the anniversary.
Oh, no kidding.
And a really neat sky watch with some special equipment.
How is it dealing with celebrity? Somebody mentioned that earlier, and this, of course, is going to be with you all your life. How have you dealt with it since the incident? Are you patient with people, or is it really rough? Are you eating dinner a lot of times? Somebody comes up and wants an autograph, or what have you?
Yeah, you just wash your hands and they want to shake your hand. I'm eating.
Always,
No,
yes.
actually, I have total patience for that. I totally understand. One thing that, Dr. Harder, right after it happened, put me on the phone with Betty Hill, and I got some advice from her about that, about not letting it change you.
Mm-hmm.
And I really took that to heart. I've worked very hard at not letting it affect me one way or the other. I'm not going to accept the idea that I'm a crazy kook or a liar. And by the same token, I can't accept the idea that I'm some kind of a great person. What happened was an extraordinary event. That doesn't necessarily make me an extraordinary person, see?
I do, and I do understand what it's like to deal with celebrity, and you have to be patient with people because at times they do jump in at the oddest moments.
Yeah, it's fortunate I live in a very out-of-the-way place, and, I'm a little bit harder to reach. But when I go out, I try to be gracious with people, understand their interest, and do my best because that's my mission, is to educate people. And
Well, on their behalf, thank you for that. On Skype, Jacob, you were on the air. Hi.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I have a question for Travis.
Yes.
If you were to encounter a UFO again, how do you think you would react? Do you think you'd feel the same kind of fear, or do you think you might perhaps try a more diplomatic approach this time around?
Yeah, that's a good question.
In other words, would I do what people say? Oh, I would stay calm and ask good questions. Well, the fear that came on was an accidental conspiracy of circumstances that made it seem far more threatening, which it actually wasn't. And I think I would handle it better, but I don't know that I would voluntarily be so foolish as to get myself injured again. However, it would be great to have some questions answered. But the big question is, would I tell anybody? And I have to say, probably not.
When thinking now of this entire incident, are there things, not that I need to know them, that you have not made public?
Yeah, but, like I say, I just try to stick to what I can document and leave it at that, because it's important to, show people that there's a reality here. And I don't want to put anything out there that can be questioned, even though it's as real as any of it. If I can't prove it, I'm not going to talk about it.
I so understand that. Hello there. Wherever you are, you're on the air. Turn your device off or down, please.
How you doing, Art? It's Grizz on TuneIn chat. I want to say hi to everybody on TuneIn.
Yes,
and
sir.
my question is, what did the alien smell like? What was the ship? What did it smell like? No one ever describes that.
Right, you're absolutely right.
Actually,
it's a good question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, a lot of people do have a description of the smell, and that's actually a pretty common question that people wonder about that. But I don't recall the sense of smell. And normally when you have an intense emotional experience, that the smell is very intimately linked with memory. But in my case, other than the feeling very stale and humid, it may be that the atmosphere in there was so strange, it wasn't appropriate for a human, obviously, because the human-looking guy that came in was wearing a helmet, and unless that was for some other reason.
You said stale and humid. So obviously it's not like you felt air. Obviously you were breathing air, but you didn't feel air moving at all. It was just sort of a very dank environment.
Yeah, very humid, and I was breathing hard all the time, and I just felt like I could not get enough air. So I think that either the blast of energy damaged my lungs, or maybe even the neurological part of my brain responsible for breathing, or that atmosphere in there was just not right for humans, and maybe some of both.
Yeah, maybe they got as close as they could get. Chris, hello on Skype. You're on the air.
Hi, how you doing?
Very well.
Good. I was calling up. Thank you for having me on. It's an honor to be on. Don, you described, that on the movie Fire in the Sky, that the craft wasn't what it looked like, he said. But I had my own encounter. I won't get into that. But the one we did, we had an encounter with the craft had a huge glass dome on top of it. Did you happen to notice if there was a huge glass dome on top of the craft that you've seen?
Yeah,
you see so many.
There was a dome on top. There was a dome on top, but I did not look out from it from the inside. I never got to that part of the craft, but it did have a dome on top.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, that was just was wondering. I like I said, I had my own experience, and it's fascinating. It's very fascinating. And you said that most of your memories were hit through when you got back through hypnosis.
Well, no, actually, it didn't add to the memories. It just allowed me to finally say them without breaking down.
What's it like being hypnotized? Is it pretty weird? I mean, are you conscious during it and aware of your surroundings? And is it just that other memories come flooding back, or what was it like?
I didn't really remember when I came out of the trance. My brother was present, and he told me about certain things that I didn't remember.
Huh.
I understand some people do remember, but I didn't.
Gotcha. Flagstaff, Arizona, your turn. Hello.
Hi, thanks.
Sure. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Zach. I'm from Arizona. Hi, Travis. Up north and Flagstaff. And my question for you is that I feel like earlier in what happened to you, a lot of what you were saying was like there was an attack on you by extraterrestrial life. So my question now is that, just hearing you earlier in the show, you feel like there's more of an altruistic aspect to extraterrestrial life now? Like they weren't trying to hurt you?
Well, yeah. You see, I interpreted it as an attack, that possibly this blast of energy was even a beam that was fired, and even mistakenly, as a defensive move. But now I'm thinking that it was just some kind of a side effect of the propulsion unit that, just jumped to the Earth through me. Our famous UFO skeptic even wrote a paper saying that pilots who think they see they're being circled by UFOs are actually seeing the result of the huge charges up to 500,000 volts that actually have been documented to build up in the surface of our aircraft, just passing at high speed through the air. So, maybe some kind of an effect like that of this saucer traveling through the air at very high speed, or maybe some side effect of the propulsion unit, or maybe they were in the process of some agricultural experiment there with the trees and some residual energy from that. I don't know. I just don't think it was a deliberate weapon. I think that because I unexpectedly closed the distance and got myself hurt, that it made it necessary for them to take me aboard to correct the mistake that I made. So I'm not saying that they were that it was a hostile act at all, as I mistakenly may have thought at first.
All right. Caller?
All right. Thanks.
Right. Thank you very much. Okay, so here's a question from somebody named Big C through the wormhole. Great show. Question to Travis. Was he a skeptic of the existence of ETs, UFOs, that sort of thing, before this happened to you? I mean, did you have any attitude at all about this?
No,
kind of thing?
I was not that ignorant. I really, studies have shown that over 60% of the people believe in the reality of this, and to the extent, and the percentage goes up with the educational level. So it's really dumb people who say this can't be, because we've reached the point now where it's a virtual certainty with accepted scientific methods. We have the Hubble telescope and Kepler, and they've actually been able to fill in the blanks on the Drake equation that the estimation of habitable or life-supporting planets in our galaxy is far greater than they once thought, that virtually every star has about a dozen planets, and that there's always going to be those middle ones, the Goldilocks range, that aren't so close that they're overheated or so far out that they're frozen. And life with the right chemicals is going to be inevitable in those places.
You're beginning to sound like a scientist. Of course, you've been looking at this now for a while, haven't you?
I've been studying it for 39 years, yeah.
All right, let's, I don't know. It says anonymous, so I don't know where we're going. Hello, you're on the air.
Yeah, hi, Art.
Hello.
Calling from Phoenix, Arizona.
Yes, sir.
And last year, my wife and I were at the Skyfire Summit in the Heber Overgrad area with hosted by Travis, and he had 2 Navajo Rangers that were speaking at the event. And these guys were super intense. I mean, we had a conversation, my wife and I, with one of them outside after he spoke, and he had federal, law enforcement training, and this guy would look right through you, a no-holds-barred kind of guy. And I was curious as to how Travis met them and if they ever teamed up together, with Travis's conviction of his story and these two gentlemen. It would make a powerful combination to, go on a circuit.
Okay, Travis?
Well, I had the opportunity to speak in Gallup at a film festival there on the Navajo Reservation, and spoke to nearly 1,000 Native Americans in the building, and they had some amazing stories about things that happened way back in the far reaches of the reservation. It's very remote out there, and these entities seem to have quite an attraction to more remote areas. This one story I got was of a guy, his grandmother had woven a blanket depicting an encounter with these beings going way back. So, the oral tradition amongst the tribes, the Zuni, the Navajo, the Hopi, is pretty extensive, that this is not a new phenomenon. And that was the reason that I invited them to my conference, because that's a perspective that I think is very important, and that's the reason I'm having Noe Torres and Ruben Uriarte speak this year on the Cowboys and Aliens topic, that this predates the early days, the very, first Europeans to come to this area were experiencing and seeing things even then.
All right. Harmony, very quickly, somewhere in the world, you're on the air with Travis.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hi, Travis. Hi, Art. Can you hear me?
You're too loud. Just back away a little bit and tell us where you're calling. Where are you calling from?
I'm ringing from New Zealand.
New Zealand. Okay.
Yeah, from Nelson, New Zealand. And I had a couple of encounters in the very similar time period as what Travis is, where I looked on the net and I read some of his story. But I'll tell you the second one first, because I think it'll corroborate some of what he's saying. The second one was a visual that we had in 1978. It was some sort of a craft that came across the Pacific Ocean from the distance, about 100 miles, and it covered 100 miles in about 10 seconds, went directly over our heads, flashing strobe lights, red, white, yellow, and blue. It covered that distance in 10 seconds, didn't make a sound, and it was within a half a mile of us when it went over our heads. There's reports in Ludington, Michigan on the 28th of July that year, 1978. A lot of other people saw it as well, including quite a few people from the Coast Guard and the Sheriff's Department. So you can look at the NICAP.org website for that. Okay. Anyway, that was a visual. The other one was around the same time in 1975. I was in Los Angeles, and I was being threatened by a biker. And instead of defending myself, I sat down in cross-legged position and closed my eyes, and I got hit by a tractor beam or something, and it was like 1 billion volts of electricity, knocked me down on the ground and shook me for a minute, almost like I was having a seizure.
You sure the biker didn't hit you, right?
Then it was over. Okay, it was over. No, the biker, they just stood there with their jaws dropped. They couldn't believe and they walked away. The whole situation just diffused at that point. So I've been a believer ever since that we are not alone. We are not alone. And most of the news we hear is BS.
Well, you're right about that. All right, I'm sorry. We've got a break here, so everybody hold tight for a moment. Travis Walton is my guest. This is Midnight in the Desert, raging in the night from the high desert.
You got me running, going out of my mind. You got me thinking that I'm wasting my time. Don't bring me down. No, 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 no. I'll tell you what's more before I get up the floor. Don't bring me down. You want it. All of times have come. Here
but now they're gone. Seasons don't feel the reaper, nor do the wind, the sun, or the rain. We can be like they are. Come on, baby, don't feel the reaper. Baby, take my hand, don't feel the reaper. We'll be able to fly, don't feel the reaper. Baby, I'm your man.
Midnight Matter can be explored on Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. If using Skype from your computer, please be sure to use a headset mic and call MITD 51. That's MITD 51.
That's the way it's done. If you're outside North America, it's MITD 55. MITD 55. And, of course, on Skype, it's free. Travis Walton is here, and here he is once again. Okay, Travis, sort of a short time between breaks on this one. So, Nayan, is that correct?
Nayon.
Nayon, sorry.
Yeah, my name's actually Nathan. It was a made-up video game name.
Okay. Where are you?
Appreciate you taking my call, by the way, Art. Sure. Me and my brother are big fans.
Right.
You caused us a lot of sleepless nights in a good way, you know.
Oh, thank you. Where are you?
My question was...
I can't get that out.
Like, do you think the ETs that you saw are kind of like, you know, like like robots or biologically programmed, like if we see an anthill, we send cameras down there, or, you know what I mean? Do you think they're like a way to communicate, a bridge, like if they're like fourth dimensional beings, you know, do you think that's a way they communicate with us?
Well, you know, using Occam's razor, I see that no necessity for that. You know, if an advanced civilization could create a being that could stand in for an organic being to resemble in every way a living, breathing thing, it would be undetectable. So there would have been no way that I could have seen such a creation, but I also don't see the necessity of it. I think with their kind of technology, it's not that big of a leap to come here. It's just that they're being very circumspect out of, respect for our level of development.
What did the ship look like?
All right, we'll get to that. Where are you calling from? I want to get to that.
Oh, Oklahoma.
Oklahoma, all right. So, yes, as best you can, describe, I guess, the shape. You've sort of already done that, but for him, if you would.
Well, a metallic disc with a dome on top, glowing areas with non-glowing areas that are more like some kind of a more rigid part of the structure. I don't know the nature of why some of it was glowing. It didn't feel hot. I was close enough that I think that if it was glowing because of a high temperature, that I would have been able to feel the heat, and I didn't feel heat.
Would you roughly describe it as a flying saucer?
Yes, like two pie pans put lip to lip, kind of angular, but the craft that I was returned from was more rounded, but again, still a disc shape. I'm thinking that something to do with the propulsion requires a generally circular dimension.
A lot of people are sending in questions on the computer asking if you have had any experience or contact since.
That's a very common question, and I always tell them, if I did, I wouldn't tell anybody, because I stick to what I can document. I did talk about that giant black triangle because I had two witnesses with me, and then went online and found that there was a dozen more.
Mm-hmm. I think you're doing a wise thing, because if you had another experience and laid that out for everybody, you're absolutely right. It would detract from your credibility, no matter how true it might be.
Exactly.
So, very interesting.
But that's the nature of the beast.
It is indeed. Glad you know that. Wilmington, North Carolina. Hello.
Hi, this is Gabrielle of Eastern Paranormal. I'll ask my question and then I'll jump off the air to listen. I just wanted to know Travis's thoughts on God before his abduction versus after his abduction, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so did you find God with the aliens?
No, I found God prior to that. I believe that if you truly understand infinity in terms of time and distance, both future and past, then God is a certainty.
You were...
I'll leave it at that.
Okay, in Snowflake, you were a church-going person, yes?
No, not a regular. I was an irregular, and that kind of put me on the edge of this devout community. But I see nothing about the presence of alien beings in this galaxy, in this universe, as in any way contradicting any religious principle.
You do understand, though, that for some people, that would
be... They see it as a contradiction.
Yes,
yes. Yeah, I've encountered that in ways that harmed relationships. My son was girlfriend was advised to get away from him by the local Catholic priest. Brought in a guy that, said his dad is consorting with demons. And it wasn't so long after that the Vatican came out and said, no, there is absolutely nothing evil about believing that there are beings out there on other planets. And so people who, say, well, if it's not in the Bible, it doesn't exist, are really pretty small-minded, in my view. They're selling God short. There's nothing in the Bible about Native Americans, and yet they exist. Mm-hmm. There's nothing in the Bible about Antarctica, but it exists. So, the idea that if it's not in the Bible, it's not true is a little bit narrow-minded, in my view.
Very quickly, Jonathan on Skype.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Mr. Bell and Mr. Walton. Very nice to meet you both.
Thank you.
I'm Matthew. This is Jonathan's brother.
All right.
I have a couple of questions.
Real quick.
Please explain in very detail what the alien looks like. The Greys.
Okay.
In great detail, like their appendages, feet.
Okay.
Do they have irises? Their color of their irises, clothing, things like that.
Okay.
Yeah, they did have irises. They did not have a black obsidian-like eye. I speculate that might be some sort of a sunglass, sort of eye protective covering, similar to sunglasses, because every creature that has oversized eyes on Earth live in a very dark environment. They're either nocturnal, live in a cave, or under the sea at great depths. So huge eyes imply low light. So, the idea that they would cover it with some sort of a dark thing.
All right, we're at break. So think about it during the break, and we'll talk more about what they look like when we come back.
Don't go breaking my heart. I couldn't if I tried. Oh, honey, if I get restless, baby, you're not the kind. Don't go breaking my heart. You take the weight off of me. Oh, honey, when you knock on my door, ooh, I gave you my key.
For Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft. Is our universe a fake? An elaborate computer simulation? Philosopher Nick Bostrom, director of the Future of Humanity Institute of Oxford University, describes a fake universe as a richly detailed software simulation of people, including their historical predecessors. He says this fake universe was created by a very technologically advanced civilization. David Brin, sci-fi writer and space scientist, relates the Chinese parable of an emperor dreaming that he was a butterfly, dreaming that he was an emperor. In contemporary versions, Brin said it may be the year 2050, and people are living in a computer simulation of what life was like in the early 21st century. Or it may be billions of years from now, and people are in the simulation of what primitive plants and people were once like. David said he began bemused. The notion that humanity might be living in an artificial reality, a simulated universe, seemed sophomoric, at best science fiction. But speaking with scientists and philosophers on Closer to the Truth, he says he realizes that the notion that everything humans see and know is a gigantic computer game of sorts, the creation of super smart hackers existing somewhere else, is not a joke. Exploring a whole world simulation, he says he discovered, is a deep probe of reality. Check out the video from Closer to the Truth at darkmatternews.com and also artbell.com. Remember yesterday when NASA's Mars Curiosity rover took a photo that really looked like an alien crab monster on the surface of the red planet? Well, now they've gone one better. A new closer photo appears to show a ghost woman on Mars. It really does kind of look like a ghost woman. Take a look at the photos on artbell.com and let us know what you see. The HAARP project in Alaska, the subject of many conspiracy theories, is being blamed by some in Moscow for the failure of the wheat crop and the smoke that has been choking the city in recent weeks. The Russian government said it will suspend wheat exports until December because of the severe drought that has hit much of the country. Moscow's tabloid press has even speculated that the United States orchestrated the heat wave in order to favor its own grain exporters by blasting Russia with harmful rays from a research station in Alaska known as HAARP. But the paranoia goes beyond the comments of some newspaper editors. Andrei Irishev, the deputy director of the Strategic Culture Foundation, said the real purpose of the high-frequency active oral research project in Alaska is to build a weapon in order to destabilize environmental and agricultural systems in local countries. At the moment, climate weapons may be reaching their target capacity and may be used to provoke droughts, erase crops, and induce various anomalous phenomena in certain countries. These harsh words were published in an article written by Andrei. The article has been carried by publications throughout Russia, including International Affairs. As far as weather control goes, HAARP states on its website that its transmitted array of 180 antennas has no impact on that part of the atmosphere. They say transmitted energy in the frequency ranges that will be used by HAARP is not absorbed in either the ionosphere or the stratosphere, the two levels of the atmosphere that produce the Earth's weather. But Russia isn't alone placing blame on the United States HAARP project. Iran has also recently blamed the U.S. HAARP project for the recent heat wave permeating the country this summer. Othana Zuk, an Air Force spokesman, said HAARP is scheduled to be handed over on August 11th to the University of Alaska. A ceremony for the handover is also scheduled to take place later this month. That agreement allows access for 2 years, which will provide the university and the Air Force time to negotiate an agreement regarding the transfer of the land. They say the facility has been dormant this summer and don't expect to be operational until next spring because of Alaska's harsh winter. Russia and Italy, on the other hand, don't believe a word of that. I'm Leo Ashcraft for Dark Matter News.
I was a highwayman. Along the coach roads I did ride, with sword and pistol by my side. Many a young maid lost her baubles to my trade. Many a soldier shed his lifeblood on my blade. The bastards hung me in the spring of 25, but I am still alive.
I was a sailor. I was born upon the tide. With the sea I did abide. I sailed a schooner around the Horn of Mexico.
In that darkest time, between dusk and dawn, from the high desert, it's Art Bell's Midnight in the Desert. Now, here's Art.
Here I am. Travis Walton is here. Listen to me. I've got an announcement I want to make because I've been struggling with this. So I've received a communication from a time traveler. I consider this communication to be legitimate. And I've been trying to figure out what in the world to do. He gave me a code word so I would recognize this person when he calls. What I'm going to do is the following. So I want everybody to cooperate. You can make your own judgments if you wish. But I think this is the real thing. So I am going to have, when I get done with the show, perhaps in an hour or two, I'm going to send this very long email to Keith, and I'm going to have him post it. I'm going to eliminate the code word he gave me so I would recognize him when he calls. Beyond that, I'm going to post it. So those of you over the weekend will have an opportunity at your leisure to read it and make your own decision. I received it yesterday, and I've been really, really, really struggling with how to approach this, and I think this is the right way to do it. So by tomorrow morning, no later than tomorrow morning, and probably tonight, if Keith can do it, he will post this email. It's going to take you a while to read, but I think we have a legitimate source here, just like we've got a legitimate guy on the line right now, Travis Walton. Travis, again, your documentary, Travis, it's got the newer stuff in it, right?
Yes.
So if they want to catch up on your real experience, and it is real, whether they like, have you noticed, Travis, that some people react to an experience like yours with anger?
Yeah, I've experienced that. And, a sort of a desperate need to just latch on to anything to help them dismiss it for some reason.
That's right. That's exactly right. Many of my programs have been met with the same kind of anger, and I guess it's fear-based. I'm not really sure. It is
fear-based, and some of the blasts that I get every year and a half, 2 years from somebody online.
Right.
I say, look, don't be afraid. It's not going to happen to you, and you would not believe how often that turns them around, and they're apologetic. And the extreme reaction is just fear-based.
All right, let's go to Thornhill, Ontario, I think it is. Hello.
Hello, it's Michael from Toronto, Canada.
Okay. I'm sorry, it says Thornhill.
That's right. I'm right on the border, 10-minute walk away.
Okay.
I have a question for your guest, Travis, and for you, Art, and for your whole audience.
Sure.
I'm with MUFON Canada. I've had an experience with a UFO, and very similar to what the crew seen as what was described as streaking away. And what I'm asking about is the light. I'm actually very, very interested in the type of light. I don't believe it's normal light. Travis has already answered one of my questions when he said that the light was actually shining through the trees and onto the road. I've had an experience and met other people that say, yes, they've seen a bright light, but it did not affect the area. My question is, sir, to both of you and to your audience, has anybody or does anybody know about such a thing where a light is there but does not affect the atmosphere around it?
Well, I think, okay, Travis, for you.
Well, it lit up the area with a very strange sort of a ethereal kind of a glow. It was a very soft light, and but it was still visible from back down the road.
Right.
The reason it was washing across the road at that point was because there was a break in the trees. But it was a very strange light that made the foliage and surroundings look very odd.
All right. Before the break, the caller asked for the best description of the alien creatures that you could give. In other words, hands, legs, digits, fingers, color of eyes, anything you can come up with at all.
Well, the hands had the normal number of digits and were, looked like 4 fingers and a thumb. Extended towards me, they seemed to lack fingernails and creases at the bend points. Now, there is a possibility that was actually a surgical glove, but that was the way the hands looked to me that were extended towards me. If they were in the midst of medical-type procedures, perhaps they were wearing gloves. Now, as far as the eyes are concerned, now that's the reason I say, people that are lumping them together as grays. The ones I saw had a pupil, an iris, and eyelids that blinked. No eyelashes, but definitely a very large iris, a very large pupil. even in that dim lighting, the pupil was fairly constricted.
Almond shape, as we see depicted?
No, there wasn't a huge slant to the eye, but, you know, like I said, I really do think that a lot of these descriptions are accurate. They just are different beings that just happen to look that way. I think it might be common that either the daytime radiation on the planet they're from is so intense that they're nocturnal, or the atmosphere is so thick that not a whole lot of light reaches during their daylight hours.
Right. You know, your story in totality, to me, sounds like you were the accidental abductee. In other words...
That's my favorite theory now.
Really?
Yeah, you know, Alan and Steve and some of, you know, I think Kenny, you know, they think it was all a plan, like they were laying for us. But I don't know, I did something very unexpected.
Yes, indeed. Some might say stupid. I mean, you know, if there's a big saucer out there.
I felt like this was my own irrational impulse. They say, well, if they can control you, they can make you think it's your idea. And I guess they got a point there, too.
Claude, you're on the air with Travis Walton.
Well, thank you, Art and Travis. It's a great show tonight.
Thank you.
I can just tell you one thing, Travis, is that if people who have never seen a UFO themselves are going to be deniers. But as for myself, the UFO I saw, or should I say UFOs, two of them, were no more than 50 or 60 feet away from me in my backyard of my house in Gurley, Alabama. So I pretty much believe what you're telling me.
Yeah, once you've seen, it changes your life. Simple as that.
Yeah.
All right.
I have a little saying. For those who have seen them, no more evidence is necessary.
It's true.
For those who have never seen it and don't want to believe, no amount of proof will ever be enough.
That's right. That's exactly right. Okay, we've got somebody calling named AA on Skype. AA, hello.
Hi, Art.
Yes.
I got a question for
Travis.
For you and Travis.
Oh,
thank you.
Okay.
I was wondering if you would have Clyde Lewis on sometime, and Travis to you. I was wondering if they spoke to you telepathically.
I think they were attempting to do so, and it wasn't working because of the brain injury. Now, the brainwave scan, the EEG I underwent, was at a very, very prestigious brain trauma center, the Barrows Neurological Institute. It's world famous. And I was put in under an assumed name, which made the test double blind. The technician did not know the nature of my injury. He was just told to look for injury, and he found it. So that brainwave pattern, that report, those scans are going to be reinterpreted with some new neuroscientists, and hopefully a follow-up to see if there's any remaining evidence of that pattern.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you both.
Right. Thank you very much for the call. Let's see. You actually touched one of them, and somebody wants to know, again, through the wormhole, if you can describe what their skin felt like.
Well, it was really just the back of my arm. It was a kind of a sweeping, sort of knocking them away kind of a thing. Mm-hmm. And they were, it wasn't against their skin, it was against the chest.
Right.
And he or it fell back very easily. It was much lighter and softer than I expected.
Okay. Let's see. You're on the air on the phone line. Don't know where you are, but you're on the air.
Montreal, Canada.
Okay, excellent.
Can I ask a quick question? There's been many reports of people who've been abducted who come back in pieces or not at all. That's my first question. Second question, how have your psychic abilities been enhanced by this contact? Afterwards, have they contacted you again psychically? Mm-hmm. I'll listen off the air.
Okay, well, I think that we would acknowledge your first statement about people, some of them coming back in pieces or not at all. And I think for the second part of your call. I don't think he's going to answer that, but
You got it.
I didn't think you were. On to another call. Hi, you're on the air.
Hi, Art?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. Question for Travis?
Right.
Can I speak it now?
Yes, you can speak it now. He's right here.
Yeah, if you could describe what the jumpsuits looked like and if there was any type of identifying patches or anything like that on it. And then secondly, with the human type person you saw, did that look like any type of a terrestrial type of a spacesuit, or was it something that was just something beyond what we have here on Earth?
All right.
All right. First, my apologies to the previous caller that, I'm just sticking to what I can document. As far as the suits, it was just a sort of a loose, billowy, soft material, a coverall. I wouldn't call it a spacesuit at all. It was just clothing. They were alike. It was orangish brown under that lighting. That's the way it looked to me. And the human-looking individual, it was, again, much more close-fitting over the, it wasn't like a leotard, but it was closer-fitting. Just a blue, sort of a velour or soft, weaveless sort of a fabric. And no, there were no insignia of rank or origin at all.
All right. Several people wanting to confirm you were taken aboard one craft and returned to Earth or returned to the ground, whatever the case may be, on a second craft, in your opinion.
Right. Yeah. Of a different configuration. The more rounded, more polished one is the one that brought me back. And I did see 2, possibly 3 of those in that big hangar-like structure, whether it was a larger craft or a building. He was pulling me along pretty rapidly. I was having a lot of trouble just keeping my footing, and he was in quite a bit of hurry. And it might have been for my own benefit that it was kind of a medical emergency, rather than trying to keep me from seeing too much.
Got it. All right. We're coming toward the end. Sushi Dog or somebody like that, you're on Skype and on the air.
Hi, Art.
Yes, hello. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is for Travis. I'm curious about food and drink. From what I understand, he was gone for 5 days.
That's right.
When was the last time he had anything to eat or drink prior to the abduction? And B, has he ever thought about how he was sustained for 5 days?
Awfully good questions. Travis?
Yeah, good question. I've heard it before. Obviously, I've been a lot of years. Since I was only conscious for that brief, hysterical period of time, I obviously wasn't sitting down to a meal. However, medical tests did show that there had to have been some kind of nourishment, according to, their indicators, which is the presence of something they call ketones, which is a sign that you've been breaking down your own body stores to stay alive. And that was absent. But
and they would have tested you for dehydration, of course.
Yeah, and there was considerable dehydration. So they were either underestimating my fluid requirements or had another reason to minimize that as part of my treatment or something. But other than being somewhat dehydrated, and the evidence for that was the 10 or 11 pound weight loss.
Wow.
Very quickly recovered just by slaking my thirst, which was pretty intense.
My goodness.
Whatever means of sustenance, or for that matter, using the restroom, I don't have any memory of that other part. Whether I was in a coma the entire time or under anesthesia the whole time, I don't know. But probably had at least some conscious period. I don't know if I was fed during that time or not. But after this many years, without recalling more of those memories, I really doubt it'll ever come back to me.
All right. Let's do it quickly. The documentary, simply called Travis, is available on your website, or where else was it?
TravisWalton.com or On Wings, and the Wings with a GES on the end, On Wings Productions.
And you've got a conference coming up, a conference called Skyfire Summit, and it's
Yes, that's the website, skyfiresummit.com.
Okay, so they can, I guess, get tickets or join you there. Nothing like seeing somebody really in the flesh. Well, Travis, it's been a long time since we talked. Thank you so much for coming on the program.
Great to be with you again. A great show. I love the bumper music. The whole show is great.
Thank you, my friend. Good night.
Midnight in the desert.
All right.
Shooting stars.
I'm going to do that. I'm going to get this email that I mentioned posted on the at artbell.com. So don't look for it immediately. I'm going to have to get back there and get it to Keith. It's going to take some doing to get it posted. But I want you to digest this over the weekend. It's really something, let me tell you. Really something. Email from a time traveler, and it's a serious one. Good night, everybody. Have a great weekend. I'm Art Bell. To the world, all of you, have a great one. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world's time zones, each and every one of them covered like a blanket by this program, Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell. It's my pleasure to be here this evening, and I hope it will be your pleasure to listen. Well, the Pope is in America. It's all over the news. Pope Francis arrived Tuesday. It is the first visit of his life to the U.S., bringing his humble manner and his Church of the Poor to a rich and powerful nation polarized over economic inequality, immigration, and equal justice. That would be us. The president actually went to meet the Pope. The Pope came off the airplane, and very rarely do presidents go to meet a Pope. But President Obama did that and welcomed him. Brian Williams covered him. That's right, Brian Williams. Back on the airwaves at MSNBC to anchor coverage of the Pope's visit to the U.S. Among other things, very high on the Pope's list of things to discuss will be climate. And that will be very high on our list of things tonight to discuss. By the way, a little personal note, poor little Asia, my daughter, 8 years old, hand, foot, and mouth disease, miserable, locked away in her room by herself, visits only from mama, temperatures ranging from 103.5 down to about 101, depending on. And pretty miserable, so Asia Bell, get better, please. And for God's sakes, don't give it to me. I don't think I've ever had it. Mostly it's kids that get it, but one never knows. My competitor, I understand, after I wished Tommy a quick recovery when he had his stroke, made note of the fact that I did say something, which was nice, and then said that, what did he say? I think he said that he wished me luck with my little internet show. So this morning, I would like to announce once again, we're on XDS beginning October 1st. Also, the beginning in December, we have signed KFMB in San Diego, Los Angeles. Yeah, that's right. That's a big one. Really a big monster. If you look at their if you're the kind of person who looks at patterns, that one's a knockout. San Diego, and just goes up the coast like a rocket ship. 50 kW. KFRH, 100,000 watts in Las Vegas, 104.3. Had a chat with him earlier, a bunch of good guys over there, ham operators like myself, many of them. That's KFRH, 100,000 watts, Las Vegas, on top of Potosi on 104.3. They cover parts of 4 states, actually, really big. Then there's KBET, 760 AM in Las Vegas. KTKN, 9:30 AM in Ketchikan, Alaska. Been in Ketchikan, love the town. So they're coming on board. KLZ, 560 in Denver, Colorado. These are all coming around the 1st of October. KLZ, 560 in Denver, 5 kilowatts. They cover all the big cities in Colorado. WDCD, 1540. Albany, New York, 50,000 watts. So, I don't know what to say except pretty soon, if you don't hear footsteps over there on the other side, you're going to hear them coming soon, real soon. Listen carefully. Clump, clump, thump, thump. One station, one city at a time. We're coming for you.
2 a.m. Don't bother asking for explanation to the value that you gain when the year of sky.
The clock strikes 12, and Midnight in the Desert is pounding packets your way on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, please direct your finger digits to dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call ART.
Well, okay. You're about to meet a real scientist, Dr. Kevin Trenberth, actually. Dr. Trenberth is indeed a distinguished senior scientist at the Climate Analysis Section at the National Center for Atmospheric Research from New Zealand, actually. He obtained his doctorate of science in meteorology from Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT. He has been prominent in most of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, scientific assessments of climate change, and has also extensively served the World Climate Research Program in numerous ways, most recently as chair of the WCRP Global Energy and Water Exchanges Project. He has also served on many national committees. He is a fellow of the American Meteorological Society, the American Association for Advancement of Science, the American Geophysical Union, and an honorary fellow of the Royal Society of New Zealand. In 2000, he received the Jewel G. Charney Award from the American Meteorological Society, and in 2003, he was given the NCAR Distinguished Achievement Award. He has published over 528 scientific articles or papers, including 62 books or chapters and over 242 refereed journal articles. He has given many invited scientific talks, as well as appearing on a number of radio and television programs, and, of course, newspaper articles. Welcome, Dr. Trenberth.
Good evening, Art, to you, and hi to everyone.
It's great to have you. It's kind of hard for me to even know where to begin. I am such a believer in our warming climate. So I'll just, I guess, begin by asking you if, in fact, it is, in your opinion now, scientifically settled, that's an important phrase, that our world is warming.
Well, it's in many respects, this is one of the great things about science, is that it's not just a matter of opinion. It's a matter of the scientific evidence, all of the facts that we have, the information, the observations, the understanding and the theories that go along with that. And Patrick Daniel Moynihan famously said, you're entitled to your own opinion, but not your own facts. And that's one of the key things about the climate system. The fact is that it is warming. We've got very good measurements of temperatures around the world showing that the planet is warming, and there are many other indicators as well. The loss of Arctic sea ice, the warming oceans, the rising sea level that goes along with both the warming oceans and the fact that there are melting glaciers and land ice, so that there's more water going into the oceans. And we can talk about the actual rates and the numbers and so on, but together all of this evidence is extremely compelling to show that the planet is warming, and at the same time there are increases in carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases in the atmosphere from human influences. And as a result, we can actually tie those together and confidently say that humans are the primary cause of the warming that's going on at the current time.
And that's, of course, where you're going to meet a great deal of resistance from people. A lot of people, Doctor, have, I guess, come to the realization that, well, yes, the climate does seem to be changing, but they refuse to take any responsibility for it. Surely, when you look at a satellite picture from, 10 or 15 years ago of the Arctic, and you look at one from very recently, if you don't go, oh, my God, then you don't have good eyesight.
The Arctic is one of the spectacular places where changes have occurred, and since the 1970s, in the last 40 years or so, there's been about a 40% decrease in the sea ice in around September, which is when the minimum occurs. Mm-hmm. And so the loss of Arctic sea ice has been absolutely spectacular.
Mm-hmm. And that sea ice, I guess, is in some ways not too horrible. It's horrible, but not as horrible as it might be, because it's ice, so as it melts, it just, changes forms. It doesn't become so much additional water, at least. Am I right about that?
Well, yes, the sea ice is floating, and therefore it doesn't, when it melts, it doesn't change sea level much to speak of at all.
I understand that the United States and, I don't want to say the Soviet Union, but pretty soon we may be able to say that again, Russia are in contention with that whole area of the world right now, and it's being said that it may even make the Panama Canal not irrelevant, but fairly irrelevant if we have shipping lanes.
Well, of course, that's only likely to really occur in the peak summertime at the moment. But indeed, opening up the Arctic and the mineral rights there, and the ability to drill on the seafloor and maybe produce even more fossil fuels that further increase the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and change the climate even further. That is a big issue. It's not a friendly environment, though. It's pretty hostile. Major companies like Shell have run into big troubles with huge rigs that have run adrift and gone astray, and there's been loss of life under those circumstances.
All right. I guess the next logical question is to lay out the proof. In other words, how do scientists actually know that the recent change in climate is due, in part or in whole, one or the other, to human activities? How do we know that?
Well, the first thing that scientists are basing all of the information on is our understanding of the basic physics and the laws of nature. And so these are very well established now, and we try to encapsulate all of that information in models, climate models, and then we have all of the information, the observations of what is happening, and we can quantitatively replicate a great deal of that, a surprisingly large amount of that, in our climate models. And so one of the main tools of many of my colleagues, and we certainly do that at my center, the National Center for Atmospheric Research here, is to build the biggest and best climate models in the world. And then one of the fun things about being a climate scientist is you can perhaps even sort of play being God for a while. You can change things. You can see, well, what would happen if I change this? What would happen if I change the composition of the atmosphere? What would happen if I change the surface of the land by cutting down all the trees or things like that? And you can play these kind of I'm tempted to say games, but some of them have serious implications and consequences. And by doing that, we can, in fact, replicate much of what has happened. And, of course, that has implications then into the future. And so we can indeed demonstrate that that what is happening quantitatively is caused by the human activities, primarily the increases in carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases in the atmosphere.
Mm-hmm. Now, I guess this is compounded by what's happening in the rest of the world. We were, for a long time, mostly the industrialized place. Now, my God, take a trip to China. I was there not long ago. And what's happening in China, I don't think that people in this country have a sense of how big China is, how many people are there, and how they are now acquiring, well, what all people want, you know, a couple cars in the garage, microwave, whatever all else modern living brings with it, a big flat-screen TV and so forth and so on. China is incredible, and it's using incredible amounts of energy. And let me tell you, if you go to Shanghai, for example, on an average day, your health is in danger. It is that bad. It's so bad that you can barely see the skyscrapers.
That's the pollution you're referring to, yes.
It is, yes. It'll endanger your health. It will burn your eyes. You will not have a good day. It's that bad, and it's pretty much across China. I don't necessarily blame them. They want what everybody else has, but if they get it, and they are getting it, and the world continues to industrialize, I kind of wonder, and maybe as a scientist you can answer this, but I wonder if there is, bad word, or bad couple of words, a tipping point where if we don't turn it around, we can't turn it around.
Yes, well, this relates, of course, to what we do internationally and as a whole. What China does is to alter the composition of the atmosphere. Certainly the air pollution aspects have the greatest effects locally, and air quality is a major issue in China, and they're working to clean that up. But one of the other side effects of burning fossil fuels to generate electricity is to put more carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. And carbon dioxide has a long lifetime, and that is distributed globally. And what they do to the atmosphere has consequences for everyone. Now, they can also argue that, well, the U.S. has a lot of industry and burns a lot of fossil fuels in automobiles and in other ways, and is also contributing to the changes in the composition of the atmosphere. Historically, the U.S. has still outdistanced China in terms of the total amount that we've put into the atmosphere, and a lot of that is still there. But on an annual basis now, China well exceeds what the U.S. is putting into the atmosphere, and Europe is a little bit further behind. Europe as a whole is just a little bit further behind. But you know, those are the big three, and then there are other contributions from other nations. But you know, together we're changing the climate, changing each other's climate. Mm-hmm. And in many ways, it's outrageous. I don't know why there isn't more of a sense of outrage that the Chinese are changing our climate, or why they're not more outraged that people in the U.S. are changing their climate. And instead, we rush down this this together, this joint path, which puts the livelihood of the whole world in some kind of jeopardy, and this was indeed one of the things which Pope Francis focused on in his recent encyclical that came out, Laudatio Si, praise be to you. He made a statement that climate change is a global problem with grave implications, environmental, social, economic, political, and for the distribution of goods. It represents one of the principal challenges facing humanity in our day, and so he is very much aware of this and has tried to raise attention to this aspect, and the fact that what we are doing by, in some ways, building a better life. And you certainly can't argue that the Indians and the Chinese certainly want to have electricity and have a refrigerator and the kind of capabilities that we have here in the U.S. But if we all continue down this path, then it has some consequences and some implications.
Well, okay. Let me come back to that question, and that is whether there is a tipping point, whether there is a point in whether you believe scientifically there could come a point where if we don't turn back, we can't turn back.
Well, in some sense, that's probably happening already. I don't think we can stop climate change. We can certainly slow it down. We may be able to, in some sense, manage it, and that means we have to go with the flow. We have to adapt to the climate changes as they occur. But there may come some point, some real tipping points where things get out of hand. I mean, one of them ultimately might be the melting of Greenland, for instance. Now, that even if it continues relentlessly, at some point we may not be able to stop that from happening. Now, it may not happen for many centuries. One of the estimates is it may take 800 years, for instance, for that to happen.
Good.
But if that happens, then sea level goes up by 7 meters or thereabouts, over 20 feet, and it inundates all of the coastal regions. And of course, that happens gradually, and sea level is already rising at rates which are causing problems, and there are big consequences when there are nearby storms, which have a storm surge on top of that rising sea level.
All right. Let me try this out on you, Doctor. Whether you're talking about the Arctic or you're talking about Greenland, there are some in science who believe that the warming sort of feeds upon itself. In other words, as something melts, you then get a dark surface below, particularly in Greenland, I would think. And that, of course, promotes more adjacent melting. It actually speeds it up. What do you think about that?
Well, that's very much true, yes. And that's the reason the Arctic is one of the focal points of this, why the polar bear is the one of the primary indicators of endangerment of the polar bears is one of the key things with regard to climate change. So, yes, we refer to that as the ice albedo feedback. So albedo refers to the reflectivity, and it's snow and ice. As snow and ice goes down, the planet gets darker, so it absorbs more radiation, and so it amplifies things. That kind of effect also takes place in mountain areas, and so it's probably happening out here in Colorado as well, and some of the bigger changes, therefore, are also occurring in mountain areas.
Oh, I didn't even ask where you were. You're in Colorado.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Yes, I've seen it. I've been up to Alaska, and the effects in Alaska are, my God, they're absolutely remarkable and sad. What's happening with the tundra is amazing. Have you been up there?
I have indeed, and of course the president was up there not very long ago and highlighted a number of these aspects. The thawing of permafrost in many places, and there are huge frost heaves, if you want to think of it that way, but huge heaves in the ground that can occur because of the uneven thawing of the permafrost. The permafrost is the frozen layer in the upper part of the ground. Some of that does tend to thaw on a seasonal basis, and that's referred to the seasonal thermocline, but some of it is actually thawing altogether, and buildings that have been built on top of that with the assumption that it would be permanently frozen have become completely mangled and toppled and so on. Mm-hmm. And the infrastructure is under attack in some sense in a lot of Alaska as a result.
Yes, when you go on tours, in Alaska, they point out the dying trees and the changes in their environment, and it really is sad. We don't see it as much here, but what we are seeing are headlines that say, for example, we just had the warmest July in all of whatever, or we just had the warmest year in the last measurable years since we've been keeping records. Constantly having headlines like that would seem to suggest to me that even the average person who's a casual watcher of the news would say to themselves, that must mean something.
Yes, well, we keep breaking records of all kinds, and the ones you're referring to primarily relate to temperature, but there are many other manifestations of climate change, and some of the biggest effects occur with associated changes in water and droughts, and out in California, major drought and all the wildfires.
Doctor, we'll pick up on that in a moment. I'm part of that drought. Stay right where you are. This is Midnight in the Desert.
Hold on, and I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Hold on.
Wanna take a ride? Exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. This is Midnight in the Desert with your host, Art Bell. To call Art, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
Tonight we're blessed with a distinguished scientist, Dr. Kevin E. Trenberth. He is with the Climate Analysis Section at the National Center for Atmospheric Research and knows what he's talking about. So I ask that I understand there are political implications to what we're talking about right now tonight. I'm a libertarian, but I know on the right, you're sitting out there screeching and groaning and moaning and probably kicking the computer. And so I would ask that when you do get on and you do speak with us, you do so politely. You can disagree, do so scientifically if you are able. Now, Doctor, you mentioned the drought, and that's a big item for me. I live in a place called Pahrump, Nevada. It's about 6 miles from the California border and not very far from Death Valley. And so we are very much in the middle of a drought. As a matter of fact, Lake Mead, which is just over the hill from me in Las Vegas, is now drilling a new, what they call straw, so they can tap water much lower down in Lake Mead because it is beginning to empty. That's how serious it is, Doctor.
Yes.
So the drought is really, really, really serious. Now, do we have relief on the way? I understand, is it El Nino that's on the way, I think?
That's correct. There is a very strong El Nino already out there in the Pacific Ocean. El Nino refers to a warming of the tropical Pacific Ocean east of the dateline in particular, and from there to the California coast or to the Americas. Right. And it mainly has a really strong influence on the weather patterns across North America in the Northern Hemisphere winter. And so the main influences on California begin to really pick up in November. They're not really there at the moment. There are very profound influences on the distribution of hurricanes and typhoons, and it's been an extraordinarily active season out in the Pacific at the expense of the Atlantic, by the way. because when there's more action out in the Pacific, it actually suppresses the action in the Atlantic. And so it's been a fairly quiet year in the Atlantic in terms of the hurricanes. But boy, there's been some major activity that has caused extensive flooding, most recently in Japan, and also in China and the Philippines, and there were at one point 3 hurricanes in the vicinity of Hawaii at one time, never seen before.
Right.
So there's certainly very warm sea temperatures out there. That invigorates all of the storms that do come into California, and then there's a real risk that there will be a major storm track come in with heavy rains and a real risk of flooding. So suddenly you may have too much of a good thing, too much rainfall, and the question will be whether you can manage that water adequately.
So the
coastal erosion.
Right. So the mudslides might put out the fires.
Yes, by then hopefully the fires are out indeed, but the wildfires goes along with the drought and the very high temperatures, and so that's what's been happening now. And it's of course not just California, but Oregon, Washington, Western California, Western Canada, and even earlier right up in Alaska, they had an amazing number of fires this year.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's really, really, really serious. And being where I am, we get an awful lot of the smoke from those fires. And I might add, when pollution is really, really bad in China, we have even been the recipients of this weird orangish sort of haze that they say comes from dust storms and pollution in China. So that tells us, I guess, what a small world it is, huh?
That's right, yes. And, I mean, that's fairly unusual because the dust tends to get rained out. Mm-hmm. And if you get dust or pollution in the atmosphere, it has a lifetime of about 5 to 7 days, something like that on average. But there are certainly circumstances where it can last a bit longer, and there are occasions where it makes it all the way across the Pacific.
I remember, Doctor, several years ago, quite a few years ago, scientists were saying, look, if CO2 levels reach 400 ppm, parts per million, we're really going to be in trouble. And it's also my recollection that very recently in Hawaii they measured something very close to, if not 400 parts per million. Is that about right?
Yes, we're at that level now. There is a seasonal cycle to the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, so there are little fluctuations up and down, and there tends to be a drawdown as the northern hemisphere greens up. So that's the plants through photosynthesis taking carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. But as we go into the fall, which we're doing now, and there's no more growth of leaves, and instead the leaves on the forest floor and so on are decaying, that puts more carbon dioxide back into the atmosphere, and we're right at that 400 level. So we will this year probably be the first year where we exceed that level, 400 parts per million by volume. So the pre-industrial levels were around 280 parts per million by volume, and so there's been a 40% increase in carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. This is very well established, and we also know that carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas, and so it has consequences.
All right. You know, nobody likes to scare people, Doctor, but there is such a rabid campaign against persons like yourself of science who are sounding the alarm that you're sounding. And when I say rabid, I mean really rabid, just calling it pseudoscience, false, scare tactics. A lot of it, no doubt, sponsored by oil companies. In fact, when you see some of the men who claim to be climate scientists speaking in public on radio, most radio, frankly, is right-wing radio. They tend to be very anti-climate change and saying, "Oh no, you know, we're more likely going into another ice age," or something completely opposite. When you check their credentials very carefully, you find some connections to the oil companies. I wonder if that has been your experience.
I think what you're saying is really true. You know, the scientists in this case are the messengers, and this is sort of the shoot the messenger kind of attitude. Yeah, the role of scientists is to lay out the facts and the prospects and the consequences. But the decision of what we do about this is not ours. It's not the role of scientists to say whether we should continue along this path or not. I mean, that decision involves everyone, and it does involve politics, and therefore some of that politics is quite nasty. It involves all kinds of vested interests, and some of them have very large, deep pockets. Mm-hmm. This is especially those in the fossil fuel industry, and so that's where this is certainly coming from, and it's been very nasty. There's a lot of this is happening at a very high level. Many of the Republican presidential candidates, unfortunately, are, I think, deniers of climate change. When I say a denier, that often is a word which some people don't like. The deniers don't like it in particular. I mean, these are the ones, I say denier when they're actually in denial of basic information and facts that we are well understood. And, you know, I think my approach is certainly that we should try to understand as best we can and make the best statements we can about what is happening and why. But what we do about it really ought to be a separate part of that. And unfortunately, those things tend to get confounded, and that's where the climate scientists unfortunately get caught up in politics, and some of it's rather nasty.
It's very nasty, no question about it. Let me ask you about this. The sun, our sun, obviously plays a role in some way in our climate. I mean, it's up there, nuclear heating machine. And I wonder if you can discuss whether you think the sun has played a role in climate change in recent decades.
Well, the sun, as you say, is extremely important. If the sun were to change in a substantial way, then it would indeed cause major climate changes. However, we have very good measurements of the sun and what it's doing ever since 1979 from spacecraft. Before then, we only had measurements of the sun through the atmosphere, and a lot of the measurements were difficult to interpret because a lot of them were just measuring what was going on in the atmosphere rather than what was going on the sun. But since 1979, we know that there are variations in the sun. There's a sunspot cycle. The variations are of the order of 1/10%. And if that were to continue, if there were 1/10 of 1% change over 100 years, then that would indeed make a difference. That would matter. But the thing is, it's on an 11-year cycle, and so it's going in one direction for 5 years, and then it's going in another direction for 5 years, and the effects are so small as to be almost imperceptible. And we know that there has not been an increase in the solar radiation that we're receiving, and so we know that the warming that's occurring is not due to the changes in the sun.
Actually, Doctor, quite the opposite. How about this? I'm a ham operator, so I watch the sun like a hawk because how the sun acts affects how well my radio works or doesn't work, put broadly.
That's right.
And here's the thing. The sun, if you look back into the 50s, 60s, 70s, was really on a roll. I mean, we were having some solar cycles that would curl your hair. They were wonderful for radio, but I suspect they stirred up climate a little bit. Now, things have changed, and they're actually in the business of predicting the possibility of another Marauder minimum, which means almost no sunspots at all in the next cycle. Sad for ham radio, but if we are warming, and the sun does play a part in that warming, then having it at a minimum could be a good thing in the short term, yes?
Well, perhaps, but there was a number of things you stated in there that are not well established. Yes, through about the 1950s, the sunspots cycle got more active in the first 50 years of the 20th century.
Oh, yes.
And may have contributed a little bit to some of the warming that went on through that period. Since the 1950s, our best understanding is that there hasn't been very much change. If anything, it's been a slight change to slight less action. Mm-hmm. And the last sunspot cycle, the minimum was certainly less than it had been on any of the previous ones that were recorded.
Right.
And so this has led to the speculation that you mentioned about, is there going to be a Morna minimum, which happened back in the Little Ice Age period a few hundred years ago. And indeed, that was a period where the sun may have played a role in a slightly cooler planet Earth. But at NCAR and in other places, we have solar scientists who study this in great detail, and there's tremendous uncertainty about exactly what is going to happen to the sun. At the moment, this current strong phase, the active phase of the sun, is certainly going on. It's not as strong as the previous one, but the sun is far from done by any means, and there's no sign of any Maunder minimum that we know of coming up. So part of the argument you're making, I guess, is that if something like this were to happen, then maybe we could counter it in some fashion by changing the composition of the atmosphere and indeed sort of engineering our way out of some of these issues. But at the moment, I don't think there's a prospect of that.
Okay. If the ice in Greenland melts, fully melted, as you pointed out, we'd have 20 feet of sea rise. But a long time before it fully melts, we're going to get a lot of sea rise. And it's not going to take very much sea rise for many of our coastal cities, like New York, Miami, New Orleans especially, and many, many others, to simply disappear. That be accurate?
Since 1992, we've had satellites in space with altimeters on board, and so these are actually looking down at the surface of the Earth, and they're measuring the surface of the ocean to millimeter accuracy. We get a global picture about every 16 days as to what the sea level is actually doing. Mm-hmm. Prior to that, we only had measurements at coastal stations tracking sea level. And, the best estimate was that sea level went up about 6 inches in the 20th century as a whole. Since we've had this satellite in space, we know that sea level has gone up about 3 inches. Sea level is currently rising at a rate of about 3.2, 3.3 millimeters per year. If you think about that, you think about the ruler that you have, a 1-foot ruler. It has a scale of millimeters on it, and it goes up to about 30 centimeters. In other words, 300 millimeters. And so the current rate of sea level rise is just a bit over a foot per century. But it's possible that it's accelerating, and certainly the forecasts are that we could easily exceed 2 feet of sea level rise, and maybe as much as 3 feet of sea level rise by 2100.
Good Lord.
And so this is what is indeed causing problems in coastal regions. So it contributes to storms like Superstorm Sandy that inundated New York City. So in the New York City area, we're not just concerned about sea level rise, but also what the land is doing, and the land has actually subsided a little bit there, and therefore together, instead of there being about an 8 or 9 inch rise in sea level, it's been more than a foot of relative sea level rise in that region. And then we had the Superstorm Sandy, a major storm surge on top of that, and as a result, it was the inundation of all of the subway systems and so on, and catastrophic results. And so sea level rise is a big factor there, and it was also in Katrina that inundated New Orleans back in 2005. And increasingly, as we look around the world, one of the most devastating ones was Super Typhoon Haiyan that went through the Philippines in November of 2013, and the devastation there was just amazing.
Doctor, I lived in the Philippines until about 3 years ago. I lived in the Philippines, in Manila. I'm quite familiar with how outrageously strong typhoons are beginning to get. People in the United States just don't understand that the effects of rising sea levels, warmer ocean temperatures, are going to be more apparent in the immediate time frame by gigantic typhoons and eventually hurricanes. And the fact that we've got higher sea levels drives more water during the storm surges much further inland and kills many, many more people.
That's right, and another big factor actually is the El Nino phenomenon. Along the coast of the Americas, sea level can go up by about a foot, and already it's about 6 inches higher than it was, say, at this time a year ago. And so as storms come in the wintertime, with a higher sea level and along with a bit of a storm surge, that increases coastal erosion. And so this raises the prospects of, houses along the coast toppling into the ocean.
Doctor, thank you. Hold on. We're at a quick 2-minute break. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, you're listening to Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell.
Remember, when calling Midnight in the Desert, let the phone ring until answered. These calls are unscreened for your listening pleasure. Call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Don't call yet. We'll get to the calls in a bit. We have a very distinguished man with us, Dr. Kevin E. Trenberth, who is a distinguished senior scientist in the Climate Analysis section at the National Center for Atmospheric Research. And he's got a lot to say about what's going on with our climate. Doctor, welcome back. I would say this. Here in America, most of us don't worry about places like the Philippines. They don't worry about places like the Maldives, where people may have to actually pick up and leave their islands forever because they're about to be covered by water, right?
This is right, and of course these small island states, and there are others in the Caribbean, for instance, are relatively innocent victims of this. They're not the cause of the increases in carbon dioxide in the atmosphere for the most part, but they do suffer the higher sea levels and the more intense hurricanes or typhoons that come along and can potentially inundate them.
Mm-hmm. All right, here's one. I get messages on my computer as I do the program. We call it the wormhole. This comes from Travis, who says, it's not that we're climate deniers. It's a question of whether we should destroy our economy to try and change an Earth cycle and whether man is causing it. Water vapor, volcanoes, sunspots, and so forth. So I do understand that argument. In order to actually affect this in some positive way, we would have to change our economy in a very, perhaps, painful way, right?
Well, it doesn't have to be painful. I think this is one of the things. I don't think it's so much what you do, it's actually how you go about it. And indeed, this is one of the key roles of politicians. If you implement changes in the right way, and that means often gradually over a particular time horizon, then it doesn't have to hurt the economy at all. In fact, it can stimulate the economy and help in many ways. Mm-hmm. And there have been many examples of that kinds of things. But certainly, if you make very abrupt changes, it can be very disruptive of the economy. And so I would say again,
Uh-oh. I think we just lost him. To what? I don't know. You hear that soft sort of hissing background? That's really odd. We lost our guest, and he's on a... Oh, let me try again. Nope, we definitely lost him. That's really odd. And so we're going to have to try and get him back. Strangely, the phone is not disconnecting. So, Doctor, if you can hear me, Doctor, go ahead and hang up and try and redial me. So if I see you disconnect, I'll know you're doing that. But we lost your audio. I don't know why. I have no idea what's going on there. Isn't that odd? I wonder if somebody doesn't like us talking about that. Strangely, we're not getting a disconnect. Very strange. Okay, there we go. We got a disconnect. So we'll see if Dr. Trimberth calls us back. I'm sure he will. And I think there he is. That was very odd, Doctor. Very odd. All of a sudden, all I heard from you was sort of a soft hiss.
That was very odd, yes. Nothing happened at this end.
You were able to hear me?
I could hear, well, you were breaking up, but, yeah, something happened, obviously, on the line.
All right, at any rate. People will say, look, climate is always changing, and they would be right. It's hot, it's cold, year-to-year changes, and so can you prove to me that it's not just another natural change that's going on?
Well, that's certainly one of the key things, and that's the reason why it's easy to maybe cause problems in understanding what's going on. There's always weather going on, and there are always places that are much warmer than average and places that are cooler than average. The way in which the atmosphere behaves, there are large-scale waves in the atmosphere. There are so-called cyclones and anticyclones, and so we always find that there are places that are much above the average around the globe and below average, and when it's above average, you can't point to that and say, oh, look, global warming, and by the same token, when it's colder than normal, you can't point to it and say, oh, look, there's no global warming. And so you have to indeed adopt a large-scale perspective and understand that there is natural variability. There are El Nino events that cause substantial changes in regional climate around the world. And so that's one of the role of the climate scientists, is to try and develop this global picture. And so there are certain metrics that stand out. One of them is the global mean surface temperature. That does fluctuate with El Nino events and naturally and to a limited extent, but the warming that's going on is well outside of the so-called noise of natural variability. And there are other clear indicators, and sea level is one of my favorites. The rising sea level is relentless and a clear indicator that the warming is occurring, and that even if you're not experiencing above normal temperatures at one particular time, somewhere else is. And if you look around the world in this past summer, some of the records that have been broken have just been amazing to see.
Okay, some have said there is no recent global warming, that there's been a kind of a hiatus in global warming. I'm sure you've read those articles, yes?
I have even written a couple of them, yes. And this refers to the fact that the rate of rise of global mean surface temperature has paused, if you like to think of it that way, or certainly slowed down in the 2000s. That's clearly over at the end of 2013. And it didn't actually cool, but it does relate very much to the starting point of where you pick that up from. And the place that it's usually picked up from is the big 1997-1998 El Nino event. That's the biggest one up until now that we have on record. So in 1998, it was the warmest year of the 20th century. And so since then, you can argue maybe there hasn't been that much warming, but you don't have to go back very far. If you just compare with the 1990s, then the 2000s as a whole were substantially warmer than the 1990s, and the 1990s were substantially warmer than the 1980s. And so this does relate to I suppose what you might call decadal variability. So this is variations, natural variations that occur on about a 10-year time frame, and we know that some of this is very much tied up with the oceans and how they respond to the changes in the climate.
Okay, going back to what Travis said a moment ago about not being a climate denier, but whether we should destroy our economy, how would you see us modify our behavior in a way that would have a meaningful change and slow down this horrible mess without really adversely affecting the economy? Have you given that some thought?
A little bit, yes. And the thing about the climate change, then, is that there are substantial costs. The costs are in the tens of billions of dollars per year in the United States. The Superstorm Sandy, $70 billion, and that had a component of climate change in it. The major drought that occurred in 2012, which is the warmest year across the U.S. as a whole, the cost of that was about $70 billion. And I don't know what the assessment is with all the damage that's occurred in the wildfires on the West Coast this year, but all of these things have major costs. So it's certainly in the tens of billions of dollars. And where is that coming from? It's coming from all of the contributions of especially the burning of fossil fuels around the world. Mm-hmm. And so the suggestion that many have made, which I endorse, is that there should be a price on carbon. There should be the easiest way to do that is probably through a carbon tax, but there are other ways of potentially putting some kind of a price on carbon. And this is where you're going to run into really, really heavy political opposition. A tax. That's correct. Yes, a tax on carbon, and this is where they go crazy. This is absolutely correct, and yet if you think about it, if you can get some kind of a tax gradually increasing on carbon, and that has occurred in various places, in individual cities, in some states, and in some countries even, then the private sector gets involved. There are incentives to do things a bit differently, yes. And sometimes it's amazing to see what can actually happen. And so this relates to the idea that if you do it in the right way, it can actually be a positive thing and not a negative thing.
All right, so make it more expensive to burn carbon is what it boils down to. Correct. And make it expensive enough. Right. Make it expensive enough that people seek other avenues. They begin putting together various solar ideas and wind ideas and there's a billion different ideas that don't get pursued because they're not yet economically viable.
That's exactly right, yes. That's exactly the sort of thing that gets triggered. And many of the people in industry, I've testified before Congress alongside people from power companies, and many of the power companies, they are not worried about having a price on carbon. What they want to know is some kind of certainty as to whether there will be a price on carbon, because they're planning whether they're going to build a new coal-fired power station 35 or 40 years from now. The average life of a power station is something like that. And so there's these long time horizons associated with things, and it's the uncertainty about what politicians might do about this, which is actually a bigger problem than actually doing something and doing it in the right way.
Well, of course, nuclear power is one option, but it is at this point, with what's happened in Japan, I'm afraid it's politically not particularly viable. It may be. Maybe I'm wrong. But, there are many, many problems associated with it, like where to store all this nasty stuff we get. There are variations in nuclear power that are used in Europe that allow some sort of recycling and so forth and so on. I guess we have to begin to look into all this. And the question is, if we continue in gridlock, and boy, are we good at gridlock, we're going to continue along exactly the same road we're on until what? Until we begin losing coastal cities? Until people can't live in certain places anymore at all? I mean...
Yeah, so it's coming back to nuclear power just briefly. You mentioned the disaster in Japan, and that has been a major setback for nuclear power. But France has many nuclear power stations, and a lot of their electrical grid is actually run with nuclear power, and they've been able to do that reasonably successfully for some time. People worry about nuclear power because of the association with nuclear bombs as well, and so that relates to security kind of issues. I think nuclear power could indeed be a part of the solution, but it's not the whole solution, and it does have these other worries that you generate nuclear waste, and that nuclear waste has long time frames associated with it, tens of thousands of years, and so that is indeed an unsolved problem.
Well, they have done some work, I think, in France in terms of recycling some of that really nasty stuff. I don't know how viable it is on a larger scale, and I know we've got an awful lot of it. Hold on, Doctor. We'll take this quick break. My guest is Dr. Kevin Trenberth. He is a distinguished senior scientist in the climate analysis section at the National Center for Atmospheric Research.
When you're great, baby, when you're feeling right, never see those morning lights. Come to me, baby.
Remember, when calling Midnight in the Desert, let the phone ring until answered. These calls are unscreened for your listening pleasure. Call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
That's right. They are unscreened, and so... we're toward the bottom of the hour here. Next few minutes after the break, we're going to open the lines, and I'm going to ask again, even if you disagree, I'm going to ask you to please be respectful, and if you want to challenge, do so at your scientific best, because I think what's been laid before you tonight are scientific facts. So if you want to argue about it, try and argue scientifically. I understand all of you are not scientists, but I think it is important, really, really important, that we come to some kind of conclusion about whether all is true or, they're just making it up to scare us, which is what a lot of people say. But Doctor, what is ocean acidification and why does it matter?
So one of the consequences of burning fossil fuels, as we mentioned before, is that more carbon dioxide goes into the atmosphere, and about half of that carbon dioxide ends up going into the ocean. And so this then forms a very mild acid called carbonic acid, and the ocean, as a result, is becoming more acidic. This has consequences for many organisms. It means if there's more acid in the ocean, it's harder for organisms to form shells, or it can even erode shells, and it can affect the bones of organisms within the ocean. Mm-hmm. And so this is another side effect of increasing carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and the burning of fossil fuels.
Okay. There are dead zones in our oceans. Now, they're laid off on many things. Some say it's algae blooms or something else, and some scientists are not exactly sure what the dead zones are and why they're dead zones. But could these be related in any way to this acidification you talk about?
Maybe not quite so much to that aspect. Most of them, and especially in the Gulf of Mexico, for instance, it's very much related to nutrients that have been run off, fertilizer that has flown down the Mississippi, for instance, and gone into the Gulf. And so it's the fertilizer that has triggered the growth of certain kinds of organisms that have taken the oxygen out of the ocean and helped to form these dead zones. The way in which climate change plays a role is that the ocean warms from the top down, and the ocean is a stable configuration where there's warm water on top of cold water. The deep parts of the ocean are actually very cold, and as a result, if we warm the ocean a bit more, it becomes even more stable, which means it's harder to mix oxygen and air down into the ocean, yet that is vital for all of the fish and mammals and organisms that exist within the ocean. And so, yes, these dead zones have grown in part, but a lot of it is related to runoff nutrients.
Still scary. I mean, areas of the ocean where life just isn't. And I guess in the long run, we pretty much, man, that is, pretty much depends on the ocean for, well, gee, a lot of things, right?
Well, yes. I mean, there are major fisheries, and the health of the oceans. I mean, the oceans are so vast that we often think of them as being infinite, and yet increasingly we are beginning to realize that that's not the case.
At the beginning of the program, I asked you, Doctor, if climate change is now settled science. And again, I ask, is it settled science? I mean, yes, some disagree. But if you look across the spectrum of reputable scientists not connected to the fossil fuel industry in some way or another, is there pretty much universal agreement on what you're telling us tonight?
Well, yes and no. There are many aspects of it which are settled science, that humans are causing a change in the composition of the atmosphere, the increases in carbon dioxide, and that produces a warming, and that the climate is changing as a consequence. And so all of that is very well settled. When you come down to put exact numbers on it, or what is happening at an individual place, then there is a bit more wiggle room. There's a bit more uncertainty, and there are many aspects of climate science where there's a lot more to be learned, and we can build better models and make better predictions as to exactly what will happen. And one of the biggest complications relates to all aspects relating to exactly what will happen with rainfall and the drought and things, and even snowfall and things like that.
All right.
But, we have some ideas there.
All right. Let me ask you about something a little speculative, because models are a little bit that way. You said that you play with models with regard to the climate, and I fully understand that. It's like the Pentagon playing war games, sort of. What is the best scenario and the worst scenario that you've seen in some climate models as you have, in quotes, played with them?
Well, there are projections that are made, and these are coordinated internationally through this organization called the IPCC, right, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And the projections are a lot of what happens in the future, of course, depends on what we continue to do and how much carbon dioxide we continue to put into the atmosphere. But the projections are that we will experience considerable warming over the 21st century. The best guesses are that it will be in the range of about 4.5 to 8.5 degrees Fahrenheit by the year 2100. That is actually an exceedingly large number. That those kind of numbers are getting up to the kind of numbers that make the difference between a major ice age and the current climate, for instance. They're approaching those kind of numbers, and so when you have that on a global basis, it means locally that the extremes that are occurring, the very high temperatures and associated issues with that, things like droughts, are so much worse than they are now. I mean, we're already getting glimpses of the sort of things that happen through the drought in California, for instance. I mean, that's regional, but it's happening every year. It just happens in different places. 2010, it was in Russia, the major Russian heat wave and wildfires and so on. And other years, it's been in Australia and so on. So it moves around. It happens in different places, but increasingly, it's more and more widespread. And this is one of the things which makes it confuses the general public, and perhaps that it's not happening everywhere all at once. But this is the way in which the atmosphere and the climate system actually works. It's going to continue to happen at different places in different times. Storms don't all happen along the eastern seaboard all at once. There's a hurricane that comes ashore in one location, the next year it's a different location, and so on. Eventually, everywhere gets hit, but not all at the same time.
Yes, well, what happens is the media covers, for example, somebody in Buffalo, New York this last year, buried in probably about 110 inches of snow, unable to get even out of their house, and they're quoted frequently as saying, global warming, my butt. Look at this. And, of course, that's what sticks in people's minds. So the media. Well,
I would like to pick up on that particular point, because snow is actually an interesting case. The biggest snowfalls occur when the temperatures are around 28 to 32 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yes, sir.
And you may have heard the expression that the air can be freeze-dried, or you can freeze-dry things, or that it's too cold to snow. And
I've heard that.
And indeed, if you warm things up over the continent in wintertime, you expect that there will be more snow, because the air can hold more moisture when it's warmer.
All right, Doctor, hold it there. We've got to break. We have to break. I'm sorry. Yes, I lived in Alaska. I saw ice fog. It was indeed too cold to snow. We'll be back.
I stopped an old man along the way, hoping to find some old forgotten words or ancient melodies.
The clock strikes 12, and Midnight in the Desert is pounding package your way on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, please direct your finger digits to dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call ART.
Well, all right. We're about to open the lines. Dr. Kevin E. Trenberth is my guest, a distinguished senior scientist in the climate analysis section at the National Center for Atmospheric Research. And listen to me. I'm getting a lot of messages like this. Bill in Ohio says, hey, Art, we must kill off humans to save the planet, but not the rich people like you, though. Well, not rich, I'm comfortable only. And Hey Art says, Duck Speakeasy? What a name. Hey Art, climate science is far from settled. Eagerly await you having on someone from the other side. I suggest Steve McIntyre from climateaudit.org. All right, well, you know what? As I mentioned, I'm not anything but a libertarian. I'm in the middle. And I'd be happy to have somebody on from the other side. Unlike, I might add, those right-wing, about 80 or 90% it seems like of talk radio is right-wing, right? And inevitably they have climate deniers on the air. I mean, there's no question. If you want to know about some of these people, and I'm not talking about this gentleman I just mentioned, but many of them are tied to the fossil fuel industry in one way or the other. Again, feel free to call, feel free to disagree, but please do be polite. That's all I do ask. So if you want to call, our national number is area code 952-225-5278. Put a 1 in front of that. So it's 1-952-225-5278. By Skype in North America, just add us as a contact. We are MITD51. That covers America and Canada. MITD51. If you're outside of North America, MITD55. Love to get a call from the Maldives. MITD55, and I'm not going to depend on a Maldives call. We were talking briefly about snow, Doctor, when the break arrived.
Yes, let me try and wrap this up. The key thing about snow is that, or the atmosphere, is that if it warms up by 1 degree Fahrenheit, the water holding capacity of the atmosphere increases by 4%. And since the 1970s, there's about 5% more moisture in the atmosphere as a whole. What we find in terms of snow is that there has been increases in snow cover from about November through to February, but in all the other months of the year, in March through to October, there are substantial decreases across the Northern Hemisphere in terms of snowpack. And this is not at all surprising. This is exactly what you expect because of the fact that the atmosphere can hold more moisture. And so out here in Colorado, our biggest snowfalls occur in November and in March, rather than in the cold winter months in the middle of the year. And so snow does not go along with cold. That's been one of the mistakes that Senator Inhofe made when he actually took a snowball on the floor of the Senate, onto the floor of the Senate earlier this year.
Well, with that much hot air, it couldn't have survived very long.
No, it didn't.
All right, well, here it comes. Stephen on Skype, you're on the air with Dr. Trenberth.
Hi, Art.
Yes, hello, Stephen. Get close to your mic.
Hey, Art. Hey, he mentioned an engineered solution earlier, and I wanted to ask him about if he's been watching this project, that international project that they're building in the south of France called ITER. It's a fusion project. It's fusion of hydrogen suspended in plasma, and it's clean. There's no negative impact, and I think they're doing it in response to global warming. And I was just wondering if he'd heard of it and if he sees that as a viable solution.
Well, I'm not sure it's up to the viable point. Have you heard of it, Doctor?
Not really. I mean, I think it's the same thing, that it would be wonderful if you could develop that technology, but it's not at the point where it's mature enough to actually be able to use at the moment. But yes, having an unlimited supply of energy would solve a lot of the problems, but it's not a solved problem yet.
All right, let's go to the phones. Hello there, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. Thank you for taking my call, and thank you so much to Dr. Trenberth for being a guest tonight. And Art, just to you, every one of your fans is wishing the best for your daughter tonight and hoping that she gets well soon.
Well, thank you.
Briefly, if I may recommend 2 articles before getting to my question, I think that you'll find them fascinating. One is called The End of History by Noam Chomsky, and the other is called When the End of Civilization is Your Day Job in GQ.
Okay.
And that leads to my question. The GQ article talks about a glaciologist who's received a lot of notoriety over the past year or so. I think his name is Jason Box. And he takes a very pessimistic view of our future and believes that essentially we're done here. He's moved his family out to Denmark as a preemptive move in light of global warming. And I'm curious, Doctor, if you believe, first, if we are so doomed, and second, regardless of if we are or aren't, is there anything that we individually can hope to do? For example, I try to not eat beef to minimize my impact, but it's hard to think that does much. And finally, my last comment, and I'll take my question off the air, is it not just a bit ironic for us in the developed world to condemn countries like India and China, like you said, Art, for developing and, yes, polluting, And while it may be deplorable, it just seems a bit big of us, in my opinion, to condemn others for trying to get a degree of comfort once we've already gotten ours after we've wreaked our havoc upon the globe.
Yeah, well, that's an easy answer. Of course, it's wrong of us to condemn them for wanting what we have. That's ridiculous. As to whether or not we're doomed, Doctor, I understand you have to be careful of what you say in public, but there are some people who think that we're almost at the irreversible point. I live in an interesting area, Doctor. Out near Death Valley, we get summertime temperatures that on occasion have hit 115, 116 degrees. Now, you add 5 or 10 degrees to that, and it's not livable, even with the best air conditioning. So
yes, well, he mentioned Jason Box. I know Jason. Yes. He's and one of the reasons he moved to Denmark was not just to get out of the way, but because he's a glaciologist and he works extensively in Greenland, and he's done a lot of work there. I do not agree with his statement about that we're doomed by any means, though. I mean, we're certainly headed in the direction where we're going to experience significant climate change, and exactly what magnitude that climate change will be is still somewhat in our hands, but we are going to experience some of it, and it will have some consequences. The way in which we often talk about this is that there are two parts to the overall solution. One of them is so-called mitigation. This relates to slowing down or even stopping the problem from happening in the first place by limiting emissions of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, and that's what a lot of the negotiations that are going to peak in Paris at the end of the year are focused on. The other part of it is adaptation, living with consequences, if you like to think of that, or planning for the consequences. And if we can plan for them, then indeed we can live with some of those consequences, but some of the consequences that we've already discussed about the rising sea level and coastal flooding are ones that are going to be very expensive and hard to avoid, and certainly if we can slow down or stop this process, then it's a better way to do that. Just a quick comment on the last point relating to India and China. Yes, I think all of the countries have an admirable goal of trying to increase decrease poverty and increase the standards of living of their people. But this does raise the question of the carrying capacity of the planet and the total population. Mm-hmm. And you mentioned before that's one of the maybe scary things about China is how many people they actually have, and nobody is really talking about population, and that's one of the things that the Pope will not be talking about either, I don't think.
Good point. I also doubt that, although he is going to address climate change, but you raise an awfully good point. I wonder if that might be a counterpoint that somebody might raise with the Pope.
Well, it'll be interesting to see. Yes.
All right, Ben.
There is one other aspect that we could touch on briefly. I won't go into it in detail now, but there's a lot of, in the absence of action in the Senate, of course, there is a lot of action in this country in the EPA. Yes. This is through the Clean Power Plan. And that has a goal of 32% lower emissions relative to 2005 by 2030. And I think that plan they came up with was actually pretty amazing and quite good. I don't think it's quite the right way to do it, as we mentioned before, but we could discuss that also.
All right. Ben on Skype, you're on the air.
Yeah, hi, Art.
Hi. Back away from your micro just a little bit. You're loud.
There you go. Pardon me. So, Doctor, just a quick question. It's clear that you're definitely an expert on climatology and especially global warming and climate change. But I'm just curious, when you make a statement that a policy such as taxation or carbon tax, you're not an economist or a sociologist, correct?
That's correct, and I indeed I don't want to to say how that should be done. I was fairly careful in originally wording it by saying I think we should put a price on carbon, but just how you do that and how you implement it is not something that I claim to be an expert on.
Oh, because, you did make a correct statement where you said there were several power companies or energy companies that didn't seem to have a problem with that. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And do you know why that is? The reason why that is they pass the cost on to the consumer. So there's no pure competition in energy. Basically, when you're in a municipality, you have one energy provider, and therefore that's the only one you can go to. So if the government adds a new tax, it doesn't matter what you call it, they just pass it on to the consumer. So knowing this, is it possible that, and there are some studies out there, that an energy tax would hit hardest the poor and the middle class?
It would.
Well, yes, that potentially could be the case, but it depends on whether there is innovation and other means of generating power in new ways that, and so this relates especially to the revolutions that we're already seeing in various ways with things like electric cars, the company Tesla and other kinds of developments that are occurring. Ultimately, when those occur, then the price is apt to go down. So the whole way in which we have set up the grid based upon centralized facilities rather than a distributed system, if that evolves over time, my vision would be solar panels on the roof of every house and maybe a small windmill on the roof of every house. Why not? But how do you get there from here is part of the question.
Well, and he's right. He is right, though. It's going to hit the poor, no matter what, harder in the beginning. No matter where we eventually go, the poor are going to get smacked. No question about it. Caller?
Yeah, I was just saying, I'm a scientist too. I'm a chemist by trade, and I own a recycling company here in Tucson. And so it's very important to me that we be as efficient as we can in our society without necessarily applying penalties. So, a carbon tax, that really isn't an incentive, that's a decentive. So that, that's more of a punishment.
Well, how would you do it?
So what I would do is, part of the problem is I think most of us, we're so focused on technology, especially information technology. I think we have to have a fusion reactor. We have to have fusion energy for the future.
Right, it'd be wonderful.
It's
just not here yet. That's the problem. And I don't know how many years away it is, but fusion would be wonderful, but it's not here.
Yeah, it's kind of like going to the moon, though, in 1961 when JFK said, let's get there by the end of the decade.
Right.
So, unless it's made a priority, then it won't be a priority because, we are going to run out of fossil fuels at some point. So do you wait till gasoline's $10 a gallon, or do you do it right now and focus on it?
Well, unfortunately, recently, thank you very much for the call. It was a good one. The price of gasoline is going down right now. And
can I also comment
sure.
here on this? Because it's very interesting when you compare the U.S. versus Europe. And, if you've ever been to Europe, they do have effectively a tax on gasoline or a tax on carbon. Electricity is much more expensive in Britain and in Europe.
Oh, yes.
And yet they have a very similar standard of living. They have adapted to it reasonably well. And so it's not the absolute cost that necessarily matters. It's also building the infrastructure for mass transit and other ways of getting around, and the whole way of life. But I think the comparison of Europe and the United States is a good case in point here.
Mm-hmm. All right, to the phone we go. Christopher, I think. Hello.
Yeah, hey there. So I wanted to get a couple of comments about. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with. I believe it was the New York Times that had came out with a climatologist had mentioned, the article was entitled "The Drunken Jet Stream," and this climatologist had theorized the reason why you were seeing things like bitter cold and record snowfall in places like North Carolina and South Carolina is that because the temperature gradients at the equatorial versus the polar regions have become so vastly different, where it's hotter, it's getting hotter. When it's colder, it's getting colder. That it's making the jet stream, instead of like a curved S, it's making it like a huge S. So it's like dipping down farther and then going up, and it's like inconsistent and dragging cold air down because of global warming. A, and B, I wanted to get your thoughts on the trapped methane at the bottom of the sea ice, that as the oceans are warming, if that trapped methane is thawed and that gets into the atmosphere, I mean, that's what caused the last Permian mass extinction, was methane. And as those ice crystals, the permafrost at the bottom of the ocean start to melt, don't you think that could exacerbate our problem?
It certainly could. Doctor?
A couple of comments on that. I mean, yes, I'm familiar with this idea about the drunken jet stream, and the issue there is cause and effect. Certainly, if there is a wavier jet stream, then it's much warmer at high latitudes, and especially in places like Alaska, for instance, and there is a reduced temperature gradient. But the question is whether global warming caused that, or the warming at the high latitudes is more a consequence. And I'm more of the camp that thinks it's probably more. That's more of a consequence of things that are going on elsewhere, and perhaps the center of action is more in the tropics, and it relates to this current El Nino, for instance. That's the sort of thing which causes major waves in the northern hemisphere, and those waves certainly penetrate into high latitudes. And so this general idea of the temperature gradient between the equator and the poles, that's not just a cause or related to the strength of the jet stream, but it's also a consequence of the waviness in the atmosphere. So that's a fairly complicated issue.
Okay.
On the other issue with
the other issue is methane, but again we're at a break point, so hold tight. We will come back to methane. So stay right where you are. I'm Art Bell.
Ain't got no trouble in my life, no foolish dream to make me cry. I'm never frightened or worried. I know oh, yeah.
Remember, when calling Midnight in the Desert, let the phone ring until answered. These calls are unscreened for your listening pleasure. Call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Okay, so Richie in Ocean Park, Washington writes, being a member of the Time Traveler Society is really awesome. I like having access to the wormhole, but so far I haven't seen any kind of response or acknowledgement to any of my comments. Hoping to see some kind of action in the wormhole. Peace be with you, Art. Richie, I read this just to acknowledge you, but to get real action in the wormhole, you actually have to ask a question. That's what it comes down to. Doctor, welcome back. Methane, I think, is the subject. Methane at the ocean floor.
Yes. So this relates to methane hydrate. It's also called clathrates, and under the right conditions, the methane becomes something like a blob of ice, and these have been found on the sediments of the ocean floor in rather cold parts of the ocean. And so one of the questions is, what happens if the ocean warms up? Would those be destabilized and then release methane, which is another greenhouse gas, into the atmosphere? Before we go any further on that, in the ice ages, the ocean is a lot colder, and as the ocean warms up and we go into interglacials, there is a release from the ocean of both methane and carbon dioxide It's often referred to as outgassing, and it's the sort of thing that you see even if you have a pot of water on the stove and you turn on the heat, there are bubbles that come out. And so the ability for the various gases, including methane and carbon dioxide, to be absorbed in the water varies with temperature. And that's probably a bigger threat, that there is, as you warm things up, that there is outgassing, and at some point the oceans may stop taking up carbon dioxide and become saturated. The risk of the methane hydrates melting, so to speak, and being released is currently regarded as quite small, or some quite a long distance into the future, because the oceans would have to warm up quite a lot.
Mm-hmm. If there was a sudden release of methane, the result of that, I'm sure, would be evident in one of your models, and you probably have looked at that, right?
We could look at that kind of thing, yes. The Japanese and some others are actually mining some of these and using them as a form of fuel. So it contributes in general to the changes in the composition of the atmosphere. Now, methane is, when it's burned, it ends up as carbon dioxide. Methane itself has a lifetime in the atmosphere of the order of a decade, maybe 10, maybe as much as 12 years or something of that, and then it gets oxidized and it ends up as carbon dioxide, so it contributes to the overall problem.
Mm-hmm. All right, so go Japanese. On Skype, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi. Art?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
I have to say this real quick. I ended up marrying a Filipina gal because of some of the things you went through, and I took the leap of faith. I flew to the Philippines, and I've been happily married for 8 years now.
Congratulations. Move away from your microphone a little bit. You're awfully loud. And go ahead if you have a question.
Yeah, I do. I'm just going to cover, just bang out some topics, and then I'll listen for his answer. The carbon credits go to the politicians. I don't see how that's going to affect anything. The ice sheet is the largest ever in Antarctica. Global warming thermometers were placed by AC units on the rooftops of buildings so that they could get a skewed number. The government pays scientists grants to give them a global warming number that they like. Otherwise, the grants aren't given. What caused the other 11 ice ages that we went in and out of? Does he believe in precession, wobble, and solar events? The hacked emails of the professors show...
All right, you're beginning to load us with too much here. So give me the number one thing you want him to respond to.
The governments pay scientists grants to give them the global warming numbers. They want those numbers.
All right.
So give them those numbers, they don't get the grant.
Okay. All right. So kind of like on the other side, the oil companies perhaps sponsoring some scientists to say other stuff. He's saying that the government is paying like people like you, Doctor, to sing a global warming song.
I wish. No, that's certainly not true. I mean, scientists don't benefit from this. We're in the business by trying to understand the system, and not usually for monetary gain. And if anything, grants in recent years relating to anything on the climate science have dried up, and this is especially because of attacks in this Republican Congress on organizations like NOAA. And if you look at the current proposals within the House, the National Science Foundation, NASA, DOE, and NOAA are all under severe attack to cut down on funding of climate science. And it's more likely that we'll end up with a continuing resolution, but no, funds are drying up, if anything.
Mm-hmm. I would much rather suggest to that caller that he some sense of fairness, go to one of these other stations that's all the way over on the right and see if Dr. Trenberth would get an invitation to speak there. And good luck with that. On the phone, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, how you doing? This is Steve from Dowagiac, Michigan.
Yes, sir.
How are you doing, Art?
Fine.
Many Roswells to you, by the way.
Thank you.
Got a kind of a few topics to hit on, and I kind of would like a little dynamic conversation, if I could, with your guest. And by what I mean dynamic is kind of, talk with me as I ask the question.
Okay, well, ask.
Out of CO2 and methane, which one is more detrimental to the ozone as far as keeping in the rays of the sun?
To ozone? If you're talking about the greenhouse
Let him finish, please.
Yeah, there you go. I'm sorry.
Well, methane is a more powerful greenhouse gas molecule for molecule, but there is a whole lot more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere than there is methane. And so carbon dioxide is responsible for about a quarter of the overall greenhouse effect. Methane is responsible for about 8%, and the dominant component of the greenhouse effect actually arises from water vapor, which is about 60% of the overall contribution, something like that. And as I mentioned before, methane has a relatively short lifetime. So molecule for molecule, it's not just that factor. It's also the fact that methane only has a lifetime of about 10 years or so before it again ends up as carbon dioxide.
Okay, caller.
Okay. But the next thing I want to touch on, too, is, as a diesel technician, I see the bottom line of all these, emission chokeholds that the government is requiring of the automotive manufacturing companies. What I don't see anybody talking about is the agricultural industry. And what I mean by that is the agriculture in raising and slaughtering livestock and producing methane. And from what I've understand in a few documentaries and a lot of literature that I've read, that the methane that these farms are producing is actually putting a lot more methane in the atmosphere, which causes what you're saying is a more powerful
but shorter lived, he said.
Right. Shorter lived. That means but what I'm saying is...
come back on that Let me come back on that right now, because I actually come from New Zealand, and when I grew up, actually, New Zealand had something like 50, or they got as high as 70 million sheep, and another 10 million cows. And so New Zealand was in the unusual situation of being the only country where the emissions of methane were greater than the emissions of carbon dioxide at one point. I'm not sure whether that's still the case or not, but there's been a tremendous amount of research in New Zealand and also in North America to see whether you can make the gut of a cow more efficient and cut down on the methane emissions that come out of the rear end and things like that. But that's a side product of animal husbandry, and I don't know a great deal about it, but I don't know that you can do that much about it either. You can, maybe do a little bit around the edges by changing the food.
Caller?
I mean, from what I understand, I mean, these farms and whatnot that are actually, raising and slaughtering these, that's basically what it amounts to. That's what they're doing. And they're producing all of this methane, and that it's just, if not more detrimental than to the environment and the greenhouse gases than burning fossil fuels.
Okay,
and
well,
nobody's trying to do anything.
Were you listening, though? He said not really true, because it has a certain life, which is not nearly as long. Correct, Doctor?
Yes, and there are some farms, I understand, where they actually catch some of that and use it as a fuel. So they recycle it. I mean, the main methane comes out of the gut especially from cows through the backside of the cow. I don't think it's in the processing of the meat or in the processing plant, and certainly if it was, then that should be changed, because there's no good reason for that. Another major source of methane, and one which is really quite worrying, is from fracking, hydraulic fracturing that's going on, and there is far too much leakage of methane that escapes in that process, and I don't think there's a full accounting of that.
I have not heard that one.
Worrisome to me.
All right, Scott on Skype, you're on the air.
Hi, Art and Doctor. I want to say thank you, first of all, for doing the show, Art.
Very welcome.
I live this every day. I've got a company that installs solar systems. I'm a vegan. My epiphany, first of all, there's a couple comments and then a question at the end, but my epiphany was looking at my kids playing in a clean lake and seeing that and knowing that if we don't take care of what we have now, we have a responsibility to this planet. All of us do. And it's really easy to shirk our responsibility and put it on to the next politician or the next person, but we have to all take responsibility today. I'm in a field in an industry that's growing exponentially, 41% growth last year.
Well, the current economics are not in your favor.
No, Art, you're wrong. It's the solar industry.
I want to be wrong, but I mean the price of gas is just dropping like crazy.
Yeah, but gas. You see, the thing is, people are starting to get it, and I think
they are.
We jumped forward a little bit on where I was going to go, but I think I have hope for the future. I really do, and I think that I'm seeing people adopt solar systems and put these technologies available today in their homes, and they're cutting their consumption of power daily with net metering that's available through different utilities. But the way you tackle this today, and this has come up in the previous caller, you can go to a meat-free diet. I mean, the amount of energy that goes into raising animals, it's phenomenal, and it is the number one carbon.
Trust me, you're going to get solar panels up much faster than you're going to get people to quit quarter pounders.
Well, I agree, Art. I completely agree. But if you're sitting on your couch listening to this show today, you have a choice. You have a decision you can make, and it's a really easy one. You can go and actually have a healthier way of living. You won't die from heart disease, and you'll actually help the planet. It's other than recycle. I mean, you can recycle. I do that. I have solar panels in my house, but I just take a step back and say to myself, what can I actually do? Okay, the number one thing you can do is stop eating meat. Believe me, I grew up in a conservative eating.
I appreciate the suggestion. Thank you very much, and we'll leave it standing. For those who want to quit eating meat, they can, but I'm telling you, solar panels are a lot easier. My own backyard is lined with solar panels. I've got a wind generator. I've got batteries. I've got inverters. I do all that, but I'm not giving up my burgers.
Yeah. Let me comment also.
Yes.
I have solar panels, PV, on the roof of my house, and have had for quite some time. Maybe we can quickly run through some other things. I mean, there are energy-efficient light bulbs. Certainly walking and bicycling is much healthier than driving a car. That's another one you could add. So driving less and drive a fuel-efficient car also. Don't overheat or overcool. I find it remarkable that you go some places and it's cooler in summertime because they overcool than it is in winter when they overheat. Wear a sweater in wintertime. Insulate your house. One of the easiest ways to capitalize on solar is to use a clothesline. The dryer that you throw your clothes into is not very efficient and is a huge user of maybe gas or electricity. So there is a whole lot of little things that you can do that indeed make you more responsible in this regard.
Yes, sir. All right, Doctor, hold tight. We're at a kind of a short break here. My guest is Dr. Kevin Trenberth, and we'll be right back.
Sailing away on the crest of a wave, it's like magic. Oh, rolling and riding and sleeping and sliding, it's magic.
In that darkest time between dusk and dawn, from the high desert, it's Art Bell's Midnight in the Desert. Now, here's Art.
Here I am, and my guest is Dr. Kevin Trimberth. He is a distinguished senior scientist in the climate analysis section at the National Center for Atmospheric Research. Doctor, welcome back. Obviously, we're stacked up here. A lot of people want to talk to you.
Yes, all right.
So here we go. Scott, you're on the air.
Oh, great. I'm getting a little echo. I'll try and see what I can do here. It's so great to have a show host who doesn't ask questions of the guests that they just answered in the last 30 seconds, by the way.
Thank you.
I completely disagree with your guest's math, and I can address it in less than 2 minutes.
Go for it.
Okay. First of all, the solar cycle peak-to-trough differential of energy impacting the Earth is not trivial. In the paper by Shaviv in 2008, astrophysicist Nir Shaviv from Hebrew University of Jerusalem showed that the total radiative forcing associated with solar cycles is 5 to 7 times the total solar irradiance variance at approximately 1 watt per square meter. The IPCC claims 1.4 watts per square meter due to CO2, which completely disappears when using a dynamic model, as I'll explain now. The IPCC's radiative forcing model models the solar impact on Earth using an 11-year linear average, 5.5 years ahead and 5.5 years behind. It does not take into account the temperature of the global oceans more than 5.5 years prior, but the half-life of the global ocean's thermodynamic heat capacity is about 5.5 years. And 5.5 years prior, there's still 1/2 the excess or depleted heat from the prior solar cycle. The thermodynamic transfer is of the form A times E to the minus KT, not a linear average. The solar cycle is not a constant 11 years. Its amplitude varies by 50% and the period by 50%. The current solar cycle is 55% the amplitude of the last cycle and is closer to 13 or 14 years compared to the prior 3 solar cycles, which were less than 11 and contributed to accumulating heat. The positive and negative phases of the cycle are nowhere near symmetrical. It is not a sine wave, and it is very highly distorted. Also, the ocean heat capacity is more than 1,000 times that of the atmosphere and land combined and represents the only energy storage component in the entire system, and yet the IPCC model chooses to ignore it. You're using a static model for a dynamic system.
All right.
Wait, one last math.
Let the doctor go now. Come on. Go.
No, I think there's a lot of things there that you've said that are not quite right. The magnitude of the forcing is about 1/10 of what you suggested from the sun. It's about 1/10 of a watt per square meter over the sunspot cycle. Certainly, the sunspot cycle varies in length and amplitude somewhat, but because the heat capacity of the ocean is so large, the system only just begins to respond before it's back on track going in the other direction, and the magnitude is less than 1/10 of a degree in terms of the amplitude that you see in the climate system from the sunspots. I'm sorry, it's just not your numbers just don't add up.
I'm reading from Shabib's paper directly for 3 sentences here. They show that there is gain. You're not well read in the literature. He shows that there is gain using the ocean as a calorimeter.
All right, caller.
7 times total solar irradiance variation.
All right, caller. Wait.
Okay, I just want to say the last math problem is the Earth radiates energy into space more appropriately modeled by black body radiation, which is proportional to the temperature of the radiating body rate.
Garbage.
No, it's not a
Hold on. Go ahead, doctor.
So what you're citing is some paper that is not published in peer-reviewed literature, and what you're citing is simply not correct. I'm sorry. That is absolute nonsense.
Black body radiation is correct. And thermodynamic transfer as AE to the minus KT is correct. A linear average is not correct.
Okay, Doctor?
No, there's a real greenhouse effect, and the atmosphere or climate system does not act like a black body at all, and that's exactly why we have what is called the greenhouse effect. And so, if we didn't have the atmosphere and we didn't have the greenhouse effect, then the planet would not be livable. The temperatures would be a lot lower.
Okay, somebody near you in Denver, Colorado. You're on the air.
Hey, Art, it's Matt, your undefeated atheist, and I love this guest on tonight. I am in complete agreement with the both of you. I think there's a lot of things to resonate on it, but I would just like the doctor's opinion. There was a current article that came out, I believe the study came out of Stanford, where they were talking about that we are actually in the 6th climate extinction, mass extinction. Does the doctor know anything, like, evidence-wise, that's going to point this towards, man having an effect on it? I know, like, overhunting and stuff like that, but maybe climate change as well?
This is not paleoclimate, and the mass extinctions are not something I'm an expert on at all. But, we have the influence of man, which is now competing with all of the major changes that have occurred in climate in the past. One of the earlier callers asked a little bit about that, and we never got to it. But the main cause of the changes in ice ages and the big cycles that have occurred in the past is the orbit of the Earth around the Sun, and the shape of the orbit, the precession of the equinoxes, and these occur on the tilt, which is a 20,000 year for the precession of the equinoxes, and 100,000 year for the actual shape of the orbit, and so there are variations on those timescales that matter. On much longer timescales, of course, is the whole evolution of the planet, the continental drift and building of mountains and all other kinds of geological processes that comes into play. And I believe the mass extinctions occurred on very long timescales.
Okay. Thank you. Can I give a shout out to the DM Talk hashtag on Twitter? And you guys have a good night tonight.
All right. Thank you very much, and take care. I'm curious, Doctor, how many times have you been invited to a conservative talk show to air your point of view? Has it been a common occurrence, or is it fairly rare?
Exceedingly rare, to the point that I would say never.
Rare to never, huh? Okay. Well, I appreciate your coming on this program. I certainly do. We don't have time for another call right now. We have our last break coming up, so we'll take it and then continue with Dr. Kevin Trenberth. Again, some of you out there might note the doctor's name and phone it into your local talk station and see how you fare.
And around the corner, half a mile from here, see them poultry run, and the bottom to the bit. That love.
Will you partake of that last offered cup, or disappear into the potter's ground when the man comes around?
To initiate a dialogue sequence with Art Bell, please coordinate your phalanges and call 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
Hi, everybody. It's great to have you here tonight. It's a pretty spirited discussion, that's for sure. I've got to say this, Doctor, at the risk of sounding like, or have it sound Trump-like, if I understand the concept of a tax on carbon, and it may be the only way we can do it, but the idiots that run this country, even if they get a tax, they won't even use it to fix the potholes in our interstates, I'll bet you. I mean, they manage to waste everything they get their hands on. And so I do understand the conservative reluctance to have a big new tax. I also understand the need for it, so I don't know where that leaves me.
The example you're really citing in many respects is the gas tax. The gas tax is supposed to go in order to support the infrastructure of bridges and roads and so on, and it hasn't increased for 20 years or something like that, and I think it's completely irresponsible on the behalf of Congress not to at least keep that going.
It is completely irresponsible. That's why I said idiots run our country. Let's go, I don't know, Monterey, California. How about that?
Hey, Art. It's Bob. I remember that you used to be the 9/11 operator here in Monterey.
I was.
You were. And at that time, did you ever go to the Sandbar and Grill? It was called the Windjammer Restaurant on the wharf.
Yes, I did. Why?
Well, you remember you have to walk down those stairs, and that restaurant is at the high tide level.
Right.
And I grew up here, so I'm 68, and that restaurant used to flood in the 50s and 60s up into the 70s. But it hasn't flooded in over 25 years.
So you're suggesting that ocean levels are lower?
Yes.
It's simply not true. Doctor?
At least not on a global basis, but of course people do build barriers of various kinds, and that's what I would look for.
There you go. I mean, look, it's just science. Doggone it. How come people don't get that? Ocean levels are higher. They're going higher. That's science. It's fact. And for some reason, I don't get it. People don't want to accept it. No matter what, they don't want to accept it. Escondido, you're on the air. Hello. Hello. Going once, going twice.
Hello,
yes?
Art. Hello. Hi. I'd like to ask the professor about all this volcanic activity that we're in right now. This has been the most underwater and above the water in precedented history. Well, we going to charge them for their carbon output or what?
Okay, well, it's a good question. We have had a lot of volcanic activity, and it does affect the atmosphere. Doctor?
Not by historical standards by any means. I mean, the last major volcanic eruption was Mount Pinatubo in 1991 that injected a lot of debris into the stratosphere and produced a cooling for a couple of years. There's been quite a number of small volcanoes, and some of them are reasonably visible in the 21st century that we've seen so far, but the effects tend to be relatively local. They just they're all show and no real consequences to them. I mean, if you go back into the Middle Ages, then there have been periods where there has been a lot more volcanic activity to the point where it has had a substantial impact on climate because clusters of volcanoes block the sun and ultimately end up with a substantial cooling, and some of that can also have particularly dire regional consequences.
Pinatubo also took out Clark Air Force Base. Jeremy, you're on the air.
Hello, Dr. Turnberg. This is Jeremy from Omaha.
Jeremy, you're kind of broken up, so you're going to have to get close to the mic or something.
How's this? Is this better?
A little.
Well, I just wanted to say that out of all the people that are denying this kind of stuff, we're having a problem with them bringing up the same 24 or so peer-reviewed papers out of 14,000 that actually support climate change.
Okay, Jeremy, it's really tough to get what you're saying, but go ahead.
Well, I think that essentially they're pulling up the same arguments over and over.
Jeremy, are you on a speakerphone?
No, I'm not. I'm on a webcam.
On a what?
On a webcam.
A webcam. Grab the webcam with your hand, Jeremy, and bring it to within about 2 inches of your mouth and just speak normally.
Is that better?
Oh, much.
All right, sorry about that.
Now you know how to do it. Go ahead.
There you go. Well, I think that essentially these deniers keep bringing up the same peer-reviewed papers, which are like the 24 that actually do support denial.
Okay, I said it was better. It's not, Jeremy. I'm sorry. We're going to have to leave it there. Let's go to Lufkin, Texas. Sorry about that, Jeremy.
Yes. I'm listening on the computer, and when I called in, I got the show, so I'm not real sure.
Okay, well, turn turn off whatever you're listening to, your device, we call it, and just ignore that and go ahead.
Okay. My question is, when they decided to use nanotechnology as opposed to a homeopathic approach to treating the atmosphere, how did they decide to do that? What led them in the path of the nanotechnology as opposed to a homeopathic approach?
I was not aware they were treating the atmosphere with nanotechnology, Doctor.
Neither was I. I mean, nanotechnology is a very small miniaturization, and we certainly use that in instrumentation, and so instruments are getting smaller and more efficient, lighter weight and things like that, and of course that's a huge boon when we put that stuff up on satellites, but I'm not quite sure what you're getting at there.
Perhaps I'm not asking the question correctly because this is not my field of science. I'm not a scientist at all. But as a person who has used a homeopathic approach to help and realizing that our Earth is seemingly in peril because of this climate change, I do know that they are geoengineering and can actually manipulate the weather with it. I was under the
ma'am, I don't think that they have yet manipulated the weather with nanotechnology. There are theories and some science that points toward eventually doing something like that, but not at the moment. So you're a little ahead of times for the doctor here. David, on Skype, you're on the air.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
I would just like to talk to ask the doctor regarding the satellite data analyzed by the University of Alabama in Huntsville. They do a lot of they take the satellite data as far as temperature. According to them, they just put out an article, I don't know, about a month ago. There has been no global warming in 22 years. How do you explain their data, Doctor?
Well, actually, the number that I've seen more recently is 18 years, and
22 now.
In fact, well, that's not true because it's
no global warming.
Okay, caller, let him finish. Let him finish, please.
Okay.
It starts in 1998, which is the warmest year on record. But that record begins back in 1979, and if you look at the full record, there has been substantial warming indeed. And
that's
so
not what they say.
This is cherry picking the data to say it that way.
I have another question regarding when you're talking about these warmest years in years. About 2-3 years ago, NOAA decided, a caller before brought up the fact that they removed about 500 sensors in their global network. And lo and behold, before they did this rearrange of the sensors, they were showing climate cooling, hide the decline. Well, lo and behold, after they rearranged their sensors, my God, they're seeing warming again. And, oh, yeah, now we're seeing record temperatures. Well, I would like to, as a scientist, if you have an array that measures things, if you suddenly rearrange all the sensors, or hundreds of them, I think even thousands, doesn't that kind of make all the data useless now? Because you can't compare what you had before to what you had now.
Okay.
That is a substantial issue. I mean, most of the observations that we make use of for climate purposes are not made for climate. They're made for weather purposes. And so people pick up and move thermometers. They often cite them in places that are not very good. But there are a subset of standardized thermometers that are kept with high quality. And there's a tremendous amount of detective work done to try to what is referred to as homogenize the record and correct for incorrect or very poor sightings or changes. So if you move the thermometer from your backyard up onto the roof or something like that, it has consequences. And often that can be corrected by comparing that thermometer with another nearby thermometer. And that's the sort of activity which does go on. And so there are indeed adjustments and corrections that are made 2 thermometers, but there are thousands of thermometers, and the scales of the variations in temperature tend to be relatively large, so that there's very good confidence in the actual changes in temperature that are occurring. And you mentioned before the satellite temperature record. The satellite temperature record is another part of this, but it's not actually measuring the temperature at the surface of the Earth. It's measuring the temperature in the lowest 10 kilometers of the Earth or something like that.
Okay. Sacramento, California, we're getting short on time. You're on the air.
Good morning, gentlemen, and thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
I do want to mention to you that I've been with you since you were working on Art's Parts on Dreamland, so it's been a long time.
Long time, yes, sir.
Comment, Art, on settled science. I wonder if Dr. Trenberth is familiar with something called the Global Warming Petition Project. That particular item is a signature basis for 31,000 American scientists, including 9,000 PhDs, that do not concur with the current decisions and consensus, I guess, on global warming. Included in that group, by the way, is a fellow named Edward Teller and someone that Dr. Trenberth may know named Richard Lindzen. Would he like to comment on that?
I know Richard Lindzen, but yeah, most of the people who have signed that thing are not climate scientists, and they're not necessarily well informed. And as you know, with the petition,
caller, hold on, let him finish.
Well, all right. Let me comment on Richard Lindzen. Richard Lindzen is a professor at MIT, although he is now retired. He's probably the I suppose we should call him a skeptic scientist who is best known, and he certainly has some excellent credentials in some areas, but he also has an ideology which is very much opposed to anything relating to climate change, and he also has made some other peculiar decisions in his life. He is grossly overweight, and he smokes, for instance. And so,
well, that's ad hominem kind of.
Well, that certainly discounts his opinion, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's kind of a bit of an attack there.
Well, another comment that I guess I would like to make is regarding CO2 levels and temperature. For the last 400,000 years, temperature and CO2 levels have varied together, but it turns out the temperature always precedes CO2 levels by about 200 years. Can you really account for that? This is just the opposite of the wildly famous hockey stick that's caused all this.
Well, yes. I mean, I mentioned that before. As the temperature goes up, then there is outgassing from the oceans. There's also increased activity on land, which relates to the sort of thing that happens in a compost heap, and so there's more carbon that's released from the soils, and so the carbon dioxide responds. But it's also a feedback process. It amplifies the changes that are occurring. On the other hand, now humans are emitting carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, and so the carbon dioxide is no longer just a feedback. It's also actually a forcing of the climate change that's going on.
Isn't the human contribution to that feedback roughly 0.28%, which is virtually nothing?
No, that's not correct.
Carbon
dioxide counts for about a quarter of the total greenhouse effect.
That's wildly different from some of the numbers that I believe have been published. 95% of the greenhouse effect is due to water vapor.
No, that's not true. I've seen that number, and that came out of some of Fred Singer's work, and that's grossly incorrect. The water vapor is about 60% of the greenhouse effect.
All right. Doctor, we're coming to the end of the program.
Yes, we are.
So I would like to ask you if there's anything you'd like to get on the air, like a maybe a website or where you would suggest that people read, or anything you want to get on before we're done.
Well, if you Google my name, Trenberth, and NCAR, then you should find my website. It's much easier than me giving you a URL. And there's a lot of things there, including a list of my publications. There are many of them which are in the form of PDFs that you can download. There are also a number of PowerPoint presentations that are there that are often used by professors and others that and they're welcome to use them as long as they use them with attribution.
All right. Doctor, it has been an honor having you on the program. I hope you felt we treated you well. Thank you. And we'll do it again sometime.
All right. Thank you very much for having me.
Good night, sir. Dr. Kevin Trenberth. All right. So there you have it. Would I have somebody on with the opposite opinion? Absolutely. And I cite that as the difference between this and any other program nearly that you can name. If it's interesting, I'll have them on the air. Guarantee it. In the meantime, here come those footsteps from the high desert